I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring down. With the move, I pay the master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Now me be the master. I hear you. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. One ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Subramia, baby Subramia, Suku Sunu baby Subramia, Suku Sunu baby Subramia, Suku Sunu baby Subramia, Ejemo, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Ejemo, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Ejemo, Anamu, Karatuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri Demo, Yoguma Wego. Para tuba dodiri tukuma duku tuba dodiri ndemo. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Asina ayandaba, ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. One ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby Subramia, Suku Sunu baby Subramia, Suku Sunu baby Subramia, Suku Sunu baby Subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen.
kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu go ya baby mo abe Maria
Why feeling?
ayanda ba Soko sunu baby subaramia Soko sunu baby subaramia
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bumkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
And there it is right there, a yendeba, a yendeba. So a yendeba, no, that's a yendeba. I think that the loose translation of that is what will be. A yendeba, a yendeba. So a yendeba. Good day to you, good to be your company of that. So we're going to be having a 2-session day today. So we're going to have a little snapshot session. We're going to have a little snapshot session right now to respond to a media outing by Laolu Akande. And then laterally, in the dead of the night, where we usually meet, we'll have a more long and an expanded session. So a little snapshot session now, just to react to the spirit of the moment of what is presently current within the Nigerian political landscape. So Laolu Akande has come out to speak to the Nnamdi Kanu narrative because, of course, that is the only narrative now that is subsuming the political landscape. So Laolu Akande has come out to speak to that space, and then we'll be reacting then to Laolu Akande's contributions to the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. So if you want to, so I'm going to be bringing up the clip in a moment, and the link is in the comment section as well. If you want to come and run your thoughts, to come and engage in conversations around what Laolu Akande has to say and what other people are making of it. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Then it will bring you into a studio space. As soon as we've had a look at what Laolu Akande has to say, then we'll let you onto the screen, and then you can contribute your thoughts as well. So that's how it usually works. It is a participatory sport. So it's a dialogue, not a monologue. And what is being invited here is a conversation. So I'm not just here to submit my thoughts. I'm here to invite yours as well. So if you have any thoughts that is pertinent, germane to what's been discussed, you know, the one thing that is guaranteed actually is that you will always have the egotics coming in to say hello just as soon as I start. This is Ojebe Eke. It says, "One man, are you resurrected? Good for the media propaganda." So you know that will never work with me. I think we've been at this thing long enough for you guys to know that would never work with me. That would never work with me. I am not for yielding. I am not for bending. I am not for being manipulated. You know, the one thing that will always defeat me, because the only space I surrender to, if you want to know where I put my hands up in surrender, the only space I surrender to is a superior logic. Because I don't believe in propaganda, I don't believe in agenda, but I believe in Nigeria, and I believe in logic. So if you are able to present logically something that speaks to the advancement of the country that I come from and I love, then I will surrender. But coming into my streams to drop your peppy little exotic whatever it is that you think you're doing, that is good fodder for entertainment, but it doesn't move anything. There's not one single word that I would choose to use that I would not use then as a result of you doing your okrika, whatever it is that you do in the comment section. So you can continue to do that because it adds to the general titillation of the experience, but it doesn't move the needle either way. So that is to Ojebe Eke and any other Igbotic Ipobian that is obedient that is in that space. So come with a superior logic, and if you make a convincing argument, I will be the last person to go against it because I always surrender to logic. But if it's just some peppy little half-witted, uneducated comment in the comment section, you carry on with that. Uh, so all that, I never really even mean to start in this. I always seem to start every session with some broadside towards the egotic space, and I don't even really mean to do that. But they are sort of a particular ilk that they want to jar you a little bit, and you feel a sense to somewhat want to slap them down. So you always feel the sense to slap them down just at the start of a session, but fill your boots, Ejebe Eke. I think that's my last response to you. So now, good day to you. Good to be your company of that. Everybody, the protocol remains the same, even if you are a hardened Ipobian Igbotic of the obedient variety like Ojebe Eke, even if you are some hard-boiled Southeasterner, still click on the like button and subscribe anyway. Everybody is welcome. It's a mixture of all sorts. That's the magic of the space. So the protocol remains the same. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Like this guy in the comment section, for instance, I don't think he has the braveness of heart or the acuity of mind to come on the screen and I will not even try and bully him. By the way, anybody that knows this platform, they know that I never abuse my position as the host. I let you have free reign so long as your whatever you have to say is consistent with intelligence and logic. But I don't think he will have the brazen. This is the sort of elements that they call keyboard warriors. He's quite comfortable in his pants. He's probably naked where he's sitting, probably sitting in his pants or something. So it's just in some smelly little bed seat wherever it is in the world that he is, spewing nonsense online. So that's the texture and temperate of the obedience space. But I always feel I start on a negative sometimes, because there's always some Okoro guy in the comment section that will say something that rankled me a little bit, and then I feel I have to lash out against him, and by the broadness of it, his whole region, and then I start on the wrong footing. But let's cancel all that and just get started. We are reacting then to Laolu Akande media outing, where he speaks to the Nnamdi Kanu narrative, and he points us in the direction of what he feels Nnamdi Kanu's primary objective really is. So that's what we'll be reacting to. It's just about a 12, 13-minute little clip. So if anybody wants to come in immediately. If you don't come in, then we just have my reaction and then we call it a day to meet later on in the evening. But before we bring the clip up, click on the like button if you haven't done that already. Subscribe if you are not already subscribed. Click on the hyperlink as I said to come into the studio if you have any thoughts about what we're about to discuss. Um, Say hello in the comment section as well. Also, I can acknowledge you and say hello back. Even somebody as as retarded in the brain, somebody that has water on the brain, some water. Even if you are a water on the brain sort of element like this, or jebe eke, even if you have water on your brain, I will still respond to you anyway. So say hello in the comment section and I'll say hello back to you. If you want to super chat, super chat. But let's just get started. So we are reacting to Laolu Akande's media outing, speaking to the spirit of the moment, the zeitgeist of the moment, the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. So we pick it up from here as what's this lady called again? Maokwe Ogun, as she makes the introduction.
Oh, yes, indeed. Mr. Laolu Akande joins us now. He is the presenter of Inside Sources and also a former presidential aide. But just before we bring him on to take a look at some of the issues we have outlined earlier, we understand that the defense of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu at the Federal High Court is currently ongoing.
Actually, before we get into this session, there's something I really need to show you. They say effort should always get its reward. And it looks as though Omoyele Showore's effort has gotten his reward. You know, we all have people that we look up to. We all have some sort of personalities that we would like to meet. The personality that I would most like to meet actually is no longer. There are two personalities that I've always wanted to meet in the course of my life, but unfortunately, they are both no longer of this world. I've always wanted to meet the artist called Prince because he's my favorite artist. Do you remember Prince, the American guy, the one Purple Rain, Darling Nick, Darling Nikki, When Those Cry. So I've always wanted to meet the artist called Prince because he's my favorite artist, and I've always wanted to meet Nelson Mandela because he's walked the journey that I've always aspired to. He's a lawyer and a politician, and then subsequently a president. So that is a trajectory that I've very much aligned my life to. So those two spaces, I've always wanted to meet them. I've always wanted to meet the artist called Prince, and I've always wanted to meet Nelson Mandela. So sadly, no chances of that ever happening now for reasons that they're both dead. So Omoyele Sowore, he also has ambitions in that direction, but it looks as though, unlike me, his ambitions has been fulfilled. Watch this. And there it is right there, an ambition fulfilled for Omoyele Sowore. To be honest, I wonder if there wasn't that many, so many people there. I wonder if there wasn't so many people there, if there were not so many people there, if Sowore would have gone on his knees, if Sowore would have gone on his knees and unzipped Kanu's trousers and then done the necessary. It looks as though I've never seen hero worshipping quite to the level of this Ijo man. Look, the Ijo man and the man from Umar here, there it is right there. Meeting at last, never to part again. So meeting at last, never to part again, the Ijo man and the man from Umar here. Can you imagine that, the combination? But let's get back to serious matters. We really came here to react to the Laolu Akande media outing speaking to the still Nnamdi Kanu space. So we pick it up from here as Malpe Ogun makes the introductions.
Oh, yes, indeed. Mr. Laolu Akande joins us now. He is the presenter of Inside Sources and also a former presidential aide. But just before we bring him on to take a look at some of the issues we have outlined earlier, we understand that the defense of Nnamdi Kanu at the Federal High Court is currently ongoing. Crew sent us some visuals from earlier on. We understand that Mr. Kanu says he will be representing himself.
And by the way, just as a final note on that little clip, Sowore was subsequently arrested after that interaction. He was arrested right on the spot at that court space when he was so he has been arrested. So his ambitions now, his aspirations to be arrested, so that the news cycle will focus fully on him. That ambition now fulfilled. The government have finally buckled and arrested Sowore, which is what he has always wanted.
Defense of Nnamdi Kanu at the Federal High Court is currently ongoing. Crew sent us some visuals from earlier on. We understand that Mr. Kanu says he will be representing himself as his own lawyer. Don't forget that Mr. Aloy Ejimako was arrested alongside Nnamdi Kanu's brother on Monday during the protest organized by the Take It Back movement. So this morning, Mr. Kanu says he'll be representing himself.
And by the way, Aloy Ejimako was not unjustly arrested, though. Aloy Ejimako was arrested for two cardinal sins: for being a lawyer, flouting a legal pronouncement by the courts, because the courts of course put restrictions on where the courts of course put restrictions on where that protest could take place, and Aloy Ejimako, Nnamdi Kanu's brother, and a few others tried to breach, and they subsequently breached that court order that you are not allowed in these particular sensitive areas, but you can carry on your protest if it's within the confines of generalized space. But because he was emboldened by being with Ore or whatever it is, Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, Aloy Ejimako, he breached legal pronouncements by a court in terms of the restrictions on where they could go to and not go to, and he was subsequently arrested. So he wasn't arrested for protesting, he was arrested for breaching court pronouncements. But then, of course, that doesn't really matter. When it gets into the hands of the Southeasterners, they'll do their usual magic with it. But here is Nnamdi Kanu. So for all of that protest now, free Nnamdi Kanu, here he is now trying to present somewhat of some sort of a defense to try and rescue his life. And I say rescue his life, of course, because he's accused of a treasonous, felonious sort of a crime, and that carries capital punishment. So if Nnamdi Kanu is found guilty, the verdict can be none other than capital punishment. So essentially now what we're watching now is Nnamdi Kanu essentially fighting for his life.
Understand that the defense of Nnamdi Kanu at the Federal High Court is currently ongoing. Crew sent us some visuals from earlier on. We understand that Mr. Kanu says he will be representing himself as his own lawyer. Don't forget that Mr. Aloy Ejimako was arrested alongside Nnamdi Kanu's brother on Monday during the protest organized by the Take It Back movement. So this morning, Mr. Kanu says he'll be representing himself as his own lawyer.
So in what capacity is he actually representing himself? So him saying he will represent himself is now essentially saying that he wants to turn the whole trial into a farce. So we know that Nnamdi Kanu, it doesn't really have, I'm not sure that Nnamdi Kanu has any education whatsoever. If you want to correct me, you can, but as far as I'm aware, he dropped out of whatever course he was doing in some parochial university in the Southeast to go to the United Kingdom. He never completed there, and I don't think he went into education when he got to the United Kingdom. So as far as I am aware, Nnamdi Kanu has no education of any quality. So what qualifies him then to represent himself in a high-profile case, unless of course I'm mistaken, and he subsequently went to school outside of my knowledge. For all I understand, to all intents and purposes, Nnamdi Kanu is no more than a school certificate holder, and I'm only assuming he has school cert because he got into one of those porter cabin universities in the Southeast. So if he was able to get into one of those porter cabin universities in the Southeast, then that is to suggest to us that he completed WAEC or GCSE as they call it now. But I'm not aware that Nnamdi Kanu has any education whatsoever. So what qualifies him then to represent himself is to tell you then that he just wants to turn the whole thing into a farce.
His defense in the ongoing terrorism trial against him. The development is after his lead counsel, Kanu Agabi, alongside other senior advocates in his legal team, withdrew their legal representation. Mr. Kanu also refused.
And by the way, that might well be the third or fourth legal team that have withdrawn their representation of Nnamdi Kanu. So they already understand that Nnamdi Kanu, it doesn't want a judicial process, it wants a political process. And that is what we're seeing playing out here.
Used a lawyer to be provided to him by the court when trial judge Justice James Omotosho Gabi, alongside other senior advocates in his legal team, withdrew their legal representation. Mr. Kanu also refused a lawyer to be provided to him by the court when trial judge Justice James Omotosho offered the same. So that's news we're getting out of the court this morning, that Nnamdi Kanu is representing him.
You know, the best course of action for Nnamdi Kanu is to actually employ a senior Yoruba lawyer. Not Femi Falana, because Femi Falana is no longer a lawyer. He's been long retired from the legal profession a long time ago. But the best course of action for Nnamdi Kanu is to actually uh, um, employ a Yoruba lawyer. Because in no laughing by no jar, you fight fire with fire, and then you turn it then into the Yorubas pointed against themselves with a Yoruba president and a Yoruba judge. But if he wants to continue with some lawyer from his own clan, that would be a misstep, because that would then create that ethnic chasm. But then we carry on.
Himself, his lawyers have withdrawn, and we also know that one of them was also detained by the police. But these are visuals that were sent in this morning. These visuals are from the court of law. You know that cameras are not allowed in the court of law, so we cannot say these are live because they're not. In any case, a trial is underway. So this was prior to the trial resuming at the court. And we also understand that he wants to call 23 witnesses, amongst them the former Attorney General of the Federal.
So what is the determination that determines those 23 witnesses that Nnamdi Kanu wants to invite? So what's the determination that determines, and what is the level of their involvement in the Nnamdi Kanu matter for them to be forced to appear by the court? Because Nnamdi Kanu is seeking to invite Theophilus Danjuma. So what's the relationship between between Theophilus Danjuma and Nnamdi Kanu's travails? What's the relationship? I'm not quite sure. Even as a tenuous link, it doesn't even tie still. What has Theophilus Danjuma? So he wants to pick it up from Ojukwu. If he's inviting Theophilus Danjuma, that is to tell you then that Nnamdi Kanu wants to pick his defense up from Ojukwu, wrap it up around the Igbo agitation and marginalization. He wants to make it more of a political Biafran Igbo marginalized and repressed sort of a narrative, other than answering his own crimes. Because I do not see why or how Theophilus Danjuma ties into the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. But that is one of the names he's putting forward to invite to ask the court to compel to come and attend. So he's inviting then, he wants on his as the witnesses, either by voluntary or compulsion by the law, to make an appearance. He wants Theophilus Danjuma. He wants Abubakar Malami, the former Attorney General of the Federation. Is inviting Sanwo-Olu, the governor of Lagos State. Is inviting Yemsen Wike and a whole raft of other public personalities. So that is to tell you then, if you needed any telling, that he wants to turn the whole exercise into a farce.
Trial is underway. So this was prior to the trial resuming at the court. And we also understand that he wants to call 23 witnesses, amongst them the former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, SAN, as well as the current Minister of FCT, Wike, the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, and former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai. Well, I don't know what you make of this, Mr. Akande. I mean, 23 witnesses asking for a period of 90 days. Do you think, what do you think we should be expecting from your own?
And by the way, the court invited Kanu to present his defense within 6 days. But Nnamdi Kanu is now pleading to the court to extend his defense to 90 days. So people say Nnamdi Kanu is being held in perpetuity without trial, but a lot of the delay in that process is actually attributable to Nnamdi Kanu. He's been in custody for 4.5 years. So that's sufficient enough of a time for him to have taken a position. So now the court invites him to present his defense, and it says it needs an additional 90 days on top of the 4.5 years that he's already been in custody in order to prepare himself. So the delay around the Nnamdi Kanu space is not the government holding him in custody without trial. Is him putting obstacles in the way for the trial to take place, because of course maybe he doesn't have the confidence in his own defense.
Estimation.
Well, I think it is clear that Mr. Kanu is not interested in pursuing this case.
Why do you say so?
Oh, clearly because
I'm going to move it back about 30 seconds. So Maokpe Ogun invites the Laolu Akande. He invites his commentaries on the Nnamdi Kanu's narrative. And the immediate thing that, the first thing that you say is your primal thought about something. So you say your first primal position, and then you are then invited to defend that position as to walking through the logic that have arrived you at the conclusions that you have formed. So the first instincts of Laolu Akande, who is an eminently educated person and a senior thinker within the Nigerian political zeitgeist, is not zeitgeist, so within the Nigerian political landscape. His first instinct is to conclude then that Nnamdi Kanu is not interested in that trial. So that was his first comment, and then he goes on to back it up.
For a period of 90 days, do you think, what do you think we should be expecting from your own estimation?
Well, I think it is clear that
Works, Dave Umahi, and former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai. Well, I don't know what you make of this, Mr. Akande. I mean, 23 witnesses asking for a period of 90 days. Do you think, what do you think we should be expecting?
So I'm going to be pausing it in staccatos as Laolu Akande speaks. And I want you to not only pay attention to Laolu Akande's words, I want you to pay attention to his demeanor as well, because body language is 99% of the of communication, and the verbalization then is just the utterances of the words in order to impact the understanding. But body language is a good 80-90% of communication. And if you look at the posture and gait and the movement of Laolu Akande, focusing on his face, the emphaticness and the assuredness that he uses to make that pronouncement, that look, this is just it makes it do like a categorical statement, and then it goes on to back it up. So I want you to listen both to his words and his demeanor. As he says, oh. So when he says, oh, when somebody says, oh, that is to say, did you not realize? He said, did you take the red car out? Oh, I took the red car out. So that is to tell you then I'm out of the house, the red car is not there. So clearly you should have known that I took the red car out. So when that person says, oh, it's to say you that, did you not know? Is it not obvious to you? So listen with that mindset as you listen to Laolu Akande respond to Maokpe Ogun.
For a period of 90 days, do you think, what do you think we should be expecting from your own estimation?
Well, I think it is clear that Mr. Kanu is not interested in pursuing this case.
Why do you say so?
Oh, clearly because
So did you see it there? Oh, clearly. Do you not even realize? Are you even questioning that? I wasn't expecting that as the question. I was expecting a progression from a clear understanding that this is an obvious and a clear position that Nnamdi Kanu has taken, and then we progress the conversation from there. So when he said, oh, that's why are you taking me back to what is obvious?
In this case.
Why do you say so?
Oh, clearly because, the behavior and the conduct
Actually, I'm going to take it back for about 3 minutes, so just so it runs through. Because I've interjected it so much, you might not, you might have lost the flow of it. So let me take it back by about a minute or so.
Because they're not. In any case, a trial is underway. So this was prior to the trial resuming at the court. And we also understand that he wants to call 23 witnesses, amongst them the former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, SAN, as well as the current Minister of FCT, Wike, the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, and former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai. Well, I don't know what you make of this, Mr. Akande. I mean, 23 witnesses asking for a period of 90 days. Do you think, what do you think we should be expecting from your own estimation?
Well, I think it is clear that Mr. Kanu is not interested in pursuing this case.
Why do you say so?
Oh, clearly, because the behavior and the conduct of himself and his lawyers, after they have said that we want a prompt trial, and you have a judge who is clearly ready to do the right thing, and then this is what you are working out, you want to represent yourself, that tells me that he's not interested in pursuing the case in court. He's interested in a political solution. And that does have a bit of...
So that's essentially what Nnamdi Kanu is inviting, a political response to the position that he has taken. So essentially, he's hiding himself behind his tribe and is putting the tribe forward as a defense front line against his genocidal atrocities against that same tribe. So it's essentially turning it into an Igbo something, trying to remove it out of the courts because, of course, the abundance of evidence, the preponderance of evidence finds him easily guilty, and he gets the capital punishment once he's found guilty. So he's trying to remove it out of the courts and place it in the political arena, and then he wants to then launch his tribal stock against the national space.
Credit, yeah, because of course we see some other things that are happening in this country. There are people who have behaved like Kanu, and their cases were settled in the political.
Also, now cite an example of somebody that has acted in a manner similar to Nnamdi Kanu and has gotten a political settlement. So they will say Sunday Igboho. Sunday Igboho is nothing like it's saying the narrative of Nnamdi Kanu is tantamount to the narrative of a random pickpocketer or a random pickpocket on the streets of Lagos. That because some pickpocket on the streets of Lagos was granted absolution, some granted amnesty. Therefore, Nnamdi Kanu that has pied in excess of 50,000 people, because the data tell us that Nnamdi Kanu would have pied in excess of 50,000 people, that is tantamount to the narrative of a pickpocket that got a pardon. So Sunday Igboho is nowhere near. Sunday Igboho never pied anyone. He never called down for the destruction of lives and properties. So there are no parallels to be drawn. But they draw that easy parallel because if there's one thing that the Southeasterners have mastered is that narrative of ethnic jingoism.
Credit, yeah, because of course we see some other things that are happening in this country. There are people who have behaved like Kanu, and their cases were settled in the political way. So I guess that is what he's more interested in. And my own argument.
That's speculation.
Yes, yeah. Actually, that's what I believe. Because if you look at the whole, the trajectory of the case. Part of the reason why it has taken this long is also because of some of these shenanigans on both sides, on the side of the government prosecuting him and on his own side, changing lawyers back and forth, So I think that we need to explore the political solution, not because I don't believe that Kanu should get his day in court. But clearly, this matter is being drawn out, and I think for the sake of our national cohesion, we need to, take another look at solving this matter politically. If you have lawyers like Kanu Agabi, senior advocate of Nigeria, respectable lawyer, choosing to also walk out, then it is giving the whole case a very bad impression.
Okay.
So I don't know how government will deal with this, but it's clear to anybody that Kanu is interested in a political solution. They don't want to go forward with this case in court. That's my view.
Well, we'll see how that matter,
And that is a view universally held as well. If Nnamdi Kanu is asking that, so he's trying to turn it into some Hollywood epic drama, and he's trying to turn it into some sort of ridiculousness. He's asking for Burutai, he's asking for Abubakar Malami, he's asking for Sanwo-Olu, he's asking for Theophilus Danjuma, he's asking for Yemsen Wike, Dave Umahi. Maybe he will even at some point ask for Tinubu as well, to be compelled to come and stand in the dock. So what does that tell us? Those are not the direct spaces of his narrative, by the way. His narrative is that he formed an insurgency group that went on a genocidal orgy in the southeast, and he invited the destruction of Lagos during NSAS. And as a result of that the invitation, a lot of death and destruction was vested upon the Lagos space. One of the oldest libraries, if not the oldest library in Nigeria, which was somewhere in Lagos, was burnt down on the instruction of Nnamdi Kanu. Police buildings burnt down, and not only were they burnt down, his people were phoning back into his radio stream to tell him that we have done as you've instructed, we have pied policemen, we have burnt down their buildings, etc., etc. So that's what they're asking him to answer to. But what Nnamdi Kanu is inviting the court process to go into is a narrative around the marginalization or the perceived marginalization of Igbo people, and and Biafra and all of that. So that is what is actually inviting. It's not inviting. It's not seeking to respond to what is being leveled against him, what's been levied against him, but is inviting to the wider political agenda of his narrative.
Is not interested in pursuing the case in court. Is interested in a political solution, and that does have a bit of credit here, because of course we see some other things that are happening in this country. There are people who have behaved like Kanu, and their cases were settled in a political way. So I guess that is what he's more interested in. And my own argument.
That's speculation.
Yes, yeah. Actually, that's what I believe. Because if you look at the whole, the trajectory of the case, part of the reason why it has taken this long is also because of some of these shenanigans on both sides, on the side of the government prosecuting him and on his own side, changing lawyers back and forth, so I think that we need to explore the political solution, not because I don't believe that Kanu should get his day in court, but clearly this matter is being drawn out, and I think for the sake of our national cohesion, we need to, take another look at solving this matter politically. If you have lawyers like Kanu Agabi, senior advocate of Nigeria, respectable lawyer, choosing to also walk out, then it is giving the whole case a very bad impression.
Okay.
So I don't know how government will deal with.
I'm not quite sure how we can navigate to solving this matter politically. If we solve it politically, then what happens to what justice do the tens of thousands? And I'm being literal, not metaphorical. What happens to the tens of thousands that of people that Nnamdi Kanu has spied in the course of his, using the Biafra narrative to feather his own nest and grow his own bank account? So, what justice do those people that have been destroyed property, lives, everything that he has destroyed in the course of his so-called agitation, what justice do the tens of thousands of victims of Nnamdi Kanu get if they grant him political absolution and allow him to get out of it for reasons that the his ethnic stock are saber rattling?
To this, but it's clear to anybody that Kanu is interested in a political solution. They don't want to go forward with this case in court. That's my view.
Well, we'll see how that matter, proceeds in court. I mean, there have been quite a number of developments in recent times. You saw the protest that happened on Monday, and the measures by the government of the day to make sure that it didn't happen close to certain areas of the Federal Capital Territory. The police said they had an injunction, preventing protesters from getting to a particular area. People were very cautious. A lot of small businesses did not open on Monday. Civil servants could barely get to work because roads leading to the headquarters of Federal Civil were cordoned off. So, and some people say, look, this is also on the back of developments we've heard in recent times. It's been spoken in whispers about a coup that never took place. But we know that on October 1, for instance, the ceremonies that were supposed to have attended our independence celebrations didn't happen. A very strong reason wasn't given for it. But then we heard much later that, some people were arrested, some soldiers were arrested in connection with something else. That's what the military authorities tell us. But the media, some sections of the media have reported quite authoritatively that they heard that these people were arrested in connection with the coup. What are we to make of some of this? Are there any connections here and there that you can draw?
Well, okay, let me quickly first make a point about the protest. I think the response of the federal government security agencies on Monday was an overkill. If you look at what happened and how they disrupted that.
So how was the response an overkill? It's just a lazy use of language, isn't it? It's a lazy use of language. What else other than could the security agencies have done? So the court permitted the protest to take place, and the security agencies duly provided the security needed for the protest to take place peacefully so that it doesn't spill over to disrupt the normal course of business in Abuja. So that's one. That's the expectation of the security agencies, and they met that expectation. And the security agencies, they were acting within the guidelines of the pronouncements of the court that this protest, it cannot go to Aso Rock, it cannot do this and it cannot do that. So the court set the parameters for the protest, and the security agencies were there to protect that law and order does not get out of hand. So to protect law and order, so the security agencies were there to protect law and order. That's one, and then equally and of equal measure that the protest adheres to the pronouncements of the law. So that's what the security agencies were there for, and the process and the protest was proceeding just within the norms of the parameters set. So the protest was carrying on. Until then, the protest tried to spiral into disorder with Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, his brother, and a few of the Southeasterners there trying to breach the court pronouncement and go into sensitive areas to cause anarchy, and then they were subsequently arrested. So what's the overkill? Because we all watched the process live, and it was proceeding quite peacefully until the Ipobians within that protest tried to turn it into a riot.
But the media, some sections of the media have reported quite authoritatively that they heard that these people were arrested in connection with the coup. What are we to make of some of this? Are there any connections here and there that you can draw?
Well, okay, let me quickly first make a point about the protest. I think the response of the federal government security agencies on Monday was an overkill. If you look at what happened and how they disrupted activities in the FCT, it was more a case of.
And by the way, I'm going to send the links into the comment section again. If anybody wants to come in and agree, disagree, or give a different or a perspective or nuance on the conversation, come in. So the link is in the comment section. If you have any thoughts on what's been discussed. Come in and share those thoughts.
The government security agencies preventing people from going about their regular businesses because look.
That's for those who came out because as I did say, some people were also cautious. They didn't come out.
That's the point, because people were prevented. I mean, I was trying to get into Transcorp around 3 o'clock when this demonstration had dissipated completely, and there were still roadblocks all over the place. So I think that it was an overkill, and I think we still need to get some protocol. I think the police authorities, our security agencies, and civil society NGOs need to sit down and agree on a protocol for protest. It is done everywhere. We shouldn't be doing all this hide and seek. We should understand that people have the right to protest, without disturbing, the regular business of the day for people who don't want to protest. We need to have that conversation and have those protocols. Now, on the issue of the allegations around the coup, we have, like you said, we have serious news media, reporting that something is going on. Number two, the military itself has said that they are detaining senior officers, including, as we have been told, a brigadier general and others. About 16, some reports say 16, some say 20. Now, that doesn't happen regularly. So, people are entitled to some informed speculation. But what I want to say is that if it is true that there was an attempt to have a coup, then we must commend the military intelligence for nipping it in the bud, and we must commend the leadership of the military, for taking care of that. The second point that I would like to make is that those who are opposed to the Tinubu administration or those who have differences with our current civilian leaders, they should go and fight them in the polls. We don't want a coup to be used to settle our political differences anymore. If you don't like what the president is doing, if you feel that he's going in a direction that is not in the interest of our country, don't do a coup. Don't go and support a coup. Don't clam up for a coup. Don't embrace a coup. Go to the polls if you're a politician.
So now, there's somewhat of a disingenuity there's somewhat of a disingenuity in what Laolu Akande is saying right here, because I say he's been disingenuous because I think he knows better, and I'm pretty certain that he knows better, but he's speaking to is throwing raw meat to a particular space. So now, after the Southeasterners lost the 2023 elections, we all saw it. Let me see if I can find that clip. Actually, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find that clip. Obedient military takeover defense headquarters. Shortly after the 2023 elections, we saw, yes, shortly after the 2023 elections, we saw the Peter Obi space, his followers, go to the defense headquarters to try and plead with the military to take over governance. So what? And Laolu Akande, he knows this as well. So him now saying this, that anybody that is aggrieved should seek democratic means to redress their grievances. I think it's been disingenuous with what is known, because we know that the Peter Obi space, for reasons of having lost that elections, they went to the military immediately and started to plead with them to take over. So that's exactly what they want. They don't want anything like democracy in Nigeria. They want anarchy for reasons of ethnic aggrievement. So that's just it. Let me just play you the clip just as a reminder. These are the Southeasterners going to the defense headquarters in Abuja shortly after the elections 2023 to plead with the militaries to go and shoot off Tinubu and take over the country.
We stand here as we reject the coalition and everything that was done at the 25th of February 2023 presidential and all the elections, because the institution led by Professor Mahmoud Yakub failed us. And so as we take our procession on this 7th day, we stand here to say that after all is said and done, Nigeria's defense will not fail. We still believe in Nigeria. And so, standing here today, we go on our knees as we take our processional song. Here we stand. Being to the legislative borders.
So that was the obedience space right there. That was in the fullness of that clip. If anybody has that clip, please send it to my Instagram so that the audience can they can have the fullness of the understanding of what's going on here. But no, the obedience space, they went after so Nigerman, you are very quick to get all these clips, or Solomon. If anybody has that clip of where the obedience went to the defense headquarters to ask the military to take over shortly after the elections, please send it to me so that we can play it to the audience. But let's bring Laolu Akande to his conclusion. I'm not quite sure. This guy is somewhat hamstrung, by his involvement in what is going on. This guy right here, Laolu Akande, he was the spokesman for Yemi Osinbajo for the 8 years of the brutish administration of Buhari. So he's somewhat hamstrung. So he's not a voice of the people. He's more like a voice that the people are speaking against. So he's trying to straddle that balance to try and public cleanse his own image to become a respectable figure again. So that's the sort of that's the space he's trying to straddle. This Laolu Akande, he was a former spokesperson for Yemi Osinbajo for I think 8 years solid.
Go and defeat Tinubu at the polls. If you're a Nigerian, go and register to vote. This is how we ought to do it. We must raise our voices loud and clear against military incursion in politics.
Well, what do you make, though, of calls for transparency? Some people say, I saw the post of Bolaji Abdullahi, who was a member of the ADC, asking for, clarity on this, transparency on this, because they are afraid that this might be used to hunt down political opponents, so to speak.
Yeah, well, so I think also that it is useful if the military can give us more information and not try to deny some of the things. The military itself has said that we have arrested people.
Yeah, but they have come out vehemently to say that they never said there was a coup, or a coup attempt, that they arrested those people in connection with indiscipline and other military transgressions.
My whole issues with those reasons is that they are very weak. They don't sound strong enough to go and arrest a brigadier general because of that. It's very, very weak. And I think that our military people ought to do better than that in terms of the kind of information that you put out to the press. But I'm sure that what they are trying to do is they don't want to raise the tension. They don't want to create a credibility crisis for the current political leaders. Because if you come out and say, yes, there has been a coup, that creates a credibility crisis for the president, for the governors, for all the civilian leaders that are elected. And like I said, all of us as a people, we should make a very loud and clear position.
I have to say that it doesn't create a credibility crisis for the government if they make it known that a coup was attempted. So if they make it, the reason why they are trying to play that coup space down is not to give the boost of oxygen to the obese space, because they've been clamoring for a coup, and if they feel that one was attempted, then that would redouble their efforts to continue with that push. So it's nothing to do with the credibility of the government. A coup has nothing to do with the government's credibility. It's more to do with the ambitions of looters in military uniforms.
No to coups.
Okay, well, the Senate is making sure that when we do go to the polls, that we are satisfied with the rules that guide the polls. They have recently said they're going to be looking at mandatory transmission of mandatory electronic transmission of results, and also that the burden of proof should move to INEC instead of the litigant. Do you think that will work?
Well, I am excited with the idea of electronic transmission because that was what Professor Yakubu promised us, and he couldn't deliver. And he didn't even have the courtesy to explain to us until he left what happened. Just said it's a glitch. So if we are moving in the direction of fixing that, to say that, look, when the election is held,
the fact is, Nigeria does not actually have the infrastructure for electronic transmission of electoral results. We don't have the infrastructure. I mean, the epileptic internet connection in Nigeria. So, how would that handle? How many polling booths do we have in Nigeria? Just the volume of traffic that will be cascading into the INEC space. And then that is also subject to internet hijacking and interruption. Because of course, you remember in the course of that 2023 elections, the Obi went to America, and there was a bunch of his own ethnic stock that were telling him that they have the expertise to hijack the elections electronically and give him victory. So they should not, they can do it for the 2031 elections, so certainly not for the 2027 elections. There's no electronic transmission. We go with the format that we had in 2023, which was sufficient enough to give us a credible election. We go with that format until we build sufficient enough trustable and secure infrastructures to be able to transmit election results electronically.
In a polling unit, it is electronically transmitted. That takes off the discretion of people who do all those things that we see, blotting out numbers, changing stuff, and it's a big deal. Now, this other issue of the burden of proof, lawyers are the ones that can explain better to us. But if it means that INEC should be able to defend what it has done, then it seems to be something that's also exciting.
Okay, we'll keep tabs on it. We have to thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us as always. Mr. Laolu Akande is...
Okay, so that was Laolu Akande right there, but even more better still, here is Baba. So Baba, how are you?
One man. I just came in actually because something actually is drawing my IRE in all of this, and that is at the essence of our democracy or our social constructs for Nigeria as we know it. If we must thrive, I think we just have to know the kind of society we want. Look at what they've turned the Nnamdi Kanu case into. A spectacle for somebody standing trial for terrorism and treasonable charges. Even in Western Europe, we've outdone them in inverted comma civility. That is Western Europe standard, which we think we've adopted. We've even gone beyond it. How can a man like that be allowed in court to interact freely? Even Simon Ekpa in Finland was not allowed to interact freely. They wouldn't allow it. No society where we want a structure of order should encourage that kind of disgusting behavior. Let me tell you, the American system will not allow that. Even that is what we call the land of freedom. Remember Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma bomber? He was presented in court as a terrorist, chained in jumpers. That's how you should prove. That's how you should project such people. Remember in Egypt, the trial of the Muslim Brotherhood, they were in cages. Remember Khodorkovsky in Russia, the billionaire trying to overthrow Putin was presented in court in cages, in a cage rather. Nnamdi Kanu should be chained when he comes to court so that people realize that this is a terrorist, like other terrorists in the north, the Boko Haram, ISWAP, and all those that are standing trial should be in chains.
So sorry, Baba. Do you think they should put a gag on his mouth as well, just to really pronounce how egregious is? I mean, Baba, are we living in a different world? This guy,
I don't know.
so many people. I mean, and people are presenting him as if he was Mother Teresa.
Exactly. What kind of society is that? I can understand this president inherited the Nnamdi Kanu case. So fine. It will be difficult for them to make adjustments. But this hugging and rubbing of backs, shaking hands, hailings going on in a court where a terrorist is being tried, that's an insult to democracy. It is an insult, like all the other terrorists that are going to court today. They should even be tried in secret. That's how it's done in other places, including America, which we all call today as the bastion of democracy, the most civilized country in the world. So this is why people can go on the street and talk rubbish and thumb their noses at the government, because the government too is not taking it seriously. It's a case I am not interested in because it's not affecting the neck of my own wood. So it's none of my business actually, but it's because how the government is handling the case. It cannot be a political case anymore because they burn their bridges. Even imagine a lawyer Ejimako and or Maxwell Okpara, who says he just got his PhD. You are in a case, handling a case. You are a priest as a lawyer in the temple of justice. And you went out of that temple to still throw stone into that temple by going to the street to protest. And the Chief Justice is not yanking that man to disciplinary committee of the Nigerian Bar Association. If we must have a society, we must have one that is structured and grounded in the ethics of what civility should look like. Not this kind of spectacle. It's all rubbish and very, very annoying. Very, very annoying. We're just doing dressing a wound with Band-Aid. Something that is cut deeply into the fabric of the society. I just get very, very angry. Backslapping in court. Let's talk about this.
You saw the Showore appearance at he managed to wiggle his way into the court just to go and give Nnamdi Kanu a hug, so that that image can be captured and then trafficked for his own political gains. But he was subsequently arrested. What are you making of your Ijaw man from State?
Yes, I was itching to join in yesterday, but I was feeling very sleepy because I was going to question that why should Ejimako and all the rest be behind bars and Showore is free? But that was really, really wrong. And I'm glad that this morning they've corrected it by arresting Showore himself, who was the leader of that. Whether he likes it or not. I mean, the No Kings rally in the US pointed to how you protest in a society in an organized way And if you must go to the street, I understand people like Falana will tell you, oh, you don't have to get a permit to protest on the street. Yes, fine. But then, for your own protection as protesters, and to do it structurally so that you don't disturb those that are not participating in that protest, so they can have free access to public utilities like the roads and all the rest. You have to be shepherded by the law enforcement organization. So for that reason, you must seek their permit that yes, we want to do this on this day. Ah, okay, we will not have enough manpower to shepherd you. Can you do it on this day? It will have been subject of negotiation and backed by the law, but not you because you have rights that is not absolute to go to the streets and start disturbing other people that are not part of you, that don't believe in your cause, going to work to earn their daily bread. So that is where they go against the grain of the societal law, and they have to answer for that. No King's Rally, they stayed in one place as permitted or as ordered or in a cooperating fashion as directed by the law enforcement agency. And they are in the millions. That happened just over the weekend. And no untoward incident happened. And these people, just 200 or less than 100 people, making all the noises in the street, and at the sound of tear gas, they flee. Just like that. They've earned their payday for just 1, 2, 3 hours done. They went on the internet and started showing Nepal. That's
Sorry, Baba.
exactly what happened.
Sorry, Baba. There's actually reliable information that the Shore protest raised about a 1 billion naira thereabout, and the people we saw gathered, they were given between 15 to 20,000 mobilization fee, which is essentially to tell you then that they were a rented mob.
No, of course, we know there is a business attached to all of these things. We know there is a business. There is a trade going on and all of these people and their pay, which is so I have no quarrel with that. But as far as you don't disturb me with how you earn your own pay, I don't have a problem with that. Whoever is foolish enough to pass their money to you, fine with me. It's okay with me. But don't use your own to disturb my own. It's a live and let live society. And that's how it should be. So they have to answer to the police because the police were clever. The judge, of course, rejected the blanket ban on the protest, but the police went back within the hour again to meet the judge in chambers, and then said, "Okay, since you cannot give us blanket permit to ban it, what about this area? What about this area? What about that area?" And the judge granted it. Okay, this area should be restricted to them and that and that. And she already said, oh, they didn't receive the notice, but you talked about the notice. You talked about it. So if you are not served and you have knowledge of it, you should obey the law. And it's this same place is designated at no-go area you were heading towards all
That,
the
that,
time.
that, that's a key point actually, Baba, that you just made there. The fact that Shoreb had a press conference to address that he was not served notice that there were restrictions on that protest. That is to tell you then that he's not ignorant of the restrictions because he's already spoken about it publicly prior to the protest. So he knew that
Exactly.
there was some sort of judgment in place that restricted them. So he cannot claim ignorance then. He cannot claim to be ignorant of it when he spoke into it prior to the event.
Exactly. That's my point. So let other people come in place.
Yeah, before before that's coming, Baba, voice in low there. Are you fully, is it the weather or you just waking up or,
No, I've not been too well of late, actually.
all right.
But I'm getting stronger.
All right, Pele. I'll call you after the session.
Okay.
So comparable facts. So Baba has presented as is the general thought of the wider Nigerian space, that there is no room for this jingoism that Nnamdi Kanu is doing. He's been accused of very serious crimes, and he needs to present a very serious defense. So, how are you positioned then with Laolu Akande telling us that Nnamdi Kanu does not want a judicial result, he wants a political result? So, what do you think your man from Uma here is playing at?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Baba, Oman, Umuri. Thank you for being
I
on this
salute you, my
platform.
brother.
Yesterday, I was trying to get rain. I don't know. Whenever I'm on the West Coast,
You
the
know,
tower.
comparable. You were saying, "Can you hear me?" And we were saying we could hear you, but you couldn't
But
hear
I
us.
couldn't. I couldn't hear the speaker. I think
Yeah, you
something
couldn't
going on.
hear us, but we could
No,
hear
I
you.
could
You were saying,
hear.
yeah.
I could hear when somebody interject, but the particular speaker at that particular time, I couldn't hear it. It's always happened. I mean, I have T-Mobile. They're supposed to have a good tower. Whenever I'm on the East Coast, I always have problem unless I have to go to my laptop. But most of the time, I'm busy. I rather preach from my phone. But I don't know what always happen. But anyway, right now I'm speaking from my phone, so thank God. But greeting everybody. So before I begin my comment, just give me some time. One of them, I'm going to pour it on you with due respect. You have
That's now tradition.
hold
No,
on. Let me
hold
land.
on,
Let me
hold
land.
on. You will speak now. You will
It's
speak.
not going to take anything
No,
away
no,
from
no,
it.
no, no, no. Hold on. You will speak. I was only going to say that it's now the tradition that anytime you come on, you always have to throw a few punches at me
Yeah,
first
yes. I have
before.
to. I
Yeah.
have to. I have to say my piece. Or else, I'm not going to come on this platform if I'm not allowed. But thank God you do allow me to take, to say my piece. So let me begin. Most of your narrative tend to begin about the southeast. What is it about? I'm not asking you a question. You don't have to respond. What is it about the southeast that that ache your belly? You are no more Yoruba than you are no more Yoruba than Baba. You are no more Yoruba than a lot of people here. After all, you live in London. Who knows whenever you've been to Nigeria? I don't know, but you still you present this division, ethnic jingoism, and you accuse other people of, why can't you make a commentary about Obi? Call him a devil, call him a thief. It's politics. Why bringing the whole Southeast? You can say I phobian. Okay, that's a section. Why the whole Southeast into your narrative? Does that make you feel better? It make your life feel better, like, oh man, I'm grateful today. But that's the line you decided to tone. Baba here, which I do respect, I don't agree with him 70% of the time, and I can tell you what I don't agree, but that's not important. But he said what he wants to say, disagree with you eloquently, with respect or not, to a certain degree. But this is the narrative you want your platform to tell. Power to you, whatever may be your own reason. Neither you getting money from the government or whatever. Everything is an insinuation. People can speculate, but hey, that's the line you want to throw power to you. It's not going to stop me from not coming to this here. It can call this whole such as primitive, like you said, or good or whatever. It's not going to prevent me because I don't even know you. I only speak to you here, so it doesn't really
I
matter to
never
me.
called the Southeasterners
It
primitive.
doesn't matter what you call
We
them.
were
So
talking
I'm
about
just making my own
Kanu
point.
now.
It's not going to.
I didn't use the word primitive ourselves. We were talking about Kanu now.
No. I'm not just talking about what you say today. I'm just going by a narrative. You come to a platform where the majority, about 80%, oh no, it's not even 80%, are Dr. Damage, 60 or 70%, because there's a lot of other tribe there. And you call their culture primitive culture. But anyway, that's a story for another day. I'm just trying to rehearse that you are no more Yoruba like enlightened people. I'm not calling you unenlightened, like Baba here. Yeah, do I agree with him? No, I say 60 to 70%. I don't agree with point of view, but I respect it. But like I said, this is the line you want to throw. So let me begin with my narrative. I'm going to start from what I wanted to say yesterday. Just give me 2 minutes then before I pivot to this. My point, there has been a dialogue about whether there's genocide or not genocide. Okay, the problem I have with that narrative, because Nigeria is an inept country. This is going back. It didn't start from Tinubu. I mean, you have, the terrorist has been, two things can be true at the same time. You know, is Nigeria being quiet every day in all part of the country, particularly in the north? the only place a little bit safer, a little bit, because the Southwest are not immune from the whole killing. Look at Para. You don't regard them as South, but your kinsmen, your kinspeople are there. So Nigeria are being killed randomly every day. So you can say, okay, is Nigeria being killed unnecessary? Yes, by terrorists, by so-called henchmen and other kind of things. Yes, they are being killed, kidnapping, other kind of things. Unjustified because the government is in ape. You have the present government where we are right now. Nobody is talking about what is going on about the killing, the security we have in Nigeria. Because there's so much focus about the election. This is the problem from Tinubu to the governor. Nobody, their main governance is about winning the next election. It's not about the security of the country. You are letting foreign people define. This is what bothers me. I know they have their own motive. They have their own motive, neither some religiosity or some foreign, maybe the earth mineral we have in our country. They try to design us a country of concern. Yeah, they may have their own motive, but you let a foreign nation define your country, define who you are. Now you are fighting by saying nothing happened. Something has been happening. Like I said, two things can be true at the same time. A lot of Muslim, I don't have the statistics, but according to the statistics that is compiled, the data, Nigeria doesn't even have a single data. The data that is compiled in any platform you win is compiled by the Westerners. And you here quarreling with them. You let people define you. That's what I mean by define your country. Because the statistics and the whole data is compiled by the Westerner. Your country, 200 and something million supposed to be rich. You don't even have a data to push back. Say, hey, no, it's not true. It's more Nigeria, it's more Muslim dying than it's more Muslim. Everything I'm saying is an estimate. It's an insinuation because I don't have. But if you ask me, is there genocidal? Yes, there are genocidal of the Christians. That's why I say two things can be true at the same time. Because you have the Muslim jihadists. Read my word, Muslim jihadists. I didn't say Muslim because I have a Muslim doctor friend, very good friend. So I use the word Muslim jihadists. We know their men. We know their main motive. Is to Islamize Nigeria, and they are doing that. Look at what's happening. What happened in Kaduna yesterday, in Para, in Benue. So that's not coincidence. Yes, they are part of that. But the statistics we have show that more Christian. Do I believe that? No, because it's compiled by the Muslim. Nigeria is dying. So the problem I have is that you let the foreign people define you, and you're here complaining. Why are they doing this? I'm actually glad they are doing it because Nigeria, we are talking about it right now. We've been moved about the killing, the insecurity going on in Nigeria. Nothing is happening until the Western people like Ted Cruz. You all don't know what's happening. I'm in America right now. They have amplified it, and I know part of it. Maybe somehow.
President.
Hold on, let me.
No. We know where you're going. But there's a lot more nuance to it than just the binary Christian Muslim something.
That's what I said. Two things can be true at the same time. I know you're making a statement.
It's not as simplistic as the Muslims raging against the Christians.
Let me land now.
There's several layers to that narrative, but
I totally agree with you. But
take us to the topic that we're in now.
Okay. But I wanted to make that point because, like I said, I wanted to come in. But it's a shame that you all let foreign people define us for whatever religious motive, maybe because of our mineral, they're trying to come here. So that's it. Let me let that go. You didn't let me speak on, because I wanted to speak in more detail from what I missed. So you started your narrative, and about this is what I said about you. You now said Nnamdi Kanu only went to secondary school. You don't even have some of the fact. Just because of your biasness, you don't even have the fact to back up what he said. That Nnamdi Kanu only went to primary school, like it is so much said, and that's not true. I'm not an Nnamdi Kanu supporter. Do you agree with what is going on with the way it's being handled right now? No. You may have your own view that is justifiable because he may be a terrorist more than the terrorists that have been pardoned in the north. That's your own opinion. I completely disagree with you. I didn't like the way he conducted himself when he was free and the way he handled the whole thing. But is he supposed to be prosecuted up to this level? And you leave the Boko Haram and the terrorists. You dine with them, you eat with them, you went to church with them. And this man, in my own opinion, didn't commit as much treason as whatever you know. Did he fire anybody? But that's a story for another day. So I completely disagree with you and Baba or whomever may come in that situation. But it's a political opinion. But you come here, you misrepresented that man that he doesn't have any education. Nnamdi Kanu has education. He went to University of Nigeria in Nsukka, but he did not complete. Then he went to
Yes,
London.
but
Hold
that's
on.
my point. That's my point.
What? But he has a degree. He
From
has a
where?
degree.
From
He
where?
has a degree in political science.
From
He
where?
went to university in London.
From
I
where?
mean, you probably know about.
Nnamdi Kanu went to Nzuka. He never completed. I think he only was there for a year and a
He
bit,
went to
less than
government
2 years.
college, Umuahia, which is a
He,
reputable one of the best
yeah,
government
no,
college at that time.
that's what I said. He only has school start. He doesn't
No,
have
no,
a
he
year.
don't. He don't. No.
So which
He
university did he go to now? You tell me. You already know he didn't finish at Nzuka. So where did he go to?
went to. Let me learn now.
Is
This is the
largely
problem.
uneducated. Is
When Baba
uneducated
was
now.
speaking, you never truncate him, but
No.
because
Carry
you
on.
don't like my viewpoint.
No. Because you are trying to debunk what I said. But
I'm
what is your?
debunking you right now. Let me give you
Yes.
the fact.
So
Let
I'm
me give you the
inviting you.
fact.
Okay, go on.
You didn't even let me finish.
Go
This is
on
the
now.
problem.
Tell me the university he went to.
This is the problem I have with you, but that's not going to stop me from coming here unless you decided to say, "Don't come here." That's your platform.
You are always welcome here.
But
You know that.
let me
Yes.
learn. Let me learn. Okay, let me learn. He went to secondary school, government college. I just want to tell you from beginning. Then he started University of Nigeria, Soka, but he did drop out. Then he went to London in the early 1990. You know, he went to London Metropolitan University and obtained a degree in political science and a master in political economics. That is there. You know, he even worked as a consultant like the Alpha Finish Consulting. It's well documented. So before he decided to dedicate himself for the Afra course, it's there. But I don't even know Nnamdi Kanu, so I'm just telling you how I feel. So it's not. I mean, don't. But I have to, I have to give my own point of view in that regard. So you can distort any information you want or whatever you want for whatever reason, or because whether you believe somebody is say, I don't know. Only you know, or you just want to throw red meat because some of their fans here like to eat the red meat. But if that's if that's a sabi for you, power to you. So let's go on. Let's talk about it now because I have a lot to say, but you're not gonna give me all the time to to verse all I want to verse. So, but let leave it the way it is. You said about what's going on right now about the protest. This is the problem I have with some so-called educated Nigeria. There's a freedom of protest. That is what the Constitution said. Did they break the rule of engagement? Do they, what I mean by rule of engagement, engage in area that's prohibited for them to, not to go. If they do that, or the lawyer or the brother, yeah, they should be arrested, but it's not gonna be something. It's not. You can't punish those are minor offense if they break the rule the way it's supposed to be. It's not something you can jail them for a long time. If they break the rule of engagement, like you said, Shiwere has been picked up this morning. If they break the rule of engagement, say don't go there. The way they bracketed the whole area, where are those people supposed to go? But that's a story for another day. If you feel like when it comes to Nigerian policy and people are allowed to protest in Nigeria, what kind of democracy we have? We know how you and I here know what actually happened in that country. That people are not freely allowed to protest. The government is going to do everything to subjugate people, right? And they've been doing it. So it's not even something to be debated. Every common person with sense know that Nigeria is not a free society for you to protest. That's a fact. So whatever he's doing right now, he's trying to defend himself and everything. He has a right. And the man has, he's an educated man. He's not a dummy, illiterate like you claim to be. He can defend himself. If you decided to feel like this is a political situation, kudos to him, and he's doing it the way he feel like. But my problem I have, let them decide this. This cannot be going on in forever. If they want to put him, jail him more, give him time, let them do it. And stop wasting people time. This is not good for the government. It's not good for Nnamdi Kanu. If you say, okay, he committed treason or whatever, you may determine.
Sorry, Prestige, you still have the floor. Who is delaying the Nnamdi Kanu trial? Who is delaying it?
Government is number one. I give Nnamdi Kanu may play a role in that, but I give the fault to 80% of the whole delay. The government. Forget about the changing. I had the speakers
All right. Why?
spoke.
Why?
That's my opinion. Forget
No,
about
why?
what
No, it has
Nnamdi
to be
Kanu do or changing of lawyer.
what's it based on now? So sorry, just give me 2 seconds. Nnamdi Kanu, when he was arrested, they charged him, and then he did a no case plea that went on for 6 months, and then the court said he has to defend that case, and then he fought Justice Binta Yako for about 2 years. That went on for 2 years, and that suspended the trial until Justice Binta Yako she recused herself. When Justice Binta Yako recused herself, Nnamdi Kanu then filed another no case to answer plea, which went on for another 6 months, and then the court had to step that down. And then he sacked a series of lawyers that held the case, and then he got a new set of lawyers. And then after that, he went into his health situation, and that held the case in suspension until the court sent the Nigerian Medical Association to go and check his health, and they said they had to stand trial. So the prosecution has presented this case. Nnamdi Kanu has to present his defense now. The judge said present your defense within 7 days. Nnamdi Kanu is now pleading for 90 days. So who's delaying this trial? Is it the government or Nnamdi Kanu?
I mean, everything you just read can be true and can be false at the same time. So, in my own opinion, I follow some of them, but I'm not Barbados, But the whole trial, I know what's actually been going on. I fought the government. But do we even have a judicial system that functions correctly? No, we know how everything happens when it comes to judiciary. We don't have a functional judicial system. So, call a spade a spade. All this thing you are saying right now until Nigeria actually happened to you. You know what's going on in that country. Have you ever been to Nigeria? Let me ask you that. Ever?
I don't even know where Nigeria is on the map, to be honest with you.
All you do is
I'm just some African refugee in the UK.
Yes, you are. You're an African refugee. All you do is stay in London. Very soon they will send up most of your brothers away. See what England is doing. I know you're a British citizen, but
they will send me back through Libya.
They can't send you back. You're a British citizen.
No. They will put me on the boat. They will put me on the boat back to Libya.
I follow the lunch club every day. Everything, the whole thing that's happening in Nigeria, which is, But anyway, that's a story for another day. So let me watch and let other people speak. Thank you.
All right, that's the elegant man of prestige, of course. Man of prestige, one of the OGs, one of the pillars of the platform. So we go on to another pillar of the platform, even though he doesn't spend enough time with us. You will expect a lot of the show red defending as we go to Comrade Omoruye. So Comrade Omoruye, the political content creator called Omoyele Sowore, he has finally gotten what is always been anchoring after. He's been arrested by the government. So now he will continue to resonate within the political discourse, which is what he has always been after. So your Ijo man from the creeks is now in DSS facilities. I wonder if they'll put him in a cell next to Nnamdi Kanu. Comrade, you're up next. Comrade, you don't
thank you, one more. No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, carry on.
Thank you very much, Wama, for the opportunity. In addition to what the last speaker just said, please, I'm not saying, we all have our own biases, we all have our own tribes, we have our own emotion and sentiment. We cannot take that one away from our being human. There's sometimes when we're discussing some sensitive issues of national interest, we should not look at everything from the prison of tribalism or ethnic egoism, or else the whole essence of discussion will be watered down, will be reduced to, will make it look so pedestrian. Having said that, I'm not indirectly calling you, there are issues we're discussing issues. We can discuss issues and make sense of, what we're saying without necessarily tying it down to tribal, coloration. Having said that, I want to say, I pity for Sowore. I don't know the kind of human being Sowore is. we don't know the value of who Shogore is, and in an unjust society, they say the best place for the just is the jail. That's exactly what is happening to Shogore. And I'm not surprised he didn't start it today. This is something he has been doing for the past 3.5 decades. So for those that I don't even know where he belongs, I don't know even who he's fighting for. For those that he's risking his life for, they'll come out and tell you he's chasing cloud. He's creating content. Who is actually creating content? If such content is easy to create, everybody will have been on the street creating one or two. It's not easy. They are not common. If this content, what I mean, somebody is coming out to fight on one part of on the other side of the divide. Their brother has been arrested for the past 10 years. Some of them even want him to die there. They don't want him to be released. I discussed with a lot of them. They don't want him to come back. The forces against Kanu within the southern eastern region is even stronger than the one from the external. Is stronger than the external factors. So now Shogore is trying to get involved. They tell you he's trying to he's fighting for cheap political popularity. He's trying to score some cheap political goals. They tell you he's trying to take the shine out of Obi. When you mention Obi, everything, the whole evidence of what you are doing is eroded. Except he has to be Obi. I don't know. I pray that God should give a person like Obi someday. Obi is going to be another president. Nobody can be able to, you can't even criticize him. People will ask for your head if you do. Now, the same people that are castigating Shogore for trying to do the little they could not do. Everything about the whole thing, they have, politicized everything. He's trying to be popular. He's chasing cloud. Just the same term you just used right now. I don't even know where Shogore belongs. The one thing that has been working for him, one thing most of us could not do. The last time I discussed, I said you have taken this struggle to a different dimension. The only thing that gave us power when we were in the struggle, not necessarily the money. Some people were chasing money. They got the money. Today, most of them are in government. Most of them were employed. They were fighting for government. The day they pretend to be with us, in the night they are in government houses collecting money. We already knew that as far back as in the early 90s. But today, the only thing that gave us the rest of us power then, seeing the people you are fighting for, you might not be able to do everything, might not get everything you wanted as a then. But then you see the greatest source of our strength then came from the people we're fighting for. We could do this. We could bail out, we could be a voice for the voiceless and for the less privileged. But today, Shogore is fighting for both his friends, his enemies. Most of us cannot do that. I can't be fighting for somebody. You are insulting me in the morning, in the afternoon you have a problem, you're waiting for Shogore to come and protest for you. If I may say, let's assume without conceding, Shogore is doing this for political popularity. What is even wrong in it? I have a general question for everybody listening to me, including those of us in the panel. What gives people popularity? What gives people wealth? What gives people fame? What gives you business? What makes you a billionaire? Is it not looking for a need and creating a means to satisfy that need? That's what gives people popularity. That's what makes people hero. Some people even go as far as 4 minutes. In America, for example, one person from childhood, he has always been reading about heroes of this world. And he wanted to be a hero. You know what he did one day? He was working with the American Fire Service. All in the name of becoming a hero, he has to set a fire, he has to set a building ablaze, so that he could have opportunity to perform as a hero. Then he was regarded as a hero at the beginning. At the end of the day, it turned out to be that he was the cause of the fire. People could go to that extent. Now, this is a natural thing. Shogore is not the cause of Nnamdi Kanu's incarceration. Shogore is not, it's not even one of his defense counsel. He's only doing his little bit as a citizen of the country. And again, another question, rhetorically, what is bad in the protest? You court coming out overnight to say this is where you have to. Is that not tantamount to restriction of their freedom of movement as citizens of a nation? Have you not seen people protesting in the White House? Is our Asoro stronger than the White House, if I may ask? So let's be careful. Today is Shogore. Today is Kanu. Tomorrow it could be you. Today your brother is the president. Your uncle is the president. Tomorrow it could be an Ahusama. It could be a Fulani man. One just left. When he was there, the same people that were clapping for him, today they calling for, they're saying it's the cause of all the problem inherited by Jagaban. No, even if you say Buhari was the cause of all the problem, Jagaban wasn't in Neza. He was part and parcel of that government. He knew the magnitude of the problem he was going to inherit. He even came out at a point to tell us nobody should pity him, that he has for the job. He has to provide solution. I wonder why people are going about, defending him. As per the issue the last week I raised, man of prestige, we're talking about genocide. By the simple definition of genocide, can anybody on this platform deny that it's not genocide in Nigeria? By the simple definition, there is every ramification. In all ramification, we qualified as a nation with.
But you're missing a bit. They are describing it as a Christian genocide, which is.
I'm coming to that. That's my next point. I'm coming to that right now. The type of genocide you want to call it is a different ballgame altogether. I give you examples. For a Christian-dominated society, where the attacks seem to be going the same direction, a lot of people have been, eliminated. They have every right to conclude that, oh, this thing is targeted against us. In that way, will you, if somebody comes up from that locality, like Benue, for example, Plateau, and the rest, and say this is against us, the person might be right. You that is living in the West, at the comfort of, Lagos, security may not know the magnitude of what the person is talking about. And again, if you are in a bus, for example, you're traveling somewhere, along the way, you are stopped. A lot of people are speaking certain language. Your ability to speak certain language will exonerate you from being attacked. You select people to say, calm down, at random. You select them and, waste them. The other one that is wasted, whose relatives were wasted, have every right to say, this thing is targeted against my tribe. So, no matter how you look at it, even the Muslim community, if a Muslim-dominated area is attacked, and the greater number of persons that were eliminated happen to come from that religious cycle, they also qualify to say there's a genocide against them. But the issue is not even about, instead of thinking of how to tackle the problem head on, we are busy in our little platform discussing about if we're going to call it Christian, religious, tribal, whatever, ethnic genocide. It doesn't matter. The fact is that people are being wasted every day. The people were on Dr. Dameji's show last week, from morning to night, they were there for more than 10 hours discussing about what kind of genocide is it. Is that the question? Or people are being eliminated? We're instead of talking of holding our those in authority accountable, or doing more to protect the people, because that's the primary responsibility of any government: protection of lives and property. If you cannot provide protection for the citizenry, the construction of roads from Lagos to wherever, to Damaturu or wherever you taking it to, it's of no effect, because people cannot use the road when they are not safe. We need security for us to be able to travel along those roads. So the question is, if the last president created this problem, that one came out openly without hiding it, to say Boko Haram were his brothers, and any attack on Boko Haram were attack on the Northerners. That one didn't hide it. Now, what are we doing? If he could not deal with his brothers, what are we doing in this dispensation? This is a Northerner, a former Nadeko, a Democrat, quote unquote. A certain Yoruba leader, though he's a Muslim. I don't want to go into religious, discussion this time around. What are we doing to solve this problem? Some people will be busy telling you, is it the cause of the problem? Did it just start today? Does it really matter when it started? Does it really matter who caused it? We're talking about solution. From somebody that said, I know the magnitude of the problem. I know what I'm going into. I know what you employ me to do for you. Nobody should pity me. I don't need your pity. Why are we busy pitying these people? Are their lives and the lives of their family more important than the lives of a nation? Presidents will come and go. Nigeria remain as a nation. No, I think I don't know what we discussed, whether it's genocide. Nobody can argue that there's no genocide in Nigeria. Whether it's religion, whether it's Christian, whether it's tribal, ethnic genocide, the choice is yours. Whatever you use, Genocide is genocide. People are involved. Lives have been wasted. Having said that,
comrade, can you give me 30 seconds, please, just to interject?
You add it to my time. I think you add it back to my time.
Carry on, Baba. I was actually about to round you up so that we can hear from Awo as well. But
I want to quickly say something.
We are in a peculiar situation.
Hold on. Take the interjection from Baba, respond, bring it home, and then we'll go to Awo. Baba.
We are in a peculiar situation. We should not be unmindful of the complicity of the ruling class in some certain parts of the country. A governor is on record in Northeast saying that some traditional rulers even take money from terrorists to come and invade their villages or communities. A governor
definitely.
Secondly, a few days ago, the Sultan of Sokoto is considered a spiritual leader of the North, said there is no attack from terrorists in any village or community that the traditional leader of that area doesn't know about it. The Sultan said it. So that is the peculiarity of our situation. And in that kind of situation, there is nothing any government can do about it. Because if the people themselves are the inflictors of wounds on themselves, that is one. Two, if the killings we are talking about today, if it happens in Zamfara, it's Muslims, of course, that will pay for it. If it happens in Sokoto, ditto for Borno, Adamawa, and all the rest. But if it happens in North Central, Plateau, Benue axis, we know it will involve Christians. If it happens in Okeode, in Kwara, we know preponderance of those victims will be Muslims. So let's put these things in the proper perspective and sum it up as Nigerians are being killed every day, not Muslims, not Christians. Thank you.
Yeah, we just repeated, you almost corroborated what I said. Is it the coloration that matters? Is it the name you call it that matters? That is genocide. Genocide is genocide. A Christian has every right to say we are being targeted for elimination. If, like you said, you merely repeated what I said. If a Muslim-dominated community, such a thing is happening to them, they also have the right to say we are being targeted. So genocide is genocide. So no matter the coloration you give into it, does that stop the government for living up to expectations?
All right, bring it home in a minute, comrade. So we hear from Awo, and then we'll open it up. We'll still loop it round because
I know a lot of people don't want to listen to this, just to other than to sing praises of we play more politics, but nothing but politics. But I wonder why Kanu want to defend himself in such a sensitive manner, calling witnesses that may not even be willing. I mean, he's on the defensive side, calling witnesses that may not be there for him, that may not even show up for him. I don't know what he wants to achieve with this. I call my friend this one like, what do you think he's trying to make out of this? I cannot comprehend for now. Let's see as as time goes by. So let's see what he's trying to achieve by saying he wants to be his own his own lawyer, and what he's calling witnesses like Wike and Co, Burata and Co. I think there's more to this than the ordinary eyes. And Showore, to me, is doing a yeoman's job. We never value our heroes. We never value Ganifa Wahimi. We never value the Agbakobas of this one.
No. Hold on. You can't draw parallels between Showore and Ganifa Wahimi. Comrade, a lot of people, the majority of people see Showore as no more than a content creator. And if you look at his protest, by the way, it was the majority of the people gathered. They were content creators, live streaming and playing their own narratives to their own political space or to their own audience space. So it was more like a content creation something. Actually, don't draw parallels. Ganifa Wahimi is a serious man now that had serious impact on the Nigerian space.
What has Gani done that Showore has not done?
So there is just some comedy skit now. It's just some
comedy. If such content is easy to create, Mama, can I see you in Nigeria? Just spend 1 week or 2. I will give you 10 million
Yeah, I mean,
before you go.
I value my life now. I love my wife. I love my wife and I love my children, but Ojore doesn't love his wife or children. So
Now
he can go and chop bullets.
Now you just confirm the seriousness and the risk in such a content creation. Thank you for acknowledging that. God bless you. Goni Showore has done more than Gani, has done more than Matulu Aking, in my own estimation. God bless you.
All right, Bilan, stay with us, comrade. We go on from you to Awo, who has not been with us for a moment. So good to see you back, Awo. We're speaking about the Nnamdi Kanu narrative, who has now saying that he's going to get his own counsel, inviting Burutai, and all of that. The thinking is that he doesn't want a judicial process; he wants a political out. So, what are you thinking about what Laolu Akande has to say about the
Yeah, first of all, before I even move into that, I have a different theory, woman. And my theory is, for the very first time, this will be the first administration that is not much more dealing with America as much. Okay.
Sorry, Awo.
Yeah.
Let me acknowledge Hassan's super chat. So Hassan is the only one super chatting to the stream at the moment. More people should be doing that. There are only two people that super chat to the stream. Is Hassan and Ayo. So we'd like other names to be joining that space in the course of our sessions to come. Sorry, carry on.
So in my theory, I think this administration will be the first time that have little, no much dealing with America. And from that point, I'm looking America as looking for every means to disrupt Nigeria as a country. And one of the willing to, I think, is Showore. Because if you look at the way Tinubu has been managing the situation since the inception of this either obedience, whether opposition, he has been dealing with them in a very systematic manner. You see, look at the way look at his movement to oversee. He will be the first president, I think, in a very long time that has little or no much dealing with America. So, and I think it's one of the reasons why America has been willing to throw anything in the way of this administration. Now, let me come to Showore. Showore has been a willing tool. Okay, and if you look at what he has been doing, though to some of obedient people, I don't want to generalize in terms of naming Igbo supporter. I think it's just chasing crowd. And it's not only chasing crowd, it's appealing to obedient people. How on earth can you go on protest for somebody that is standing trial? Are you saying the president should shut down the process and free him? And to be honest, I don't have much problem with that. Okay. Now, when you go out to protest in the country where I resident, okay, people protest every time. Okay, as they are protesting, they are also respecting the right of people who are not willing to protest. So they choose a place, gather there, do their protests, then police give them some kind of cover up. They are not moving on the streets like all this one that is appealing to the Igbo or to the obedient. It is easier said than done. Like one of the last speaker statements now, that he's seeing him as what is big in that he has right to protest. You have rights, but there's nobody on earth that have absolute rights. That is the reason for formation of government in the first instance. If you go into the reason to the reason why government is being formed, so that there can be orderly manner. When we are talking in this way, we should always put ourselves in the other person's shoe. What about me that I don't want to protest, and I have to get to my destination for me to survive? What becomes of me? And they are so stupid to the extent that they are even putting it on the social media that, hey, Abuja was shut down today, completely shut down. They are happy about it. And they are appealing to their audience. Where on earth can somebody's rights infringe on your own and you come up and say he has rights? What right does he have that make him to be you see, he has been doing too much these days. And I believe from the perspective I'm seeing it, Tinubu is trying to manage.
Sorry, Awo. Why do you think that is? Why do you think Chowore has been pushing as aggressively as he has over the last
because
few months?
A willing tools. He's a willing tools from the people that want to disrupt Nigeria. And you have to give it to Tinubu. He's managing the situation in a way that he doesn't want anything to escalate. Because look at it from this angle. So many things America has thrown in his way. It doesn't bug, it doesn't fly. The other time they said they want to pack people of deportee from other national. They want to bring it to Nigeria. The man said no. We have enough problem at hand. So we cannot take, because of that, they restricted visa they are giving to people. That one doesn't fly. They said it is a genocide. And some stupid idiot woman being, they are even collaborating that. When these idiots that kill people, when they go into mosque, going on in the market, do they ask for the religion of people they killed? And instead of us to come together and push back, some people are buying this narrative. It's making me sick. You want to say they are killing in Benue? Are they not killing in Kano?
Sorry, I saw a message put out by Sarah Ibrahim. Sarah Ibrahim is one of the political advisors and right-hand people of Peter Obi. When that story broke about the Muslims attacking the Christians in Nigeria, she put out notice to the obedient Southeastern space that they should be putting out examples of this in order to amplify that storyline to convince the Americans that this is indeed going on.
Look at it from this angle again. The other time when Tinubu was declared winner, they went to headquarters of the army, to be appealing to army to come and take over.
Let me interject on that point if you don't mind. Just a second. There's no proof. What you know? What I believe you're an enlightened person. When one man bring out a false narrative here, you need to do your own educational verification. Just
Did you see the
video? Forget about that video. That's a fabricated.
Okay. I want to forget that one.
You said. It doesn't
go
make any
on
sense.
The internet. Go on.
No, that's not a
listen,
truth.
my brother. Go
and verify.
Go on, comrade.
It's not comrade. It's comparative.
This one has nothing to do with somebody is pushing one narrative or somebody is not pushing one narrative. Go on the internet, search where the obedient were flying Russian flag because there's a coup in Niger, there's a coup in some African country.
That's the northern. This is how misinformed you are. That's the younger. Come on now. Okay, but anyway, let that be your brain. I just want to interrogate. This is your time. Thank you.
I don't want to engage you in all these arguments. Okay, because there are three sets of people you should not argue with.
For your information, that's not me talking. That's the man of prestige talking, not me.
Okay,
but when you are done, I have 1 or 2 questions for you.
Sorry. So there are 3 sets of people one should not argue with. First of all, somebody who is not willing in any form or shape to adjust his opinion. He doesn't want to learn more. He just wants to stick to what is on his or her head. Another set of people that follow are the people that you are not seeing from the same angle. It's either you are knowledgeable than them or they are knowledgeable than you. So you engaging in arguments with that kind of people, you are wasting your time. Another last set of people that you should not engage at all are the people who are not even in any way knowledgeable, because they don't even have the clue of the topic of discussion. Let us leave all this sentiment.
Yeah, can I ask you just one question based on what you just said?
Listen, just 1 minute, just one. If it were to be Obi that won election, will you, in a good conscience, will you have supported somebody flying another country's flag in the name of politics, in the name of say, okay, my candidate did not win? Will you have supported, with the reality staring everybody in the face, will you have supported America saying there's genocide? Who is carrying the genocide? Is it the Hausa against Igbo, or Igbo against Hausa, or Yoruba against Igbo? Who is carrying? Or you don't know the meaning of genocide?
Okay, that's what I'm doing. Can you define? Let's define. I don't want to give you my definition. Can you define genocide? No, go to your Google. Bring the genocide. What are we analyzing line by line and see who is wrong? You think you know everything? Define genocide. Let's see if there are parameters to conclude that there is genocide in Nigeria.
Please. So my point is this: when you say genocide, it has to do with one ethnicity trying to dominate another ethnicity. And in this case,
is it happening in Nigeria?
I ask again, which ethnicity is trying to dominate the other one? Which group is trying to dominate the other one? Because the last time I checked, people killing the Nigerians.
Did you need answer? Just a rhetorical question. Do you need an answer?
Whether Igbo, whether Hausa, they are a bunch of criminals. We in the north, where you are saying there's genocide, the one going out in the southeast, what is it? Because the number of people being killed by...
This is a contradiction.
You will not listen because your sentiment has covered your sense of reasoning. The one carrying out in the southeast, what do you call that one? Is genocide.
You give it a name. Well, you are the one that is being.
I'm the one giving it a name because the last time I checked, the number of people killed in southeast, okay, is even more than the number of people killed in the Benue that you are referring to as.
It should be justified. Should be justified.
So it should not be justified. Then let us come together.
So give it a name. Give it a name.
And push back.
You give it a name.
Push back that
sorry, Awo.
Criminality has nothing to do with genocide.
Sorry, Awo. Can you hear me? What comrade? What Awo is saying to you, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that even though there might well be a Christian genocide going on in Nigeria, it's actually going on in the southeast, not the north.
But is that genocide? Will you call it genocide?
If you want to name if you want to name it genocide, okay, it has to be like one group is trying to dominate another one.
What is happening? What is happening to you in your quarter, at your backyard?
So
can you
which group is trying to dominate another one?
Do us a favor. One man, please. To end this argument, right? To put it to rest. Just go bring Google of definition of genocide. And one by line, just as you normally do. Let's analyze it one line by line and see what we're talking about.
Your definition of genocide.
Not my definition, not your definition. Let one man bring it from Google.
When you say genocide, it has to be the superiority of one group over the other.
What do you have in Nigeria? What is the
definition of genocide? Okay, what I'm telling you is this: The people carrying out these criminalities, they are pure criminal. They are pure.
So what do you do to criminals? What are we supposed to do to criminals?
Then that is where we should all come together and name it.
You arrest canopies and welcome them and give them you will give them a pat at the back with weapons, publicly displayed.
Who is making that one?
With local rocket launchers publicly displayed.
And
you with fanfare, you welcome a terrorist.
Is it the federal government that is offering that peace deal, or the community
is it
that
Nigeria?
Have been listening? You see, it is easier for you to be opening mouth where you are because you are comfortable there. Come down to Nigeria, because right now I am in Nigeria. Come down and leave.
Do you know where I'm talking from? Do you know where I am right now?
Listen. Come down and live where this evil is being carried out.
Hold on, comrade. I will hold on. You said you're in Nigeria now. How long have you been in Nigeria?
I've been in Nigeria for like 2 weeks ago.
Right. What has been your experience? Where in Nigeria are you?
I'm in Lagos.
Right. What has been your experience in terms of the security, electricity, the price of food? Just those three spaces.
In my estate, in my estate, about an hour ago, okay, my wife came in and told me that in the next 3 hours they are taking the lights. I said, do they give notice now in Nigeria before they took lights? He said they are taking lights in the next 3 hours because they want to carry out maintenance. It's quite expensive, but you can never, as a reasonable human being, that the brain and the cell in your brain are functioning, and say this man has not made any changes.
No,
electricity.
Don't get too sanctimonious. Just go to the specific question.
In terms of security.
No. What has been? No, hold on now. Let's do it one by one. What has the electricity supply been like? The electricity supply.
That is the point I'm trying to make. That at least in a day.
But you get 24 hours, because there are reports now that people are getting consistent 24 hours in Lagos, especially.
Yeah, that is the point. Yeah. We have at least minimum of 16 hours electricity in a day. Minimum, though it's expensive, but it's not the same thing when you have it before. And that is the point I'm trying to make.
Yes, let me take you to the food.
So
in terms of the no, forget the sanctimonious. Nobody's interested in that. Talk about the food. What's the food prices like? What are the food prices like where you are? In the, at least you've been 2 weeks there, so you're sufficient enough to gauge it.
Yeah, as in the price of food is reasonably better than before.
Be honest. So what the average? Can the average man? So can the average man? Hold on. Can the average man afford food in Lagos?
Of course. Better than last year. Things are still more expensive, but not like last year. At least last year, it's not even last year. Just 6 months, I came back home. I came back to Nigeria. The crate of egg was 6,000 naira, but now it's 5,004. Just last 6 months. Bag of rice.
What's the size of a crate? Hold on. Is it 24 pieces? How many eggs are in a crate? How many pieces?
Crate is 30 now.
30. So 30 pieces of eggs for 6,000 naira.
It's not 5,400.
Oh my! Didn't say 6,000. No. This guy is a chronic liar.
No. He's living in Nigeria now.
I say 5,400, my friend. You don't know me. Yeah. Don't ever talk to people like that. Have a little bit of manner.
You've been talking people here. We've been talking everybody here.
I said 5,400. So how is that now a liar? Are you living in the bush?
No. Don't get involved in that. Take us to the security. What sense of safety do you have, and what are your security concerns? Can you go out at 2 a.m. in the morning in Lagos and feel safe and be safe?
The last time I've never heard anything like say there's risk to go out, my brother. I've never heard where they say there's risk to go out. People are moving out now. You know how Lagos is very busy. People are moving out 24 hours.
One man, can I make a deal with this guy? Can I make a deal with him?
No. Just let him speak. He let you speak. Just let him speak. Yeah. Carry on now. Yeah.
So the road is not built in a day. Okay, leave all your sentiments aside. Look at the reality on ground. Okay, people carrying out this deadly act, they are pure criminal, and we should all come together and push back for another country that is trying to make our country ungovernable.
You know why I'm asking you know why I'm asking you these questions, Awo. A lot
Yeah.
what I've noticed with a lot of people that go around all these platforms making commentaries is that they are commenting from muscle memory. When they were last in Nigeria 5-10 years ago, so they're still commenting from that point of view. So but
Woman, let me shock you. Let me shock you.
Hold on. Let me just land this. The people going to Nigeria recently, they are reporting phenomenal improvements in terms of safety, infrastructure, food. The people, so this is what we're getting from real on the spot something. But people that have never been to Nigeria in the last 6 years, they are telling you from their muscle memory of 6 years ago. But carry on. Bring it home, and then we go on to our plan.
After I came back the last 6 months, because my wife used to sell a bag of rice. Okay, so he went to buy all those markets at the rate of, from both transportation and everything, almost like 70,000. Up to the moment I'm talking to you, he cannot sell that rice because every time the price of rice is coming down. Every time the price of rice is coming down. At a point, I was even telling her that it's better you give in and sell it off. So my point is this: see, there's nobody, whether Obi, whether Atiku, that will enter there and perform magic. So what has been damaged for the past 40 years? Don't just expect miracle. People are just reading out, how is this one be like that? How is that one be like that? It's not going to go away just in a
You are giving us talking of solution. The guy told you he knows the magnitude of the problem. Why are you making excuses for him?
Who am I making excuses for?
Bola Tinubu knows the magnitude of the problem. He has been in the game since 1992. For him, he knows the magnitude of the problem before he asked for the job.
What has that one have to do with the situation on ground? My brother, see, you are very, very fall within the group I just categorized. You are not in any position to engage because you are not engageable. You are not engageable. You are just ranting from nowhere. Not engageable. You are just ranting, and this cannot help. This cannot in any way shape the discussion we have.
Play it back and see what you are saying. I see your lies. You are spewing out.
Hold on, comrade. You said Tinubu knew the magnitude of the problems. He did know.
That was what he said. I'm using
no. Can you just hold on now? Tinubu knows even Tinubu told us that he knows the magnitude of the problem. So, and we all know the magnitude of the Nigerian problem. But is Tinubu preferring, and is he presenting and actioning out the solutions to those problems? Is where the question is. So, in terms of the educational space, you cannot say it's not doing anything. People are reporting really vast improvement in electricity, security, all of these spaces. So it's not going to come in
Did you say security?
Yes. The security situation,
security improved. Yeah.
In Nigeria
security
now
improved.
Is a
Just like one in Kwara.
Forget Kwara now. we have not said they solved insecurity. What are you even doing now? Let's be intelligent in how we
Do you
do
know?
this
Do you
thing.
know? Do you know
Can you
the
just hold,
kilometer?
guy? I'm just let me nisuru now. Kini gbogbo now. Just nisuru. Um, nobody, nobody is saying there's no insecurity in Nigeria. Of course, there's insecurity in Nigeria. But what we are saying, what is being suggested, is that the insecurity in Nigeria is a good 80% more improved than it was under Buhari, when Nigeria was just a mass killing field for 8 years solid. Still quite a very dark space. The insecurity is still quite extreme, but not to the level of Buhari. You know, people can drive, and Reno Mokri demonstrated it from Abuja to Kaduna and back, unaided by security. You could never try. All the improvements have been reported in electricity, security, education, all of these spaces. People organically on the floor living in that country are reporting this improvement. So that's not to say he has solved it. That's not to say there are no incidents. That's not to say Quara did not happen. But we're saying we're on the direction of improvement. But I bring it to Awo, and then we go on to Hassan.
Yeah, let me just hang up there. Let me allow another person to come in. It's okay.
All right, Hassan, come in. So I mean, you've been listening, so let's hear from you, Hassan.
Hassan, can you give me just
Mama,
30
can I
seconds of
interject
your
based on what
time?
you just said?
Hassan,
No.
can
I
you give
don't
me
want to
30
hold that
minutes?
space for too long, because it can go on for 20 minutes. Let Baba just say a little
Yeah,
something,
thank you,
and then
Hassan.
Hassan. Yeah.
This is just for academic exercise. I'm not interested in whatever Kanu is or not. It's about the 23 witnesses he's calling.
Baba, are you there?
Yeah, thanks, Hassan. It's about the 23 witnesses he's calling.
Hello, Baba.
People get excited and think it's feasible, but I stand corrected. Ogbeni, I know will be listening, so he can come in anytime, maybe in the evening, to correct this. When you present your list of witnesses for defense, it behooves on the court to look at the merit and demerits of each of the witnesses you are calling, because you have to tell the court too that I'm calling Chief Alaji Hassan in for my defense for this reason, for that reason, for that reason. So the court now will rule on it that, okay, yes, it will help your case. We check this, they tick that box. So at the end of the day, they may just tick about 7 boxes of this 23, and you will end up calling them as witnesses. And that is if they will come, because there are hostile witnesses too, and the court cannot change their mind. So just as for academic exercise for those that are getting excited unnecessarily. Thank you, Hassan.
Yeah, just before Hassan picks it up, Baba, what convincing argument would Nnamdi Kanu present to court to compel the court to force Theophilus Danjuma to come and take the stand? What has Theophilus Danjuma got to do? He's inviting Danjuma. What has Danjuma got with Nnamdi
Oh,
Kanu?
you answered that question already, one
Brain,
man. When
is brainless
in
exercise.
your opening remark, he wants to go back to 1966, and that does not matter in the presence of these treasonable charges and terrorism is answering, because the court will ask him, "What has 1966 got to do with what you are facing now?" He wants to take the court on a merry-go-round. That's his intention, but it's not going to work, because the court will eliminate all those high numbers of people.
And Baba, that lends it. That what you just said here said there lends itself to what Laolu Akande is saying, that Nnamdi Kanu is not really interested in the judicial process.
I've said that before.
Is after a political outcome.
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago, I said that on this. For those that are paying attention to what I'm saying, that is, they are not interested in defense, because the case already established itself. So he has no
All right,
defense.
all right, Baba. Floor is yours, Hassan. Let's hear from you.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. One man. I'm going to reiterate my. I always
like feel very, very, hard, and I feel that it is important that you keep doing these afternoon sessions that favors us that are in Nigeria. And I can't stress this enough. Please, one man, please don't renege on doing these afternoon sessions. It means a whole lot to me and people like me. We are Nigerians. We live in the equator, and it is not the same with you people that okay you are in the UK, we have similar time, but those that are in North America, Australia, the Asia and all that, and they do those all midnight sessions and all that. Then they are giving them more priority. And I understand that, yes. But maybe when you do this side by side as you're doing this, it makes a whole lot of difference, and I appreciate it. Well done to you, and I hope you continue to grow the better and get a lot more penetration to get into the Nigerian space. You know why I'm saying this? There's this huge disconnect between people who live in the diaspora and who have not over the past years, just as you said, over the past couple of years, even touch home base to even understand the peculiarities of what it is like in Nigeria and the whole dynamics and the political and social and economic situations that prevails. So they are talking from a place of insufficient information. I don't want to call it ignorance, but insufficient information. And the moment you do that, you reach a conclusion that is so devoid of the realities on ground, and the whole thing is just sounds like a farce, like just a comedy and all that. It doesn't really make sense. Okay, now getting back to the comrade Omowole Sowore and the debacle and what he has gotten himself into.
Sorry, Hassan. Sorry, Hassan. The audience are saying your voice is not coming through fully.
Okay,
There's an echo in the background, and then you sound a bit distant. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me try and adjust it. I'm using multiple devices. Just a minute. Sorry.
All right. I thought I spotted in CBD in the comment section. So in CBD, if you want to come in, I know just to give us some right-wing Igbo slant on the narrative. Do you guys remember in CBD from back in the days? We used to call him Dubisi then. Are you back?
Can you hear me now, one man?
Yeah. Carry on. We'll make do. Carry on.
Is it clearer?
No, not significantly, but carry on anyway. We'll make do.
Right. What of now?
Yes, that's marginally better. So carry on. So we're talking about Laolu Akande telling us that Nnamdi Kanu is more interested in a political situation than having his day in court.
There's this human tendency in group psychology, and that it has been established that when you look at intrapersonal and interpersonal interactions within human beings, it is a completely different phenomenon when you look at what happens when there is group interaction, group to group or group to individual. And that says it all in the sense that this hard mentality that possesses people and make them fall into a self-defeating and self-harming cause. It has happened over and over and over again. And what history has taught us is that the stupid, the idiotic, and the downright incompetent, and people who are devoid of compassion and who are devoid of empathy they do not have any hindrance in getting into the positions of power and actually leading people. So the way history has established is that there has been countless times where stupid, idiotic, uh, 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 incompetent people have found themselves in position of power where they control a heart of people, so plenty people, and then what actually develops is that they get a cult like following. Our friend Nnamdi Kanu, is a typical example. I can tell you different examples of leaders who have fallen, who represent this phenomenon. Look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump is somebody who you say is quite stupid. Just to say the reality. Yeah, you can look at other people too. Like
One man,
who I
one
even say
man.
that
Hold on,
they
one
are quite
man.
incompetent, but they
Please
still
tell Hassan to stop calling Donald
causing a
Trump
lot of
stupid.
let me not just go into that tangent
Do
and
you
then
know
come back.
you don't believe in free speech? Let him speak freely. But Hassan, condense it to about 3-4 minutes. Well, I'm keen to hear from NCBD, who has not been with us for well over a year. But carry on, Hassan.
Okay, I want to speak to the food insecurity and the availability of food and all that. I think I talked about this a while ago that for the past like 9, 10 months, food prices have drastically are reduced to the point that you cannot say that there is no improvement in the prices of food to a reasonable amount that people can you know afford it. And let me tell you this, even on in mosques and imams, when they do their sermons and do their podiums, they have praised Tinubu and the federal government in what they have done to ensure that food prices, have become more cheaper in the past couple of months, because we did really suffer in the beginning of 2003 to around mid 2004, up until this hybrid system of importing food and all that. And that is just the reality. If you decide to ignore it, well, maybe you are living somewhere very far away from what the ordinary Nigerian is actually looking at. So there's that improvement, and you cannot deny and give Tinubu and his team that credit. Even though this, I hope, is a temporary measure, because we still have to protect our indigenous farmers, not to kill the agricultural sector in that sense. Now, for Laolu Akande and what Nnamdi Kanu is trying to do, Nnamdi Kanu fashions himself as some sort of intellectual um, intellectual genius who thinks he can play the system and somehow force. And there is this hubris with people who come from that part of the country, that they believe that manipulation works. And even though after time, it has been proven that it do not really work, somehow they believe they have some sort of intellectual superiority to think that this is a method that works. And over time, you know, the results are clear that it does not work. Do your propaganda on your radio, talk in genocidal terms, ask people to kill people, ask people to do all sorts of, nefarious, violent, despicable atrocities. And then when you find yourself in court, you think you can find your way and blackmail the government into pardoning you. I think that is a fool's errand, and that is who are his lawyers? Who are even advising this group? That for him to think that somehow Theophilus Benjuma will stand invited to come and say something. And Theophilus, who are they mentioned some people who have nothing
Mhm.
to do with.
Hassan, can you just close your mind and imagine the spectacle for a moment? Theophilus Danjuma is standing in the dock of a court, being bellowed at by Nnamdi Kanu in his usual shouting when you can speak normally manner. Can you imagine that? Imagine this is the ridiculous level we're at now.
One man, this the talk of the genocide in itself. If we are going to apply what genocide actually really means, I think Kanu did.
Asan, let's not go into that genocide. I think we trashed that quite heavily yesterday. But if you just want to give us just a little flavor of that, and then we go to incivility.
Okay. Um. Um. We all know what has happened. And then what defeats that argument is the sheer fact that the people who are the criminals from criminality knows no tribe, it knows no religion, and criminality, exists and happens when two things converge. There has to be the intention, and then there has to be the opportunity to carry out that crime. So if you deny one of the two, then it will not happen. But as we have come to, painfully experience, our situation, is the fact that IPOB, ESN, and bandits, Boko Haram, all that. There is no tribe in Nigeria that do not have elements who are criminals. But Kanu's criminality is on a higher level because when you hear him talk, you know, the specific way in which he talks is usually around killing members of a certain group, and he ensures that that group is singled out, and he ensures that he pushes his people to deliberately inflict, calculated harm to the group, physical destruction, burning stations, killing army, killing people who are innocent people who are not from his area, who he just perceives as enemies, just like that, innocent people, and then he imposes measures that
All right, one more minute,
intended.
Hassan. One more minute. Carry on.
And let me just leave it at that. But
No, no,
I think.
land that point because you're in the throes of a thought. But bring it home quickly, and then we move it around. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yes. So now where I have seen videos where is it ESN or whatever, they opened fire and killed some herders who were going around. They killed the cows. They killed the young children who were herding the cows. They did all sorts of things. They mutilated, beheaded, all sort of gory pictures, and all that. Now, for somebody who has done this, he should be in the Hague. If Nigeria does not, if Nigeria pardons him, um, and he eventually leaves Nigeria anyway, we are going to ensure that we get him arrested and take him to the Hague. But the Hague is going to be paradise for him. I think the best thing for us is to put him in one underground dungeon in Kirikiri to serve as a lesson for anybody that's.
If they are going to imprison Nnamdi Kanu, I would not actually recommend Kiri Kiri. I would want them to go and imprison him in Yobe or Gombe or Sokoto, so some really difficult to reach, so that it feels the fullness of it. But stay with us, Hassan. Let's hear from CBD, who's joined us. CBD, báwo ni ṣé ìjà wa ti tán ni? Ndubisi, the man with the superstar name. Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀?
One man went to Mo.
Ọ̀gá pátápátá.
I thought you have gone to the moon, oh, but you're still in the moon.
I'm still here making noise. Yes.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Like, nowadays, I think we have gone past the days of we are all trying to defend our own political ideologies. I think now we already know where everybody stands. And not to hit on anyone here, but if you're going to be a propagandist or just say things that you think it will stick, ESN did this, ESN did that, you should at least try and be articulate a bit, maybe following the footsteps of what's his name? Is it Reno Mokri, the one that everybody have seen him for who he is now? Well, but it's normal, one man, these are the people that your channel attracts. These people that think that we are fighting a tribal war in Nigeria, or that think that it's all about, APC and PDP and all that. Well, the thing is, I will divide just very short. I'm not taking long, but I'm going to divide what I'm saying into, political, or should we say political stroke tribal propaganda, then the real issue that is facing Nigeria. Well, so, for example, people that think that someone like President Tinubu is like the total shot caller in Nigeria, I think those people should think again, because it means they have no idea what is really out there. But yeah, we have a point. Is the leader of the country? He has significant, or to a certain level, he has the influence and the power to make some changes. But major change by himself or just with his own will, I think not. So, but the thing is, I don't know if it's a real beef or if it's just a created beef for distraction. There are some of the political elites of the North versus the Tinubu APC, Southwest camp. Yeah, I don't know what to call it, but let's just assume it's real. If it's real, then obviously nobody is going to fall. As much as we are seeing all this nepotism and all this urbanization of all major appointments or whatever, we will still prefer let Tinubu be there. If we are to choose between Tinubu and these people that are making noise in the North, because those people, they can't think that they are smarter than everybody, and they can't think that when things are not going exactly the way they want, then they will now come and start trying to bring all manner of propaganda. Then all of a sudden insecurity will triple. So that's why I'm saying we have to start at some point. We have to keep our propaganda pen and paper down. Then we now look at the bigger picture and look at the country. Somebody is here still talking about IPOB and ESN. That's your problem in 2025. IPOB and ESN and Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is you're very happy, excited, even you're almost singing that he's still held. But you're very, very comfortable with bandits that are holding public meetings and giving conditions, and of people that are being released on a daily basis in the name of they are trying to rehabilitate them. These are terrorists. So IPOB and ESN have not been designated, not recognized.
In CBD, I didn't even want to interject you, but are you trying to draw parallels between a northerner in the scale of hierarchy of being a Nigerian? Do you think the southeasterner is equal to a northerner?
One man, you see what? If I were you, I wouldn't even answer that question. This is what one man does. Try to defend you know, a terrorist like Hassan. But anyway,
No, but one
You
man
see,
knows
you
that.
see,
One man knows
you
that.
see.
Wait. Oga, with your
No,
whatever
no, no.
voice.
Sorry,
Just
sorry.
wait.
Let me address Comparator.
Wait,
He
wait,
called me a
wait.
terrorist.
You
When
can't address when
you
I'm speaking.
no, no, no.
You
I will
cannot
address
address when I'm speaking. If
my
you
friend. Listen to me. I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing the person that called me a terrorist. Please, please. I'm
you're
not
not
taking you.
addressing. Oh, I'm
Let
not your number
you
one.
can
I'm not your friend. I'm not your friend. No, well, sorry.
you
I'm not going to. I won't give you
you
that.
can listen.
I
Abba,
won't give you
we're
that.
brothers now. Oh, okay,
I won't give you that.
Hassan, hold on. NCBD has the floor.
No,
Hold on now, hold on. Oh, hold on. NCBD has the floor, so he has control of the narrative. So hold on, if he
You
doesn't want you
cannot
to,
walk an inch in my
no,
shoes.
no, no, no.
You
Yeah, but you hold that
charlatan.
thought. Or hold
hold.
that thought. When in
Uh,
CBD lands, because in CBD controls the flow at the moment, and it doesn't want the interjection. So carry on in CBD, and then immediately
yeah,
after you get that right to response, and then we go to Ogbeni in CBD.
yeah. Thank you. Yeah, of course, I don't think he deserves for me to give him that courtesy. That's why. Well, now, based on what he's saying, you don't want to be called a terrorist, and you're here making what you're very
Yeah,
comfortable
don't
calling.
don't address him, because then he will have the right to reply. So just go to the comment.
All
If you
right, all
address
right.
him, then he will have the right to reply.
Okay, you are the boss, one man. So now, what I'm trying to say is this: in this time and age, they are talking about all the issues that we are facing as a country, and you're still talking about ESN and IPOB by this time. So that shows that you're either a propagandist or or you don't understand what's going on. Now, like what I was saying, in fact, my major point, what I wanted to just say is this: you see this divide that is in Nigeria. At some point, people have to now ask themselves, what is, because I've always made it clear. Somebody was talking here and he said people from that side of the country, they are like this and that. Well, we understand that. Me, I think nowadays I see these things as maybe some ignorant people on X fighting, doing tribal fights. But if people are still taking this thing like mature people are still talking about these things, then you wonder, are these people, is this what you've come to this world to do with your life? Instead of facing the solution, looking for the solution for the country and addressing points. It's not even now. You can't even hear me saying that Tinubu is this and that at this point. But obviously, there's a lot of things that he can do right. For example, if you're even trying to unify the South, sometimes I ask, who are the people that are that are around the presidency? Who are these people? Because it seems like they are doing more harm than good. Because there's no way you'll be trying to unite the South or maybe all of that, and you have people that are online every day, or pushing propaganda and shouting, creating a lot of Igbo hate stories and all of that. Then you have your henchmen in Lagos targeting. Of course, you can say, oh, it is not just one tribe is affecting, but the majority of the people is affecting. You doing all of these things, and you are at the same time you want the South to unite, and when you are pointing only. So I truly don't understand the psychology or the logic behind all those things, all those because are you looking for enemies or are you looking for friends? And that's why even some of us, but I will still maintain, if anybody, nobody, no political elite, whatever, because we have to be careful. I'm not part of the people that is grouping people and casting all this tribal bigotry on them. Like, if all these political edits from the north will come out and tell us that they don't want Tinubu, then they should make sure that they are bringing somebody totally different. If it's one of their people that they want to let Tinubu be there, because they can't think that they are smarter than everybody. They can't continue. We can't continue like that. When things are not going according to your way, you want to bring propaganda and say all this and that. And I don't understand. To be honest, I feel like some of these things is just manufactured, like for distraction. I don't think they're even that naive to come and fight against somebody like, or maybe fight against their, they have this political marriage, the Southwest political elites and some of the North. I don't think they can even do that, because what would they have left? And they are not like having the best alliance with the Southeast or the South. Okay, and they need the South.
All right. And CBD, let me ask you a quick question. Just give a very brief answer to it, and then we go on from that to Ogbeni. So give a brief but an honest answer. So I'm relying on you to be honest. What do the Southeasterners want? Do they want a better Nigeria, or do they want an Igbo Nigeria with an Igbo president? What do you guys actually want?
One man, you know the answers to all this your question. There's
I know the
nobody
answer
that
now. I know you
no
want
no
an
no
Igbo president.
no
Yeah.
no no wait no, that's not the truth. That's not the truth. And if you're here saying that the Southeast or the Igbos or even the South they've been treated fairly in Nigeria in terms of maybe political power and all that, that's a lie, that they've not been treated fairly. So if someone is telling you to treat them fairly, does that mean that they are telling you that they want an Igbo or a South controlled country? So we are talking about treating people fairly. You allowed Jonathan, the
All
Jonathan
right.
that
Let me ask. No. I think we get your point. I want
just
to
give me
hold on,
one
hold
man,
on.
1 minute
Can you
now. I
just
thought
hold?
you
Can you?
said
No, the
all
floor
right.
is still yours. I want to ask you a tag-on question, and then you use that to bring it up. So hold that thought just in abeyance. I've even forgotten my question now. So carry on.
Yeah, thank you. Even the time they said they want to do that, they will try and they will give a South. Jonathan, look at what they did to him. Look at what they did to him, and we didn't want, like they made the country ungovernable for him. So sometimes I even used to say this thing that people think the Igbos are the most marginalized in Nigeria for all this, with this political and whatever. But it's actually the South. But they don't know. They don't know because the Igbos are the one like.
Should I tell you who the most marginalized people in Nigeria are? The most
I'm talking
they are
about
the
in terms
no.
of region, not
Yes,
tribal.
in terms of region, the most marginalized people in Nigeria are the Hausa people. There's
No,
nobody marginalized in Nigeria other than the
we,
Hausa people. But carry on.
we just said region, not tribe, and you went on to mention a tribe. In terms of region, it's the South, but they don't know because they think that even so, which of them? That's why sometimes when I look at Wiki, I say, okay, I hope let's assume that he knows what he's doing, because if you like stand on the highest mountain and be screaming, "I'm not Igbo, I'm not Igbo," because of your political career and all that, and what you think you want to achieve, they know who you are. In fact, the people that know you a lot more than you even know yourself sometimes are your enemies. So they will it's all. But I'm sure he's an old man, and I mean, he has experience. I'm sure he knows that there's nobody that is buying that I'm not able to talk. But now this what's the name? What's this Nnamdi Kanu issue? Nnamdi Kanu, because that's what I saw on your. To be honest, I'm not even interested to know how the technicalities or how it benefits him for naming people that will come and all these powerful people. Obviously, someone is here saying that he's looking for a political solution. You actually think that in the Nigerian courts, the way things are, that Nnamdi Kanu is looking for a judge to give him a fair judgment? How does that even make sense when how many judges have cleared him? But he's not, obviously, he should just, since the whole thing is a charade, let it just be a charade. In fact, if I'm him, I might even, if it's possible, I will name more famous or powerful people, because the whole thing, that it doesn't work in Nigeria. If they don't want to release you, they won't release you. Which person did you hear that got, that won against the government? You can't even win against one big man by the corner, not to talk of winning against the government. So it's going to be a political solution. And since the whole judicial process is just like a show of, then let it continue being a show. So for the people that are jumping up and down with their happiness, I hope that you're very proud seeing terrorists that are holding AK-47, that are gathering in the public spaces and holding meetings with with some security operatives, and you're here thinking that Nnamdi Kanu is your problem, then you don't know where you are.
All right. All right, brilliant. Thank you. Excellent. So that's the quality that we have missed from CBD. So that's the quality that we have missed. Hold on, Hassan. So the room starts to populate. So we start to now do time limited submissions with very little interjection. We'll go Ogbeni, we go enigmatic, and then we land on our Midwest. Hassan, you want the right to reply? Just make it a short little something, and then we go to Ogbeni, 5-7 minutes, enigmatic 5-7 minutes, and then Midwest. Hassan.
Yes. Thank you, one man. You see, there is a deliberate misconstruing of the facts of the matter. People kind of just oversimplify what this criminal, this terrorist criminal, and this albino terrorist criminal that wears what's the name of his designer?
Fendi.
Fendi, all the time. He is not only being arraigned for just one issue that concerns his arrest in Kenya, which kind of breaches international law. But we all know that the way the world works is not ideal. There are certain situations that the doctrine of necessity trumps whatever it is. This is somebody who poses a national security, threat to.
Sorry, Hassan. I thought you were going to speak to what Prestige said. So if you're not,
I will get to him. I will get to him. I'm just late.
No, but don't because there's so many people still waiting. So yeah, carry on.
Okay, one of Prestige. You see, I wear a size 11 shoe, and I can bet the last drop of my blood and the things that I have done, that you cannot walk in my shoes to try to curb insecurity. You do not have what it takes, not even in the slightest, because your world is so myopic, narrow, ethnic chauvinist kind of way.
You are describing yourself. You are describing yourself.
When you come to Nigeria, whenever it is that you decide to come to Nigeria and leave that place and come to Nigeria, and try to do your research and see the difference between me and you. I am a Nigerian, a very proud Nigerian, who have done my own part in ensuring that Nigeria succeeds, and any threat, anybody who tries to destabilize Nigeria is my enemy, and I will stop at nothing to crush that person. You fall into that category, and I'm going to tell you this: take it to the bank.
So that is what
no. Just let him no. Let him just make that point. Otherwise, that conversation could last a good half an hour. So thank you. No. You threw it. Oh God! You threw a sling at him, so he had the right to reply. So let's just.
He's not replying. He's telling somebody that we look for him and crush him when he comes to Nigeria.
Well, there it is now. So the person should not have called him a terrorist.
He should not have called him. So these are the same. No wonder the brothers of this, some of the brothers of this guy are comfortable wielding AK-47 in public. If this man can be here,
just
look at his head.
An IPOB who will take AK-47 and kill people.
No wonder.
Let's move from there.
Yeah. All right. Hassan. All right. So sorry, Hassan. I'm going to mute the two of you. Just so that we can move the conversation on. So we have Ogbeni still with us. We have Enigmatic so Midwest yet to speak. Ola comes in as well. So we go with Ogbeni, and we do 5-7 minutes monologue now, just really so we can get all the voices in quicker. So Ogbeni, the floor is yours. Laolu Akande came out in a conversation with Maokwe Ogun, and what he was presenting then is that Nnamdi Kanu, he doesn't actually want the judicial process. He wants a political settlement, and he's using the examples of the people that Nnamdi Kanu said he was going to call as witnesses for his case to make that point. So, are you in tandem with how Laolu Akande is positioned? So, about 5-7 minutes from Ogbeni. Ogbeni, good to see you.
Thank you, Oma.
Welcome, Ogbeni. I welcome you too.
You see, I don't know why they keep mischaracterizing Nnamdi Kanu's case as a political case. What's a political case? What's political in a crime that is being tried? And when people come out, particularly those senior advocates, I'm so shameful of them that you come out and you say, oh, this is a political case. Go and settle it through. How? What's political in it? Oma, do you know what they call political case? For instance, if there's an election and there's a violence during the election, probably violence by a party, somebody who is politically inclined, maybe boys or some against the other, and they pick them in the course of violence during election. Because what caused that particular crime at that time is because of their political position that they are taking and people financing it. They call it a political case. Another example I can give you is if, for instance, there's disturbance somewhere and it's between two political sides, and then you pick a particular part or you pick both, and then they put them in prison and you want to try them. Then the Attorney General can say, no, this is just a political case. If we do this, it's going to cause more bad blood. Therefore, let's file a nolle and release all of them. These are little political case, not like in Nnamdi Kanu case. And when people speak sometimes, I wonder what knowledge do they really have about criminal litigation and procedure. But I know, as a matter of fact, that our society now has become a society where we have the culture of blackmailing. Look at the person that just finished talking. He said, no, he doesn't want to talk about Nnamdi Kanu, but he ended up in exonerating Nnamdi Kanu. He ended up telling you that Tinubu is paying nepotism, but he will never want to talk about it. He ended up in making Northerners should not criticize. If they are criticizing, then let Tinubu remain there because they don't have right to criticize as far as it's concerned. He tell you, there's a political marriage between the South and Southwest and the North, as if it have never happened in Nigeria. Nnamdi Azikiwe did the same political marriage back then. Do you see anybody complain? Nobody will complain.
I hope I can respond, though. Not that one man you say.
Please let me free flow. Let me flow, please.
Let you flow.
Yes, let me flow. So you see people like them. They want to. It's the same person who want to laud Igbo tribe by all means on Wike. So because Wike is saying I'm not Igbo, it's a problem for him. But at the same time, he will be the first person that will come and bring this victim mentality of saying, oh, they are being tribalistic. So I've come to the conclusion about that when you see somebody bringing out victim mentality, most times they are the culprits. When you see somebody say, oh, they are petty propaganda, oh, they are bigot, oh, they are petty, bad. Just try to just wait a minute and check and be critical about what they are saying. You will see that the same thing they are complaining about underlays whatever expression they are giving you. That's what I have seen. So we now have a culture of blackmailing that even gets suspect now out of criminal matters. And I'm not surprised. When it happened in Osun State, I was one of those who wrote online and I complained that in one of the blogs that why would they said somebody committed robbery, and then the entire social media now went agog and said, oh, they said it's only chicken he went there to steal. He did not commit armed robbery. And before you know it, they blackmailed the governor to release the person. I said this is a very bad culture. So if somebody killed tomorrow, we'll follow this populist approach of as long as he can gather social media, gather majority to say, no, release him. Then the governor will just go and release. The president will go and release. I remember those guys that were parked during NBAC governance that were destroying things. The same way they blackmail the government to say, oh, they are children. Why will they be picking children? Even if though they are 16 or 18. Which kind of law? When you tell them the law in terms of crime of majority in Nigeria in 16, 18, they say, what kind of nonsense law is that? So they don't really care what the law says. It's not their business. What matters so much to them is that what is their own narrative, and that is what they want to follow. So we live in a situation now, or a generation now, that even when an expert is talking, they will tell you, like man of prestige, just I know what I know. It's an approach of this generation. I know man of prestige is not the person of this generation, but I think he has locked in their culture. So let me narrow it on Nnamdi Kanu, and I think we need to continue enlightening public so that you don't blackmail government into this victimhood thing. Nnamdi Kanu is facing trial for crime. Nnamdi Kanu, his case is not political, as far as I'm concerned, and I can tell you from experience.
Which experience?
Nnamdi Kanu charges were 15 from the beginning. They struck out some and narrowed it down to, I think, about 7 now. 4 major ones, which the prosecutor has established their case. Come for your defense now, wahala. You're not ready to come for your defense. 4 cases. First one is treasonable felony. When they raise that, you see one of them who is laughing. What is treasonable? What is treasonable? What do you really know about treasonable felony? Have you even picked the criminal penal code or criminal code in Nigeria? Even read? Any of them have not. But they just pick 1 or 2 things. What one somebody is saying on X and others, one underage is saying something, they will pick it and that's what they'll be peddling around. This man is called for treasonable. What's his treasonable felony? First, the government is saying he called for secession and he declared Biafra an independent state. Secondly, the government is saying that he formed his own military wing, which none of them will never deny. But they will tell you, is this as bad as the bandits in the north? So your own bandit is better than their bandits. That's what they do now. That's the kind of unintelligent parallel they draw. And I laugh. Okay, you say somebody else. ESN is a military wing that carries guns. We've shown the video here severally. They carry guns and they terrorize people around the houses. ESN are the people that ensure that sit down, this thing must be done on every Monday against constitutional authority. And you see some of them living abroad, where they are living, things like that will never happen. A single citizen of a country will declare no in a place and will be enforcing his own military wing. So these things happen, but they want it in their own comfort zone, but they don't want it in other places. Secondly, incitement of public order is the second of this thing. And they've shown a lot of videos. They play a lot of videos in the court to show how he was inciting people. How he was ordering people to go and do this one, go and kill this one, go and do this thing. And they were carrying out all this action, which makes you what they call participating criminally in law. So when you ask them, many of them say, but he was not there. He did not carry the gun himself. No, my man, excuse me. What you don't know, you don't know. What you don't know is bigger than you. Go and learn. I don't need to be there. If you hire an hire killer to go and pie somebody, and they pick that hire killer, having pie, and he mentions you, the same punishment for the hire killer is to you. That is the law. Nobody is changing it. So you become an accessory. In fact, as a matter of fact, if the hire killer finishes killing and is trying to dodge, and you harbor the hire killer in your room, and you keep and they pick the hire killer there, you get the same penalty. They call it accessory after fact. So what you don't know, you don't really know. And don't let me even bore you about. They all know all these counts. He was broadcasting in areas. He brought his own transistors facilities into the country when he was arrested. They caught him with that. And he had been using those facilities already to broadcast secessionist messages via his Radio Biafra already outside the country. Then you brought it into the country. It's an offense on its own. Go and look at NBC Act. If you are not a licensed radio to start with, you can't operate a radio. One. Secondly, to use that radio to broadcast secessionist messages. And the last one, which is another major one that they are charging for, is that he's leading. He's not just a member. You are leading an unlawful group, which is IPOB. So they will ask, why do you say IPOB? There is a judgment of the court that declare IPOB as a terrorist organization. Go and appeal against that judgment first and set it aside. If you have not done that, that is the position. So for somebody to be a member, it's just like when you are in, maybe you are Hamas, or you're a member of Hamas, and say, I have my right to say I'm a member of Hamas. You don't have that right, because there's a law that is binding on you. So when they pick this guy, and sometimes you see many of them will come and say, they have delayed his trial for 10 years. I just look at it as, why do people like to be not to be honest? This guy was arraigned 2015. He jumped bail in 2016-17. He was outside the country throughout that time until 2021, they picked him. So are you saying he was facing trial, he was in incarceration all the while when he jumped? Yes, fine, they picked him. In 2021, when they kidnapped him back to Nigeria, which I disagree with, and the Supreme Court also disagreed with it. In fact, they said go and compensate him, but they said go back to your trial. And you see Ejimako or Maxwell Okpara and all of them, they will be citing Court of Appeal decision, and they are aware of the Supreme Court decision that said they should go back. But the one they will be citing to you is the Court of Appeal that said, I dismiss the charge. Federal government further appeal, and it's reported, part 1949, Nigerian Weekly Law Report. The judgment is there. The Supreme Court said, yeah, they kidnap you, the extradition is illegal, it's unlawful, and they said they should pay him XYZ naira for that. But they said, however, that does not affect your trial. Go back and face your trial. But you won't see Ejimako and all of them saying that to his lawyers.
Go back to where? Go back to where?
Go back to the trial court to go and face your trial.
Not go back to Kenya. Not go back to Kenya.
I know you know the law now. You go back to Kenya. So, but you hardly see them saying that.
So sorry, Ogbeni. Is it your understanding that the Supreme Court said they will send him back to Kenya? Where did you read that?
They said they should take him back to where they abducted him from. So when the man is saying go back, when the man is
they said go back to your trial. That's what they said.
When he's saying it, is avoiding that part.
No, they did say that now. Don't make us go and bring up. We can go and bring up the judgment.
They said they should take him back to Kenya and bring him back the legal way.
All right. No. That's it. Maybe you read that. He read that in hold on.
You're talking about political.
No. Don't take over. Don't take over his slot. Don't take over his slot. Maybe you read. Sorry, in CBD. Maybe you read that in CBD, but in English they said they should go back to his trial. But Ogbeni, start to bring it home about 3 more minutes, and then we go to enigmatic.
Thank you, Wama. You see the reason why I don't rate many of their opinions is that they pick opinion from IJJ Media, Igbo TV, Igbo, all those things. That's where they pick their news. So. If you refer them to go and read it in the Nigerian Weekly Law Report, I've just cited it. It's part 1948. I just finished reading it 2 days ago when I was listening to Ejimako and he was still emphasizing on that. I said, this guy should be punished by legal personal disciplinary committee. You can't be misinforming public. But where it's a sensitive matter, they will tell you because it's a sensitive matter, therefore, well, I agree, so that you don't burn the entire country. So, but we should keep correcting the narrative. The Supreme Court said the way somebody is arrested does not affect the jurisdiction of the court to try the person. That's what they said. And it's not new. It has always the principle. If I obtain an evidence I want to use against you, let me give you an instance in Nigeria. I can't record your private conversation unless I have your consent. That is the law. But if I bring your private conversation to court, the court will castigate me for getting that evidence unlawfully, but the court will still make use of it. Because what matters most is the admissibility of the evidence. That's all. And the weight of the evidence. And the Supreme Court even said it clearly. And in fact, they've castigated the Court of Appeal for creating law that doesn't exist. And there are 2 cases they cited to them. Ejimako and others, they cited a case in South Africa and a case in Kenya that supported their position that they should take him back and that the court cannot exercise jurisdiction over him. But the Supreme Court said clearly that those cases are not applicable in Nigeria. They are not binding on them. And because of that, they trashed those cases and said, our jurisprudence in Nigeria is that you go back to your trial, go and face your trial. There's no trial in Kenya. Face your trial in Nigeria, go back to the trial court. But you hardly see them saying that. But let me leave that because we live now in the world where they will tell you, I know what I know. That's one man of specific. We always say, I know what I know. So it's good. Let us all know what we know. So, but now, okay, the man is back. From that 2021 to now, what has he been doing? He has been attacking the judges. You hardly see them saying it. They won't talk about it. Justice Nyako was the first judge that you don't bail from Justice Nyako. He revoked your bail. Yes, every average judge will do that. How we do that? Yes, you gave reason, they invaded my house, they keep people in my house, but I'm a judge, they brought their own thing to and said no. Then he revoked the bail. The woman is biased. The woman is Fulani. You see Nnamdi Kanu shouting that the woman is after Fulani in the court. And these are the same people that will tell you they are not tribalistic. Why? So because a judge is a outside Fulani, so what? Is he not a Nigerian? So why do you have to be fixated? And you see one of them here calling it, so because somebody is a outside man is a terrorist, a bandit. You see the kind of
Benny, what's your take about these 23 witnesses, please?
About what?
Yeah, the 23 witnesses for defense.
So it's
how is that viable on point
Baba,
of law?
Baba, you see, that's what I love. Now, face your defense. I just think justice system reset a lot of things in the society. If they free Nnamdi Kanu on all these camp charges, go on appeal. If Supreme Court say we are free you in Nnamdi Kanu, it will even strengthen him more to say, look, what I'm doing is lawful. The court has even released me. The problem I have is for you to be truncating and be undermining judiciary because of your case. No, that is not done in an insane society. You chase Yanko away from your case. You blackmail that Yanko. Yanko transferred the matter back to Federal High Court for another 5 months. No judge. They took it to one judge. He recused himself. One guy from I think Enugu. Now the CJ Federal High Court CJ now took it back to Yanko. You say Yanko can never do it again. Until now is before Justice Omotosho. They have not even started citing that one tribe. I know they will start attacking that tribe. That is because of Obama. That's why he's insisting. So okay, the prosecutor finished their case. When they finish their case, they say, "Come and open your case. You file no case omission," meaning that I don't have any case to answer. And the court said, "No, let's look at it." They deliver a ruling to say you have a case to answer. They say, "Come and open your defense." The next thing is that they say you are not fit to stand trial. You that have been trying trial of this way, all of a sudden you are no longer fit. And the court say, "Okay, I don't believe this this thing you are bringing. Let Nigerian Medical Association, who else in Nigeria can have the best medical report than the body that comprises all medical doctors in Nigeria? Tell me." And the Nigerian Medical Association came to court, which is comprised of everybody of all tribes. And they said, "This man is fit. We have tested him, and he should come and face his trial." Yet your lawyer now went with your order to the street and be saying, "Releasing Nnamdi Kanu." Release how? You shouldn't face his trial. The judge will just say go because they are blackmailing me. Things don't work that way. So, in concluding, my thing is this: I've seen our society, and I realize the culprits, most times, they are first to complain against what they themselves do and what they themselves do. And you have seen it demonstrated just in
one man,
10 minutes, 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes. Let me to move that guy.
If you're going to be muting me like this, one man, what am I doing here now?
You are truncating.
Well, no, you didn't let Hassan interject you now, and Ogbeni doesn't want the interjection. So the same respect that you insisted from Hassan, extend it to Ogbeni.
Interjection for now. Let me land because I'm about to land. That's it. So, one man in landing, you see, and I agree with you, one man. If there's any tribe in Nigeria that we so much relegate and undermine, is the Hausas. They hardly complain. We'll call them Aboki, we'll call them bandits. Somebody just call them bandit now. You call them terrorists, you call them all this sort of name. Peter Obi will want to give the worst example in Nigeria. You go to their region to go and pick. If he wants to describe poverty in Nigeria, it's the place he will go to. If he wants to describe illiteracy in Nigeria, it's the place he will go to. If you want to describe somebody who cannot read and write, all sort of, we ascribe it to that space. And you hardly see them complaining. They still tell you they are part of Nigeria and they keep pushing things. But this victim mentality is the problem I just have about my Igbo brothers. I think they should have a rethink and see that everybody is being marginalized in Nigeria. Who else? Which region? You want to come to my place in Ekiti? You won't see any federal presence in Ekiti. Look at our road. Everything is bad. We don't have any federal presence. So if you want to complain, where we can start rebuilding Nigeria from is to tell ourselves the truth and not victim mentality. We are all victims of bad leadership in Nigeria. So don't say because it is the turn of somebody leading now or somebody coming from one tribe. What am I getting from Tinubu? I've never getting anything.
Oh, there is bad leadership.
So
I
there's
didn't know
always
that.
bad leadership in Nigeria. It's because you don't know me, so you think every Yorubas believe there is no bad leadership in Nigeria.
Yeah.
It's part of the
Wow.
tribalism
That's shocking.
you guys play. And when you say Yoruba matter, you say that is shocking. That's how they play their this thing. That's shocking. But I'm not surprised. People like you follow Obi, and that is the kind of thing they peddle. They go to Lagos.
Benny,
You're even
educators in advance. How
you're even
the judge Omotosha will
so we
strike
are,
off some of the witnesses. Very important before they
Baba,
start hearing from the courts.
at the end of the day, I see Obi getting conviction because they've established their matter, and let them come and prove their defense.
Kanu, you mean not Obi Kanu? Although Obi is deserving of a conviction too. Obi is deserving of a conviction too. In fact, why don't we just throw the whole of Igbo land in prison? Then we have
why?
peace.
Why?
No. We know the people that usually comes here. We can't be shocked. We are not. Do you even see me angry?
In CBD, impulse control, please, impulse control.
And I've expressed that my opinion severally. One man, lastly.
No. I'm doing it intentionally. It's not about impulse. Don't worry.
No. Let Ogbeni land. I think the audience are keen to hear from Enigmatic, who has not been here for a long time. Ogbeni.
One man, let me round up on this. I won't allow anybody to blackmail this platform, and I'll try to correct some impression. There are so many obedient on this platform. Shoma, one of them. Man of Prestige, one of them. Ekene, one of them, and so many. Emeka used to be here. I can't say
George Blue Shell.
Sir?
George Blue Shell.
Emeka is not an obedient, but in CBD,
sorry, he's not obedient. Yes, he's
a member of that space.
Yes, he's an Igbo person. So it's a platform that has people of varied opinion, and it attracts a lot of people from different opinions. So let's leave it at that. Whoever has
and we let them speak as well. So I don't even know I don't think there's any space that allows more free speech than this space. So maybe there is, I don't know. But look at his CBD now, just attacking everybody, and he's doing it freely with confidence. But that's what we get.
Himself, and I think it's good. It was for democracy. He pushed his own narrative of what he believes. We try to correct it, and we try to express our own too. Where he thinks we are wrong, he says it, and everybody keep moving on. The only one I don't just want is shutting somebody down or calling another person bandit because of his tribe. I think that goes to, it touches the red line. You don't call somebody bandit because of the person's tribe. That's
what are you talking about?
All right,
did anybody call anybody bandits here?
Well,
you have gone so far in this.
And CBD, with your permission, let's hear from Enigmatic because we still have Midwest, and then we have Ola as well. So
I will see you later, one man. It's nice seeing our professional propagandists once more,
All right.
Hearing from them. It's okay, we'll talk.
All right, Bilan. So that's in ZBD, who has come to throw in an acerbic remark right there, but that's not going to change the course of anything. So thank you, CBD. So we go on then to the wilder of the Koboko, applicable to the random wayward Chinedu wherever he is. Okoya Popsimo Enigmatic on this. So Enigmatic, Laolu Akande, and his position on the Nnamdi Kanu space. That's what we're speaking about. Enigmatic on D.
All right, thank you, one man. My utmost regard to everybody on the platform. Baba, Agbanya Daleo, may God continue.
Àmín, bàbá mi, àlàáfíà fún ẹ̀wọ̀n àtàrà lé o.
Àmín ọ̀yàlá. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni, ọ̀rọ̀ wà o. Dr. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni, I know my join ní doctor láìpẹ́ very soon, inshallah.
Thank God.
Tí ṣetán ni ó yẹ kó ti ṣetán náà.
Ọkùn kékeré ló.
Okay.
You guy cannot harass me. I'm not going for PhD.
As a matter of fact, I got my associate professorship 2 months ago.
Oh, right. So it's now Professor Ogbeni. And look at in CBD, the spare parts dealer contending law with Professor Ogbeni, the spare parts dealer versus the professor. But Enigmatic.
Ogbeni, congratulations.
Is it Ogbeni that got his associate prof? Who is it, please?
Yeah, it's Ogbeni.
It's Ogbeni.
Ogbeni, congratulations, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
I commiserate
You
with
say
you and all the
Prof
best.
Ogbeni, don't just say Ogbeni.
It's not
Prof
Prof. Ogbeni.
Ogbeni.
Apologies, Prof. Sir. That
Uh-huh.
is no easy
Yawa.
task. That is no easy task. As somebody who, like, I know what it takes. Like, research is no joke,
I,
man. Well done,
I,
bro.
I'm going to do my own PhD when I'm 65, and it's going to be in theology. You can't
Wow.
shakara me.
They know the arrest. They know the arrest. They come out.
That is not the certificate you have. Just because you
Ogbeni,
Enigmatic, welcome. Go ahead.
yeah, Baba Ogbeni. Once again, I think Ogbeni is going to. Your own stuff is in law. He's a doctor of law and now a professor of law.
Yeah,
So
thanks.
that's great. So now, let's take it. Let me just start from this introduction, which is basically, I will call it my MO, right? And I'll start with this. We are all Nigerians, right? But we have diverse Nigerians with different opinions of their own version of progress, their own version of how Nigeria should be, how Nigeria should look, and their own version of what Nigeria should, their perspective of Nigeria, right? We do have apostate Nigerians and we do have patriotic Nigerians. But in the same vein, we should understand the fact that it's a travesty to engage in fallacious syllogism, right, with individuals, with folks, uh, you know, that are confined to perpetually wallow in the ineptitude of their victimhood and yet having to define the oppressive nature of their leaders. When I say leaders now, in quotes, they are leaders because each region, they do have leaders. In the Northeast, they have their leaders. Nobody comes from the Southwest to vote and elect leaders for folks in the South, in the Northeast. Same as Southwest, and it goes around Nigeria. So, uh, also, the diverse opinions of our articulation and belief system in the country we call our own brings me to say this, that the phrenology of our political and leadership expectations are quite very different. And I would not shy away unequivocally, right, and in clear policy terms, to say that our expectations, I would not be one of those people who will continue to join the consensus fallacy of those head political followers or political thinkers who do not understand that leadership goes just beyond having to just trust yourself out there to say you want to be a leader. It goes with a track record. And there's a level you can go with the mediocrity and the coordinated propaganda and campaign of calumny to actually want to force your idea of leader on others. It takes persuasion and it takes handshakes across the bridge. We've been preaching this for a long time, but some people seem to not understand that simple ideology of politics and simple philosophy of having to be in government. Why do I say this? I'm going to uh, uh, speak on what the other guy said briefly. He said they, they need to be very cautious because it seems it's become a tiring and a delusory conversation now, right? It becomes so spurious. Continue to have this victim mentality and believe that you are marginalized. Nigeria is not a cacophony of Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo, right? We just basically agreed now that Hausa people, they are heavily marginalized. I don't think, I stand to be corrected. We've never had a president from the Northeast, Nupe, the minority Nupe part of the Northeast. We've not had a president from the Gala Nation, particularly even in some states. There are some people in some states that they will never be governors. For instance, in Kogi State, how many years of Kogi's stateship? They've had governors
not central.
and governors, yes, and they've never had Okun governor for once. Okun governor. The only time they will even have a prominent person at the national level from an Okun nation, and that was the reason you saw the celebration galore from the Okun people. The appointment of this new INEC chairman, Amopito. So there's no region in Nigeria who is marginalized, and there's no region in Nigeria that is not suffering marginalization. If we have to conclude, there was a time in Nigeria that OBJ was holding sway as the leader of the country. When you look at the cabinet, I think the entire economic council of that, economic and fiscal council of that administration was from the southeast, where you had Soludo as the CPN governor, you had Madam Ngozi as Minister of Finance and Economic chairperson, and you have Arume Ote, there's this lady that used to be something stock exchange. What that lady, I forgot her name now. So you see a lot of them. And during Jonathan's administration as well, I think that was even the peak of their political fortunes. They had the Senate president. During OBJ, they had the Senate president, almost 5 of them. During Gage, they had Emeka Ihedioa as the deputy speaker of the House. They had the man who is in prison now in London, Ekremadu, for almost solid 8 years non-stop as number 2 in the Senate.
And Obi was in charge of the stock exchange.
Obi, after he was done with his woeful performance as governor, he found his way. Even though he lobbied to be the aviation minister, he didn't get it. He was appointed the DG of stock exchange or whatever it was before Buhari came to chase him. It was supposed to be a 5-year tenure. So then they've had aviation ministers almost 4 times, right? They've had aviation ministers almost 4 times. They've had Minister of Works almost 4 times or 3 times. They've had Minister of they've had Senate presidents. They've had this, they've had that. Like I said, when you go back to Jonathan's regime, that was the peak of their political fortune. But when you interpret that to developmental strides, tangibles, you can't pin anything to any tangible effect of those appointments. So what are we talking about? So, and then when you are talking politics, right? Politics is about give and take. And I did say before I even get to this level that in the Southwest, for instance, nobody is coming to select my senators for me in my state, right? The 3 senators in my state, they were voted by people from Ondo State. They got elected on the platform of some political parties, and they are representing the people from that state. The governor from that state were voted from that state. So every region in the country, they've had governors, they've had senators, they've had House of Rep members, they've had House of Assembly members. So in summary, what I'm saying particularly is that hold your leaders accountable, and let's meet at the top and see what we can do, how we can coalesce our conversation about national development. Don't when you look at it, right, is that when you look at the old or the young, particularly the older ones who should understand better, who should be the pathfinder, who should be the guardian, either educated or unlettered, they seem to think the same way. They seem just to cook this idea in their heads, and they turn them into some unrealistic truth about the marginalization. They need to tap out from that, idea. Nigeria has moved on. We had an election 2 years ago. The three major regions had representatives. So you couldn't actually say you were shut out. Maybe you presented your candidate and your candidate was marginalized. They did not register as political party, or they didn't allow your candidate to be on the ballot. Tinubu, a Yoruba man, Atiku, a northern man, Fulani Hausa man, Obi, an Igbo man. They all came on the ballot. Eventually, Tinubu won. And even up to now, the only region who is still crying and whining, right, like 30 babies, like a bunch of bleating goats and rabid barking dogs, that they won an election that they actually came third. They are still the same people. So what would Atiku say? Does Atiku not have his own base? Does he not have his own people who believes in him? How do you always want to do this in a country of over 200 million? An election held, election is gone, go back to the drawing board, go and reorganize, go and rearrange your region, get them behind you, and let's see what you can do. You are still crying about winning an election, you came third. I mean, Nigeria is not meant for only you. You are everywhere in the country, creating yourself and resorting yourself to be wishful nuisance in almost every part of the regions. And nobody does that in your own region. And you are the one who will be crying bigotry and tribalism almost every time. Nigeria is bigger than you, bro, and these people. You just cannot come on the platform and call somebody a terrorist just because you don't believe in the person. And when we say this Christian genocide or whatever, those people who are being killed currently in the Southeast, are they Muslims? Are they not 95% Christians? Those people who are being killed in Borno State, are they Christians? Or those people being killed in the Northwest, are they Christians? How do you want to account for that? I am a Muslim. All the Muslim brothers and sisters that have been killed, how do we account for those? I have Christians in my home. I have Christians in my family. No Christians have been killed in the Southwest. No Christians that I know have been killed. So we have to balance this conversation. For the fact that things are not going your way now, doesn't mean it won't go your way tomorrow. Just go and rearrange and come up with a different strategy, and just tap yourself out of this egotistical, self-absorbed, self-indulgent apparition of believing that Nigeria is against you. You should look at yourself in the mirror and see, why is everybody against you? Are you the one, or are you the victim, or you are actually the people who are actually instigating this nonsense? So on the IPOB man, Nnamdi Kanu, I won't go found that. Nnamdi Kanu, right? It is a sin. It is diabolical. It is atrocious. It is heinous, right? It is delusory for anyone to champion the cause of such a cold-hearted, bloody killer in the name of and how do you want to justify Nnamdi Kanu being released? I wish him well, and all I will say is that I know he will be convicted eventually. And even for a layman, you should understand that you cannot even secure, or you cannot have a conversation of amnesty or pardon without even having to go through a conviction first. There must be a conviction before there could be a conversation around amnesty. Even in America over here, where we have the worst president of all time, right? The dealer we have in White House, who everybody he has pardoned or given an amnesty, they've had conviction. Just last week or this week, a former member, is it Santos from New York, former member of the House of Rep, who is actually serving a jail term, was released. He was given a pardon. That means he had a conviction. He's in prison. He was in prison actually. And all the folks that he has actually pardoned, presidential pardon or amnesty, they had a conviction. You must submit yourself through the instrumentalities of the legal trial before there could be a pardon for you. And I want him to be convicted. I want him to be sentenced to death. And I want the death sentence to be commuted to life sentence without parole. That's my wish for him. There must be.
Sorry, enigmatic. How popular do you think that your desire is? Because I've said it as well that I would not be satisfied until Nnamdi Kanu gets a capital punishment. But I don't even want it commuted. I want it carried out. But how widely do you think that opinion holds? Because look at what the guy has done now. Look at what he has done. You know, there is nothing that satisfies that. It doesn't even satisfy it if they give him capital punishment. But there is nothing outside of capital punishment that should be applicable.
Woman will be resorting to opaqueness, right? And trying to dress the ambiguity of having to describe the heinous crime of Nnamdi Kanu, right? It's no, let's not pay attention to the nebulous and the nebulous excuses and the inanities of those who want to champion his cause because of one reason or the other. Those people are sick in the head. Whoever does that, you know, it defies intellectual parody of any sane human to think that such a belligerent charade of a conversation could even happen in this time of the year or in this time of the century that we find ourselves. If you know Southeast very well, one man, what it used to be a bubbling region, very enterprising, you know. I had the best of time in college while I was in the university there. It was fun. Everything is down the drain now because of a single man who wants to have and nobody tells you can't have your country. And this is the silliness of these individuals. It is so easy, one man. You have representatives at the highest echelon of the political apparatchik in the nation. Let them gather together, the governors, the senators, the House of Rep members, draft a referendum and take it to the National Assembly. Nigeria will be glad. I'll be glad for them to have their Biafra so that Nnamdi Kanu and Peter Obi can be their president or prime minister there. Everybody will be, I believe, myself, let me speak for myself. I'll be glad to have that. But you have to go through the proper channel. You can't just come arbitrarily and start killing your people. The same people you swore to protect, the same people you pretend to protect, you kill them. Are you killing Yoruba people in the southeast? Are you killing Azan's people, my people, or anybody else in the southeast? You are killing your Igbo brothers and sisters in the southeast. You are derailing your progress. The businesses are gone. Don't you know how much they've lost in dollar terms for the past years? They've found themselves in this silliness of this, and this is the when you find yourself in a cacophony of individuals that always seek for a messiah or a savior, right? Any Tom, Dick, and Harry from nowhere can just come and with this hubris of egotism to say he wants to be their leader, and they just be sprawling all over the floor. Nobody in his right senses should be clamoring for Nnamdi Kanu's release. Nobody. And I don't blame Chiwore. Chiwore is a politician. He's a businessman, right? He's just looking for himself. He's looking out for himself. But he needs to tap out of his juvenile pantomime, all those saluta things that he did in Unilag. This man is 55 years, or the next 5 years he's going to be 60 years old. He needs to get over this nonsense, and he has a family in the US. He left his kids in the US. Those kids are teenagers now, oh man. Those 2 kids are teenagers. He has a very lovely wife who has a very lovely career in America here. The guy, when Tinubu came newly, they entered a newly prosecuted for a case. They dismissed all charges against him, gave him all his documentation, his passports and everything. He was a free man. Live your life with your family in the US. No, he needs to be in Nigeria. He needs to cash out from the Western donation, because if he stays in America, of course there wouldn't be any nonsense. He should go to New Jersey now, go and Donald Trump is and ICE, they are causing troubles. He should go and replicate what he's doing in Nigeria, in New York. I mean, in New Jersey or wherever. You don't care about your family. You don't care about nothing. You just care about yourself. For almost 5, 6, 7 years, you abandoned your family in the US. You are fighting for Nigeria. Does Nigeria need your fight? Does Nigeria tell you they need you to fight for them? So we have to get to a point, and we understand that the leaders, right, from that region, they need to come together and let Nigeria ask them, what actually do you guys want? What do you guys want? At a time, you will say Nigeria is a zoo. The other time, you bring a candidate who is of power, and then you want to force that person on Nigerians. And at the other time, you are saying we should release a terrorist that is derailing your economy, derailing every human development index, derailing everything on Nigeria. You want to blackmail the entire nation. You are causing this type of intellectual chaos all over the place. Enter your case, and then look at the theatrics. The new theatrics is the guy is actually devolving to calling T.Y. Danjuma. Do you know the reason he gave for calling Danjuma one man? He said he's calling Danjuma because because of Danjuma's pronouncement that maybe I think he said something about self defense, carrying of weapon or stuff like that.
Ethnic cleansing.
So it's just some silliness that at the end of the day, I mean, it's at the discretion of the court.
Yes, there was a time that Danjuma alarmed when they was really hot on that Buhari in the middle belt. He was saying the government are against you, defend yourselves. So I think is that what you think he wants to leverage?
Right, but you can't leverage that because well, we will not go to the full because the case already is in court. But you should know, uh, you have to understand. Have you seen even the guy is not matured? He has not learned anything. He's been there for 5, 6, 7 years. You can still the belligerent, arrogant.
Excuse me, let me correct something about this Tiwa and Juma thing. You know, Tiwa and Juma is from Taraba State, right?
Yeah.
And Taraba State, yeah, has a history of infighting between the Jukun and one tribe like that. Tiwa and Juma is actually from the Jukun tribe. If you just type it and see, they have a history of fighting each other for the past 40, 50 years. So and the fight is always around farmland, some places like that that are disputed. Now there are also indigenous not there are Fulani populations too in that. So the whole problem of Taraba is multifaceted. So when people from Tiwa and Njuma's group had the misfortune of getting massacred by another rival tribal group, and Tiwa and Njuma made that pronouncement. So it was taken out of context. And the real problem was more of a tribal thing than actually say a religious Fulani, whatever. And Nnamdi Kanu being bereft of what is actually is just too shallow to understand these complexities. Continue, sorry.
Yeah. So one man, there is this.
All right, enigmatic. Bring it on in about 2-3 minutes, but still stay with us. Midwest is still there. Ola is there as well. I'm going to drop. Ola will bring it home. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. The only super chatter was our son. Good to see you, enigmatic. Join us more often. I know you are under the pressure of so many things. Thank everyone. See you later in the.
Yeah, thank you. So they need to really know what they want, and then this attitude of having to prevaricate every time with their antiquated this belief that the entire nation is against them. So there's this maxim, the Latin maxim with that ex nihilo nihil fit. Now you can't build something on nothing. You cannot continue to have leaders who targivisate every time. Which means basically they change they change the size of their stories almost every time. They have a cause, but they abandon the cause halfway. They avoid making any clear statement. You see that they want Biafra today, they want president tomorrow. They are marginalized too, so they are not on the same page. So one is going to Kafansha, the other is going to Kaduna, and then at the end of the day, they blame Nigeria for their woes. How many people want to keep blaming Nigeria? And the level of intransigence is that they tend to irritate. Rational thinking Nigerians these days because of all this silliness. And I'll just land it with this, right? Omoyele Sowore, I think he's been locked up today. What I found out was that I think he, of course, there's a right under the law to right of a peaceful assembly. Yes, everyone under the constitution has provided that you have the right under the constitution to have a peaceful assembly. But that means peaceful assembly. It must not divulge into chaos, and there shouldn't be anything anarchy associated with it. And when there are laws, I believe 24 hours or before, I think 72 hours maximum before the protest, they had a court injunction or whatever, and they had some specific areas of no-go areas, so to speak, right? Restricted areas where they are not supposed to have their protest, and they violated that, and that's why Omoyele Sowore has been arrested. He's been arrested because those folks who were arrested 2 days or 3 days ago, explicitly mentioned Omoyele Sowore as their leader, the one who led them to unrestricted territories of where they were not supposed to actually proceed with their protest. They are not having issue with him. They are taking him to court. I believe he has a right as a proper Nigerian, and then to seek redress, and then whatever comes out of it, we will begin to understand. But it is about time for him. If he wants to be a politician, he stays on the lane and the track of being a politician. If he wants to continue as an Aluta general, he needs to pick and choose where he belongs. He cannot continue to do yo-yo all over the time. He wants to be everywhere. He likes attention. And personally, myself and the consortium of technocrats, we've tried to reach out to him. Look, the boisterous energy you are wasting on a venial and personal political fight with your Abuja politicians and stuff. Can you just spare a little of that and focus on Ondo State, because the governor of Ondo State is running the state into penury. The state is probably going to go into financial perdition if we don't take action. And some of us have been doing that. We've called him. You are the Aluta General of Nigeria. Come and do your Aluta General in the state. Particularly, the guy is your man. You are from the same region of the southern part of the state, and this guy is still in the state blind. We need your energy, not all this But we understand that wouldn't really give him much spotlight that he desires so much, the attention that he desires. I believe his performative experience or performative protest that he needs to show his paymasters in the Western world to say, look, I'm doing protest too, you see. But if he does that in those states, he believes there's not going to be a lot of attention to that. So I wish everybody well, and those people who wants to continue to believe that there are no progress in Nigeria, well, I say you need to fix your life. Nigeria does not owe you anything. Government does not owe you anything. If your life is miserable, it's not as a matter of any administration. Look inwards and see what you've been doing wrong, or probably you can get better at it. Some of us, we go to Nigeria every time. I've been in Nigeria like 5 times this year, and I just came back not quite long. So I don't know what part of Nigeria or what version of Nigeria you guys go to that everything you see is mystery, or probably you have to change your cycle. If you have a cycle that are miserable, probably that's why you see mysteries all over the place. So, and I wish everybody well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Enigmatic. So, who is the next to speak? Who want to speak?
I think it's Midwest.
It's me. Ola, good evening. I greet everybody. I don't know whether Ogbeni is still here. We're just talking we're talking about problem that is,
I'm here.
befalling our country. Sometimes we cannot exempt the government himself. The way you break down the law, I learned a lot. But however, if you see a government of a country lining up bandits, armed to teeth, dialoguing with them, reaching some compromise. I don't know whether we will describe that as part of the law of the country, whether any page of our law or constitution allow that. And at the same time, can we call that also a political game to get a peaceful settlement towards a crisis? So I want you to elaborate on it, because the way you break down the law, I enjoy it. But when I look at the action of my government, I wet. That's where I'm coming.
Okay.
Midwest, can I respond to that? If
I
you
think he
permit me, I
pointedly
want to
asked
respond to it.
for Prof to do
Oh,
that.
okay, Baba, go ahead. Baba, go ahead.
No, it's Prof. Midwest directed the question.
I thought he asked me what the law says about it. Is that
Go
the
ahead,
question?
yeah.
Okay. So, if such thing never happened, me personally, I condemned it, because I don't believe that terrorists should even be negotiated with at all. Issue I have with anyone comparing it to Nnamdi Kanu is this: if he has said are perpetuating criminalities in the southeast, and because government is hobnobbing with some of the bandits, it doesn't justify why ASN should be freed of their criminal acts. That's the only area I have issue with. That stop comparing criminality with criminalities and say one criminal is better than the other. No. Now, that is one. Two, I don't think the government has any legitimate authority at all to be negotiating with terrorists. I know that in the military circle, they can tell you there are many approaches to issues like this, and they will tell you of different kinetic approach, this approach and that approach. It has nothing at all to do with our law. The law of the land sees criminal as criminal litigation as criminal litigation. So, but where the problem now comes in is this: the law does not work on its own, except you have the politicians approaching the court. That's the problem. And the problem starts from your attorney general. Have you ever wondered why countries separate the office of attorney general from the minister of justice? The reason is because your attorney general usually or essentially should not be a politician. He should ordinarily be a technocrat who is an expert in the law and understands and knows his onions. Then you have a minister of justice who is a politician. So when cases like this, you want to do prosecution and all these extraditions and everything comes out, is the attorney general that should take care of it. The minister of justice should only advise the government on what he thinks the law should be. But and in spaces where you have them separating it, you realize sometimes there will be clashes between attorney general and the minister of justice, and they take it to court to settle it. And in many cases, you see attorney general castigating government and rebooking them on some steps they are taking. But sometimes we go to court. We've seen it during Trump's first era now. His own attorney fought him and said, no, what you are doing is against the law of the land. Unfortunately, in our country, we have both offices fused in together. So if you're going to prosecute any, and by the way, okay, let me land on this. And by the way, who is talking? Okay. And by the way, when you see people peddling that idea of they are negotiating with bandits, do you know how many of them they've killed? Do you know how many of them they've actually tried and jailed? There are so many of them. We've been dealing with this case, don't forget, since Yaradua days or to date. So when you now pick some handful of those ones, I think it's Zamfara where they are doing recently, you can't use that example as a generalization to not generalize completely over the fight against banditry in Nigeria and the fight against Boko Haram in Nigeria. That's the issue I have. So people have been stealing, they've been jailing people, and then there are some few examples. They say, we want to have another approach to this thing. Let's see whether we can talk. And then the generalization we now draw from it is that if they can do that, then every thief should be allowed to go free. No. And I've also seen people drawing a parallel line between that one and the prerogative of mercy that they granted recently. And they say, if the man can be releasing the drug dealer and everything, then why is Nnamdi Kanu still there? And I laugh. then we should release all criminals in the country now. Let's release all of them. And then let's see how chaotic our country will look like. But we still have the law, and we still have to follow it. In any case where they are not following the law, then we can castigate them. But we shouldn't say because you did not follow here, then don't let us follow at all again. So that's my own on that. I don't know any law that says they should
Well,
be discussing with terrorists.
Prof,
You know.
Prof. Thank you very much. Son, you
Prof,
say you want to say something.
Yes, Prof. Thank you very much for laying this foundation. That was what I was expecting. A lot of people, do not understand these dynamics and the intricacies that you just laid out right now, and they just see things and just interpret it not as it is, but just as they think and wish it to be. Let me just tell you something, and from my experience in Borno State and what we have had to deal with Boko Haram. Let me bring you back. Let me start like this. Okay. I would say that where we first are as a country is when Shehu Shagari pardoned the criminal Odomegu Ojukwu, who is responsible for more than 2 million lives, and pardoned him and brought him back to Nigeria, and pardoned out of political expediency, and just pardoned him and allowed him to come back to Nigeria and live. That's one. Now, since that president, and that's one. Then came Yaradua, who gave amnesty to Niger Delta people who break pipelines and all that. Yes, you could argue that Yaradua was quite strategic, and his intention was not to excuse crime. His intention was strategic in the sense that he was trying to improve the Nigeria's capacity of exporting crude oil and taking it to is it 1.2 or 1.5 million barrels, as at that time we're doing very, very poor. So even though Yaradua quite succeeded, he set another precedent that okay, people who carry arms can be negotiated with. Now, I'm not blaming Yaradua. I'm just saying that if Yaradua himself were to be alive, that was a peculiar situation that needed that peculiar, response. So it does not mean that every situation should have the same type of approach. Now, the problem and that I put on the Nigerian security apparatus is, since the success of this amnesty to the Niger Delta, Avengers, or what do they call them, militants, the Nigerian security apparatus are now by default, most times, when they see that there is so much challenges with people, carrying arms, they just want to try to maybe see how they can, interact with them and see whether they can apply that Yaradua model. But the one thing to note is that Yaradua himself is not like that, because I remember in 2009 when the Boko Haram thing started and it exploded, and they took over the whole of Maiduguri for 3 days by so many soldiers, by so many policemen, unleashed mayhem, broke prisons, did a lot of atrocities within those 3 days, and had effective control of the whole of the town. Yaradua was about to travel to Brazil to do something as at that time, and his specific instruction, I can remember that time, was that he is giving the military 3 days to crush every Boko Haram member, that he does not want to hear him, that before he comes back, he doesn't want to hear him that they should finish all Boko Haram. Now, this is the same Yaradua that gave amnesty to the people in the Niger Delta. Now, there is a moral reason to do that and an economic reason to do that. On the other hand, in the Boko Haram situation calls for a completely different approach, and he applied that. Now, before Yaradua came back to Nigeria, Mohammed Yusuf was captured like handcuffed. He was captured in, sandwiched in a van with sheep, goats, hiding somewhere. So the army captured him, and then they, gave him over to the police, because it is the police that are supposed to prosecute him. Now, the unfortunate thing with our policemen are okay, and I do not want to understand, because what happened was that Boko Haram actually killed their two IC. So the two IC, second in command after the CP, actually was killed by Boko Haram, and Boko Haram killed a lot of policemen.
Alhaji Hassan, let me,
Yes.
sorry, if you can just round it all within a few seconds, like let me say within a minute. I want to push a question to Ogbeni and anybody that can pick up the questions here.
Okay,
So,
okay. Let me round it up. Okay, so the police then extrajudicially bite him. Okay, and that also played a role in the emergence of Boko Haram. Now, fast forward to 11, 13 years of serious asymmetric conventional warfare between the Nigerian army and Boko Haram, and the kind of gains that we have made. At some point, Boko Haram were controlling up to 40% of Borno territory. Now they are controlling less than 7%. They are all in, the far extremes of Borno State, in the Mandara Mountains and in Lake Chad regions. Now, this so something happened. A lot of the Boko Harams who were flanked, encircled, and have nowhere to go, and are running low on ammunition and things like that. Some of them decided to surrender. Now, in war, when you surrender, the doctrine of the Nigerian army is not just to buy you; they want to use you as an asset, so that you can be a double kind of agent, to give them vital information of where to strike, where is who, where is this guy, where is that guy. So this thing that you are seeing, that people are saying, they are giving amnesty to Boko Haram and all that, military strategy to finish off the insurgency. So we have had a lot of insurgents who turned against their other partners and are in the forefront of fetching out the remaining ones. That is why we have had significant peace over the last couple of years. So it's not as it is presented. Let
Hassan,
me just say. Let me just say.
yeah, just to put some Ola beg.
Wait, Midwest. I want to put a question to Ogbeni. Hold on. Sorry. Ogbeni, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Bro. Okay. Now, 3 days ago, you were not here. I made an example of this Cobra effect. You understand? This colonial Indian situation. The analogy was that in India, in Delhi, they were having this kind of Cobra attack. So many Cobra bites. You understand that people just they pie anyhow. So the British government there now said, okay, they now put something like a reward system in place, just like a bounty. You understand that, okay, when you kill, when you slaughter a cobra, you understand you were going to be rewarded. Before you knew it, the entire cobra in the area, they were all slaughtered. But now, when people realized that nothing was no longer coming, they started breeding cobra and releasing all those cobra into the wild. Now, the question is this. I think this is kind of thing that is happening in Nigeria. When you reward criminality, people now see that there is a war in criminality. So my question, why do you think the government of Nigeria is not bold enough? Today we criticize Obasanjo for OD, and this another village that what Obasanjo did. Now, I don't want to say this were less than what all these Boko Haram and people. Why do you think? Because as we speak today, Obasanjo goes to the United Nations, he goes to anywhere. Nobody is taking Obasanjo to one international court of criminal justice or whatever. Why do you think the category of leaders we have today cannot deal with this issue once and for all, from legal perspective?
So, but for me, I think one of the reasons is still because one, our justice system is not functioning well. That's to the ultimate in the way it should be functioning. You see, I see many issues in Nigeria are nexting or attaching to our justice system, and I'll tell you why. You see the story Hassan just finished talking about now. I handle part of the case. If Hassan know about it, you could go and check it. It's called FRN against Babakura Fugo. That Babakura Fugo.
Yes. Yes, Midwest. I contend that Shagari is culpable for starting this, and I still stand on that. I don't know what is your take on that. Even though Oga Ola does not agree, but I think Shagari opened that floodgate for us.
Okay, so that Babakura Fugu was in-law to the Boko Haram guy who went to the police station to go and
Muhammad Yusuf, yes.
Yusuf. And the man who simply went there to complain, they pied the man. Muhammad Yusuf himself, they pied the guy. After they pied the guy, the military that picked the guy announced that they have seen him. Police started saying that
all police, all these things is the police that did it, not the army.
It was police that pied the guy. Unfortunately, before police would say Jack, Al Jazeera released the picture of how they pied the guy, and it became a serious issue. Almost all the police station, immigration, anything further in Yobe, that Potoskum and Damakuru were burned down. And then they picked the guy. So where did I involve in it? So when they picked the guy, and then the family now went to court to go and seek in Mediguri to go and seek order against the federal government to get compensation for the guy's life. The man that Ministry of Justice sent to go and defend did not appear there because he happened to be citizen indigenous of Mediguri, didn't go. And so the judge granted about almost 600 million naira against the federal government of Nigeria. That was there at that time. And then they now brief us. That's where I now came in.
But you are not answering my question, Prof. You are not answering my question.
I'm still going to
the question is this: Obasanjo dealt decisively with the issue of Odi.
Yes.
And
I'm going to
another. Okay, go ahead.
And ever since then, we've not gotten any president that can decisively deal with them. That's your question now. You're saying that what exactly is the problem?
Yeah, what are they afraid of? What's their problem?
Yes. So I try to start
political expediency.
For me, I think it's about the strong will of the person who is the president. Obasanjo has a military training to start with, and Obasanjo has the support of international community to do. See, forget all those noise they make. Obasanjo actually had the support of the international community or international bodies to do what he did in OD. I can tell you for free. But look, the Boko Haram and others that we are dealing with in Nigeria, they have a lot of international support. There's a lot of international politics going on about the terrorism thing in Nigeria. And another thing, we have a lot of enemies within, particularly the idiots that don't even understand what is happening. Look at recently when they started talking about genocide, or this genocide on that. You see how they play into Nigerians' hands? If the federal government is not handling that thing carefully, you could imagine what that thing can cause. Why? Because there are a lot of international interest in Nigeria. That's the problem. So now we are living in a time where we have a president that considers a lot of things. You will consider what exactly is your image in the international community. You consider what exactly would this say, what will France say, what will this say, what would Amnesty International bring out, what will Red Cross bring out, and all those things. And I think those are the reasons why the president we have been having since then. And that's why I'm trying to use that example of Babakura, because that Babakura, at the end of the day, do you know they release that money to them? And do you know where the prayer came from? I won't tell you, but it's from international community. The prayer came, and it was during Jonathan they released that money. Let me remind you, there was a time Obasanjo went to Maiduguri. I think he even still mentioned it recently. He tried to mediate on this EU. That was during Jonathan's time. He went there. When Obasanjo went there, this EU of they killed Akmal Baba and they killed all these people came up. And that was around that time they released that money to them. Let me tell you, do you know what happened after? These guys spied their lawyer. That was the guy that was handling the matter on the other side back then. They spied their own lawyer. And so Obasanjo has that international support, unlike now. The current government will be having ever since, I think Yaradua still enjoyed that a bit. Ever since Jonathan, we've never really had a government that has that kind of international support. Buhari had it in his first term. And that is why you realize that they actually won Boko Haram war in his first term. They pushed back a lot. They did a lot. But because of the international politics that came in again, he didn't get their support at a point in time into his second term. His second time, he has to muscle himself to the office.
Something happened in the West. Trump was elected, and Trump was not like for like that. That was what happened. That was what affected Buhari. Like the Super Tucanus that was sold to Buhari, Obama facilitated it and all that. And you know, we're just at the mercy of this West. At some point, we just have to.
So look at this from this angle. The person who asked the question, I think Ola, look at this from this angle now.
Yeah.
If Tinubu should go and evade, let's say Bill today or Ubaskira or Michika or Hong Kong, all those areas today, and people now started, and the opposition started chorusing their normal song, and people who have interest in all these, there is genocide, there is no genocide, started talking about it. It will undermine the image of the government in the international community that we have a very fragile image or no image at all to start with. So such a government would have to be very, very, very extra careful. And that's what I think is the major issue we have. Our chief of army staff, let me conclude by saying, our chief of army staff said it recently, maybe a few months ago, but he was talking in parable. He said, look at the arms these guys were carrying. Look at these guys themselves. They don't even look well fed. But you see these guns they are carrying, each of them cost millions. And many of them were produced and manufactured outside Nigeria. And he just gave an hint to tell you that there are a lot of international communities involved in all this. I don't like David Dudain, but I've listened to David Dudain sometimes on this EU.
No, everybody knows that's a liar. The question now, this is the follow-up question now. Then, if we have leaders that we pandering to what the international community thinks about its people,
yes,
then why should they even aspire to get to that leadership position to start with? Because look at it this way: you and I knew that in Ekiti, just machetes and dingon and the body language of Ayoshi.
Yes, of course.
All those terrorists in the bush, they disappeared. You know, they were mocking Fayoshe on Facebook. Everybody, is that thing you will carry to face AK-47? But with their gun and machetes, those people disappeared.
I agree.
But when Fayoshe arrived, it was another thing. Are we not saying that these our leaders, they don't have skeleton in the cupboard, or they don't have something they are hiding? Why would they allow you want to rescue your people? Suddenly, you have to dance to the tune of some people that don't want you to rescue your people. So should we be supporting leaders that are not ready to even lay their life down for their people?
Also, okay, let's look at it from this angle. First, to say that no nation is an island. Second, to say that Nigeria is a very complex country. It is easy to push some policies in a homogeneous environment like Ekiti, where we all speak the same language, the same dialect, we are all together, we are a people. That Nigeria of 700 plus tribes, everybody with different interests, the one with their victim mentality is there, the one with their ethnic superiority is there. Some believe they are more superior than the other. Some believe that it must come to them. different ideas. So this is the way I see it. So if I'm a leader, I look at many interests. I won't disparage or dismiss or dispel whatever it is that is international interest or whatever international community is saying. No, you can't dispel it because you can't stand on your own alone. Because beyond security or insecurity in your country, there are a lot of other needs you need to meet. Your economic need, your importation and exportation need, your investment need, your infrastructural need, the loan you want to collect. You consider a lot of things. So if you use issue of security or insecurity, when you know some people will come and blackmail you based on that while you are resolving that, and you use that to block these other ones. In fact, you won't even stay long in the government. That's the reality of it. You won't stay long in the government, and you won't be able to build the legacy that you set to build. So, and that is, I think, has been the problem our leaders have been facing. You have a lot of idiots around that are there to pesting your life and pesting whatever you want to do, undermine whatever you are doing. You have international community. I agree with you, David Udein is a liar, he talks a lot. But one thing about me is this: I listen to everybody. I try as much as possible to pick one or two sayings from it. So if David Udein cites something, and I know, okay, David Udein is not somebody I really like the way he talks and things he say, but I can pick his source and go and read it. Okay, what is actually this source saying? Okay, it's FBI, is it true? Go to their website, MI15, M15. Okay, what are they really saying? This thing, I can piece things together. I can use my brain to still piece one or things together and see whether David Udein is right in that area or not. And he said something. He said, if it is true that some foreigners are flying helicopter to drop some people in some heart of mid beds into northern part of Southwest, have we ever asked what's the correlation between the Islamist fundamentalists who are on ground fighting and those Oyinbo flying? He asked that question. And I wonder about that question. I went back to check again. This thing, if it didn't happen, then what exactly is their coronation? And he was talking about our natural resources. And we all know that every Oyinbo country wants your natural resources. Russia wants your natural resources. US wants your natural resources. We all know that. And we all know that we are sitting on gold. We are sitting on lithium. We are sitting on a lot of good natural resources in our place. And we've seen things like that happening in Libya, happening in so many areas in Africa. So if somebody raises it, I don't think it's something we should just dispel. Yeah.
Ola, please, can you give me a minute, please?
Ola,
Just a minute.
Ola, no, let me also speak a little because I've been here for very long. I just throw
Midwest,
some questions.
can I have a minute of your time, please, if you don't mind? It's not. I'm only going to take a minute.
Okay, if
I
it's
think what. Thank you. I think we're understanding what we're doing. Ola, that's not directly to you because some people here have been, disempowered. You have some people here that are speaking more than an hour or so. That's not, and other people, on a more nuance, are being marginalized. Let me use that word that has been properly used here. I think this is pertaining to me because I use the word terrorist. The reason why I made that comment, do I know the guy called Hassan? I don't know him and I don't care to know him. I use the word because when he come here, he does the same thing. And he said, what he said about the Igbo. I'm just trying to poke the bear. Okay? So whether I mean what I said or I don't mean what I said it. So that's not very important. But nobody here, because of a lot of people that are speaking an advocate of Hassan or a Hassan sympathizer, nobody even respond to what he said about me, saying that if I come to Nigeria, he's going to deal with me. So that if my word is insidious, his word is not insidious. Let me tell you, Hassan, I'm a well-traveled Nigeria.
Hey,
I
hey,
come.
hey.
He won't let me land
Come
now.
on. No, you are lying now. You are lying. I did not. That was not what I said. I said
But
you
everybody had.
cannot.
Let me
You
let you know.
cannot.
I do
You
come to
cannot.
Nigeria every year,
In your
and when I come to
next life,
Nigeria,
you
I
cannot
spend
in
a
your next
month.
life. What
I go
came
to
by you?
Kaduna. I have places in Millennium City. I have a lot of family there, so you can come on. I'm a well-traveled Nigeria. I come to Nigeria. I have business in Nigeria. So let me just get. But
And
all these sympathizer
you
or
come to
advocate
Kaduna.
of Hassan,
How come
hold
you are
on.
still alive?
All these
If Kaduna
sympathizer and
and the
advocate of
north is full of terrorists,
advocate of
they
Hassan,
should have killed
you
you.
have
They
not
should have
heard
finished you
what
there.
Hassan said about the Igbos. But it's okay with you. Just because I call him a terrorist, Like I said, I don't know him, but I just wanted him to know that everybody has mouth. Everybody here, we are six
Just
people.
yeah.
Every six people
So just
here.
because just
Can
Okay.
I?
nobody has monopoly of bad mouth.
One
If
minute.
you know what you say, you don't know what will
I've
be said
given you
at
man of
you. So
Like,
you started it,
can you shut
and I
that
will
man up? Let me
finish it
land.
for you.
I was given the opportunity. You see, this is what he does. He won't let somebody
Uh,
finish. I never
just round
interrupted
up.
him.
Just
Okay, let me
and
round
then
up. If he stop
yeah.
interrupting me,
This
let
is
me
the
round
one
up. So the reason why I made that comment was to poke the bear, like I said, because in my own opinion, he says some insidious things about the Southeast, and whether it's true or not. So why can't I poke the bear in that regard? But everybody here, sympathizer, advocate of Hassan, they are all defending him, calling me that I said something terrorist, forgetting that
Okay.
he's comparable. He's
Man
comparable
of
to that
If
kind
you
of
like,
insidious
if
statement. That's what I wanted to say.
man
Okay.
of
Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
just poke the bear, poke the basket, but
Hold
you
on.
personalize it.
Everybody, hold on.
You called my name.
Everybody, hold on, please. Comparable fact. What did Hassan say that you were trying to bring to my notice?
Well, no, it wasn't. This my response wasn't even about you or whatever. But what all I was just saying is, I had 2 or 3 people here that have, they come here, they are, because of that comment I made, terrorists, because they are sympathizer of Hassan or advocate of Hassan. They try to use that word as something very insidious, forgetting what Hassan said about the Igbos, not just today. His word, I mean, I know you are listening. Everybody listen how
No,
big of Hassan
I'm
can
not
be.
aware of what
But
you are saying. That's why I'm
Okay,
trying
comparable.
yeah, I mean,
Ola, wait a moment. Comparable for I gave you my time, but we have heard you, and let's
okay, thank you. Go ahead, Midwest. Thank you.
civil to one another. You see, why I ask Ogbeni that question I asked before. He break down Nigeria law, but when it comes to the implementation of the law, sometimes we see tribalism playing higher role more than the law himself. Sometimes we see religion affiliation playing higher role more than the law. We will now see other factors, trying to pocket the law, why people are doing different things. But when it comes to some, let me say, the southeasterners of Nigeria as well, related to this kind of issue, it becomes something else. Look, the Nigerian government Nigeria as a country at this moment is passing through a lot, and I think it's already in the radar of people who are desperate to secure natural resources for their own future, and every possible means they can use to achieve it, they are not going to hesitate. And we should be very careful as a people. If, for example, they negotiate with Kanu properly, stop this agitation, your people are dying, set him free, and at the same time, make it like a pardon. It's supposed to be punished like this, but because of this, we are pardoning you, giving you a time, a framework of time to see whether indeed your repentance can actually affect that region. I think that will also be a bonus to the progress of our country. But however, this honesty and discussion with people that was harmed to teeth, protected by Nigerian government themselves, is so heartbroken. And I like Kanu like this, trying case front and back, and we don't really know what is going on. How many years now? So we can't take politics away from it. They can't just say we are not looking into the law alone. It has nothing to do with political something or politics or anything. No, they should address it once and for all. When I come here, I'm not the supporter of those kind of people. You can testify to that. But when I look at the way my government handles on certain things, I'm so disappointed. It's as if they don't even know what is going on. Like somebody said, they said this AK you are carrying, these people cannot even afford it. Sometimes when they appear their condition very bad. Yet, who bought these things for them? They are so poor. The question is, how can somebody bring bulldozer to some space in Nigeria, be digging our earth, taking the resources, flying it away? You want to tell me the government officials, they are not aware? So those people, once we have given them little chance, they will establish themselves. And that's what they are already doing. So in a nutshell, my brother, let us be honest. This idea of we are all one Nigeria. With this status quo on ground, we are deceiving ourselves. The unity of Nigerians as a people, 1999 when democracy started, if you compare it to the unity of today, I'm not saying the words of mouth, the way they talk, when our leaders from irrespective tribe, when they meet, the way they try to, romance themselves and everything. But on a reality base, it's becoming very clear to us on daily basis that we are not one, we can't reason together as one. Then why not declare state of autonomous region? Let people be responsible for their people. And the area that is so poor, out of the 50% resources that come, support them to grow for a period of time. Now, all these policies they are putting here, I think we're deceiving ourselves. That's just my summation. Because the way it is, those who feel they are happy today, by the time these guys who place our countries already in their radar have any opportunity to start something, I don't think we can handle it. So that is just my summation. Thank you, Ola, for that short period of time.
Can I ask Midwest a question?
Yeah, you can.
Right. Okay, Midwest. If your solution, in fact, to start with, if you say we don't know anything that is happening in Nnamdi Kanu, you need to go and read. We know what is happening. He has opened his defense.
I didn't say so.
Yeah. So okay, maybe I misread you. Okay, so we know what is happening. No matter what people gaslight outside, Kanu Nnamdi case, ever since this government has gotten there, has been given accelerated hearing. Now, the government that delayed him, the government that delayed his trial is no longer in government. It was Buhari own, and he also was part of his own delay. He ran away from the country for about 4 years. That said, I want to ask you a question. So, if the solution you are profiling is that we should disintegrate and everybody to be autonomous and responsible.
No, I never said this. That disintegration is very big from far away from what I'm saying. We can remain one, but to narrow this trust and tribal division, I think people should grow up to know that the leader from their own places are responsible for their destiny more than the nation itself.
Thank you.
And this is what
so you don't think one of the solutions to, because people will not just wake up and change their orientation. That's the problem, and it's getting worse. People will not just.
That be their problem. After some years of support, they don't grow. It's their own edict. You can restrict them to that.
It's sad, my brother. So what I think should be a solution for us, generally, is this. I believe we will get to a stage, and I think we are getting to that stage, and that's why sometimes I could be so hard on Southeastern brothers. Why? Because I remember when I was growing up, you see all this issue of somebody playing victim had been there for a very long time. I remember because I grew up in Ekiti. To tell you, I grew up in Ekiti. They are shitting Igbos. They are shitting. And when I was growing up, Igbo are the most prosperous in my town. We go to Ado Ekiti, they are in the city center. They have how are they marginalizing this? The small me. You say, how are they marginalizing Chinedu, all those my friend, Ikeshuku, Ali? Yeah, a lot of them, they were doing fine. In fact, when my own dad took me away from, was not rich enough again to put me in the nursery school, that was a Kali school back then, that they pay a little, and took me to a public school. Those my friends and others, the Igbo friend who their dad were doing businesses, they finished from the normal school. We now met again in secondary schools, happened to be a very good secondary school around that place. And they integrated, but yet this issue of their marginalized has been there. And okay, now got to a state that people started speaking back. If you look, what is really happening recently is people speaking back. Before, people used to be very quiet. When you say they are marginalized, but people now start speaking that. But look, I've asked somebody. Okay, there's somebody from is it South in my place when I did my PhD, and he kept complaining about they will give all of them scholarship. Look at PTDF. Look at this. They are marginalized. I said, what are you saying? Tell me one scholarship that they specifically put on a Southwestern person. Tell me one. None. Everybody fight for their own. If you see a Southwestern person that is enjoying Commonwealth scholarship, Commonwealth scholarship is thrown to the entire global distance and it's going to fight. But you have NDDC scholarship and it's not only on you. I can't even come and apply. And people have their different scholarship now on their own. So, but I'm not crying marginalization. I still self-fund myself. I still did my PhD. But you are using NDDC scholarship and I still complain. So what do you want Nigerians to do? So I'm just using that as an example to see that we see things most time from our perspective, and I realize that we are getting to a stage now where everybody speak back. Now, in sociology, there is something. You see, when the pushback now get to a stage, it will get to a point of aporia where everybody will, everything will be down. Then we can now pick ourselves up again. I think that is the solution. But to say that people will just change, people don't just change. All right.
So Benny, I don't think people are going to change, except they understand that their destiny is fully in their hand. Because the way it is today, I will not blame anybody attacking and be marginalized, because everybody is already a victim, as you said. I picked that word. The truth of the matter is that
Okay, if
sometimes,
I can chime in, go ahead, Land.
okay, let me just round up.
West.
It's just because we don't know the exactly person to hold accountable, because the president himself controls so much power. For example, if you really want to set Kanu free today, there are laws that permit him to do it. I'm just giving an example. If you want him to be somehow, look, just put this man behind bar, there's a way he can go over it. So in that case, people will always have others to blame. The Southeast region is already like, if these guys are telling the truth, it's already like I don't know what to call it, an evil forest, when you can't put anything. I'm telling you the truth. But all those their doings, the outcome of it, they want to pour it to other people. By all means, either by trick, by crook, or by everything, to blame other people for it. It's not acceptable. For example, even in the Bono area you are talking about, all this nonsense, that politicians were involved, until it becomes something else. And the way the country is now, my worry is that, look, my brother, Nigeria, as we are being told, okay, you can come in. You can come in, Prince Daddy. Thank you. Daddy. Prince Daddy?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Let me start by saying congratulations to Benny for his professorship, right?
Thank you.
That's good. Yeah, you remind me of when you speak on this platform, you remind me of like an American professor. You use the right words. You don't use big words, and you do not multiply your words. So one can easily understand your points that you're trying to put across. I guess unlike some other people that like to use big grammars and multiply words, they're like more like Nigerian professors. But you do very well. I think your students will be happy with you the way you convey your knowledge. I think it's great. And on the issue of the Igbo people being marginalized in Nigeria, you see, I don't think it's we all are, of course, a product of our society and other things, and we all know what we know, and we are ignorant to the things, of course, we don't know. So even as a Southwesterner, for example, when you hear about the Igbos have been marginalized, you think in that kind of tells you, or you kind of draw your own conclusion, thinking that the Southwesterners are doing very well, better than the Igbos. But there you are, and maybe some other person saying that, look, even in Ekiti is not well developed or understood or whatever, even relative to the Southeast region. So, but I wouldn't say I wouldn't want to use individual success of an Igbo of Igbos to try to determine their success or if they're being marginalized or not. I don't think that is fair. And I believe when collectively when they talk about being marginalized, they're talking more about their region, not getting the presence or exposure or the resources needed to compete with other regions. And and just like some people have postulated on this show, that other regions are suffering the same things. Maybe because they are not complaining about it doesn't mean that they are not suffering or don't have the same fate as they do in the southeast. And that's kind of enlightening to me myself. I would say, because I don't know much about the suffering of other regions. If it's not Lagos and Ogun State that I do relatively well, I don't know much about the other parts, how they are doing. So my point here is that we can't really um, blame the Southeasterners for claiming marginalization. I don't think we can fully do that. They know what they know as I do, because I'm also ignorant in so many other ways regarding the country. And again, garbage in, garbage out. We all are a product of the information that we are fed.
Yeah,
And that's what it is.
Prince Daddy, if I may come,
Sorry.
I wanted to put a little thing there for you. The thing is this: every part of Nigeria, everyone have right to cry for marginalization. But I think the problem of the Southeastern, I want to tell you, there was a time in our country, Nigeria, where people sat down, they were discussing who will rule on the basis of region. So, and that is what translated to the so-called Wazobia. And within that organization of Wazobia, they felt Yoruba have gained much. I think the Northerners have gained more. There, what actually is the marginalization to an average Igbo man is that they have not been able to produce president. And the way they narrate that space, it now affect their people differently for the rest citizens of the country. Look, my brother, if you land in Lagos, you just drive all those rusty streets from you see on the way to Madigo. That is what you will see across Nigeria. Even communities that have produced ministers, you will discover when you go there, you see nothing. I will give you an example. Buhari make an Edoma minister of earth. This man could not even build one hospital across the entire state. The hospital he commissioned, it just complete building, plastering, and with all those bamboo sticks they used to do some construction job, everything there, and he commissioned it like that, and he remained like that today. Can you imagine? So the way the real pain they have is that they've not been able to get that office of the presidency.
Yeah,
And that is,
but on that note, and I think I've heard this statement being made, and people trying to justify that they've been minister of aviation multiple times, they've been senate presidents multiple times, and all these other things. Uh, to be fair and to be objective, does anyone on this platform think that those positions or positions equate to the level of presidency in Nigeria? From my personal point of view, I don't think so. But however, and I think it's a legitimate concern or point that they have not been a president yet, since I guess Zeke, right? We're talking about this current time, this dispensation, so to speak. So, however, though, I don't blame any other tribe or any other group or Nigeria for the reason why the Southeasterners have not been able to be president. And I've said it before, there are three parts in Nigeria. They've done very well in two of them. The last one is being able to play politics. I think when it comes to politics, the Southeasterners are very poor at it. And the reason being not because they're not capable. Of course, they're smart, they're brilliant, and they're all these things, industrious and whatnot. But I think they don't know how to play politics in Nigeria. They have this. I think maybe it's culturally or traditionally induced. They don't. I'm not sure what the word to use, if it's submissive or they don't see themselves with the rest of the Nigerians as being on par. And I've said it before. I think they have this cloud of superiority as a people than the rest of Nigerians, and for that reason, I don't think they feel that they should be on the same par or negotiate for something. And that's why when you see that leaders come up with such terms as micro zoning, that's quite interesting and comical at the same time. They want the presidency to be given to them, but they don't think they should play the game of politics as it is played in Nigeria. Fair or not, that's just the way the system works, and they can't play. Their leaders are not just up to that par to play the politics the way it's played.
Okay. Can I make a contribution? See, you see, I said this thing yesterday, and Ogben is here, so I think we can dialogue here now. You see, the problem in our country is by not able to even identify where the problem is, and by not able to provide solutions. Everybody thinks the presidency is all in all, and that is why we are all vulnerable when we have a president that does not know how to guide the country. From my humble opinion, I would simply say that if you see among all these kind of janjaweed and all these nuisances that are presenting themselves for the topmost position, you understand, most of them will successfully bring us backward. Just imagine El Rufai as our leader. What do you think will happen in that country? That country will enjoy crisis. But we have the like of Kwankwaso there, you understand. How many people are pushing? But people are pushing a person like Atiku. You think Atiku will make that country great? You are making a very big mistake. That was why I'm saying that we've been so lucky to have the like of Gulo Jonathan. I think some people will want to look at corruption and wave him off. Okay, best of, good luck to you. We were unable to evaluate the like of Yadra just because he was sick, even though he did something that I didn't like. You understand? The problem here is this: if you really want to develop in that country, you understand, feel free to jump in anytime. You understand? I keep saying everybody should take this politics to their local government. You should take it to your local government. Now, look at it this way. Bayelsa, Delta states, even Edo State now, and some other states, there be any derivatives from this oil. In fact, many states as we speak today, they be getting almost at least 3 times, some about 4 times of what they were getting before. And we are not seeing progress.
But sorry, but quickly,
Now,
the reason why I agree with what you're saying, and that's why the coup that happened, the Igbo coup, even though they denied, was to get access to the resources and control the country as a whole. See, now maybe the Southwesterners or the Southwest be more prone to want to be independent from Nigeria or go not like separate, but be independent. But usually the leaders, the Northerners, the Yorubas, and the Igbos that want to vie for power, years ago, it's to be at the center is to be at the center of power and resources. There's no benefit, to say everybody go your own way. And if they did, where is the resources going to come from? 10, 20 years
okay.
ago, Nigeria was not like that.
Okay. Let me make this one. You understand? I know, like Professor Simba.
So much misconception and ignorance. No. What Prince Daddy just said is an insult to the North.
No. It's not about the North alone. Even it's about the Southern now. You understand? Because most of these police, I can tell you, a person like
hold on. Please allow me now. And you may want to no. At time they want to debate or say things that I said in no one's I didn't even remember. Hold on, Sam. I didn't even remember saying anything about the North actually specifically. So what do you mean it is insulted the North? What are you talking about?
Who is going to settle the discord between the two of you?
No. It says, I didn't say nothing about the North. What is this? What did I say about the North right now? That's so appalling.
Just wasting our time.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let me just let me just speak my mind there. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes,
okay.
Let me just
speak what I'm trying to say, because this thing, I just want us to dialogue and find solution forward. Let me tell you something. We are short of leadership quality, but we have abundance of rogues, abundance of nothing good, that those people that only see political office as a means of survival. If you and I, if you are surviving in the private sector, we are doing very well. Those guys you see there, they cannot do well outside the government. That's the problem we have in that country today. You see, when I look at what is happening today, I'm beginning to think that
actually I disagree with that point a lot.
Okay, hold on. I'm not saying you should not disagree. Look at this.
It's just easy to get money and to resources, not because they're not capable.
Let me just make some simple example. If you look at what happened during Obasanjo, when Obasanjo decided to sit on Lagos money, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu survived just because he was not in that politics for survival. It was in that politics to create some kind of opportunity that is sustainable. And today, you can see the benefits of what that guy did. Awolowo did that in the
That,
past too. And we have regional leaders.
that is quite yeah, that is quite economical with the truth. You cannot
No,
what
no, okay, okay.
Tinubu did
Let me land. Let me
as
land.
governor of Lagos.
Hold
No,
on.
the governor of
Hold on.
some Kogi cannot do that now.
I'm coming. There's what I'm driving at. Now, he survived. He used what he had to survive. Now, 3 days ago, I was talking of Oyo State. Oyo State has some federal dams, and the one created by Oyo State that was for irrigation and to do some other projects. I asked a simple question here times ago, 3 days ago, that okay, what were they doing with their water resources there? By now, in Oyo State, are we getting maize 347? Are we getting all those crops that are not perennial? You understand? There are some that just okay, you grow in 3 months. So, what abundance of tomato do we have from Ogun State or Oyo State? What abundance of other things you can plant and can harvest
Ola,
within 4 months are we having?
Ola,
No, I
let
know
me,
that's your area. That's why I'm pushing this thing. What I'm saying generally is this: every state, if you look deeply, they have something they can even use to survive. Now, I'm not saying outside the federal allocation now. Even at the federal allocation are coming to them. How are they using this thing to make sure they can stand on their own? That's my point. I'm not saying they should stop federal allocation. That's not even my point. Even with the federal allocation, why are you focusing on Abuja and you are not focusing even on your immediate environment? Simba, please go ahead.
okay, Ola, let me start by the first what we are talking about earlier about marginalization. I think there's one terminology called illusion of truth. When you keep on repeating certain word, maybe it's a lie, it's a fact, whatever. You start repeating it every time. When people start hearing it, the way they will process it, it start to influence their decision. When they hear lies every time, they will think that that is the truth. The marginalization and the victim role that the Southeasterners have been clamoring about did not just come now. This has been their tactics even before the independence. And so when you look at it, it's just a means of actually getting more than what they deserve from the federal purse. That's what they use it for. So it's not something that is starting today. So anybody that is just listening to them crying, anything you do to them, they say, because I'm a Southeasterner. And when you say because we are Southeasterners, that's why they are denying. I used to ask people when they say, what did they do for us? The question you're supposed to ask them, what did they not do for you? So it's not true. All these things that they are, but when people start hearing it, like somebody like Prince Daddy, they will always believe that whatever they are saying is the truth, but it's a lie. These are the things that they've been doing even before independence to our colonial masters, in order for them to get more than what they deserve from the federal post. So then Prince Daddy also said that everybody is marginalized. So if everybody is marginalized, so who is marginalizing who? That is the question we're supposed to ask ourselves. Now, come to the leadership, this thing that you are talking about. The problem that we have in Nigeria, because all of us, we don't actually love that country. Everybody have this, I'm a Yoruba before I become in Nigeria. I'm an Hausa before I'm in Nigeria. Because the question I want to ask, most of the people that we are putting out there to be our presidents, if all of us let's say we have the opportunity of having our own different country, can the Northerners put El-Rufai out there as their presidential candidate? Can the Southeasterners put Obi, because they are lying, they are packaging that guy, can they put Obi there as being the president of the Southeastern? Those are the questions we're supposed to ask ourselves. We're not being sincere, and that's why, you know, it's just like anything goes. We can just put anybody out there because we don't actually have that sense of belonging to that country. And that's why it's not as if we have deficiency of leadership. We don't have it, but because we don't have that common sense of belonging of that country, that we want that country to be great. Because, and that's why when anything happens, look at what they are doing. Okay, because they are dialoguing with bandits, they are granting amnesty to them. Then my own thief, my own terrorist also should be free. When somebody is being charged for corruption, you say, oh, is it the only one? What about this? And that is what we do, all of us. So in as much as we continue doing that, we aren't going anywhere in that country. That's about that. Then when you know this thing that you mentioned about the water resources that they have in your state and what are they doing about it? You know, me, I'm not a fan of say government should invest in that. The water bodies that they have in Ilorin, the Asa Dam that they have in Ilorin, government left it. In fact, they were not even pumping enough water for people in town. But the citizens, they took that initiative of making use of that water for farming. And if you see how much people are generating for that state through the use of that water body, it runs into billions, hundreds of billions in a year. So the people of Oyo State, if they know what they have, they should take the advantage. You know, the only thing that we are good at earlier, you know, maybe it was this morning or I don't know whether it's yesterday when we are talking, and then Hassan was talking about the advantage that the Lagos have and all those things, and I reminded him, I said, what about the advantage that there is no place that doesn't have the advantage? If some people are making use of the advantage of what they have, why can't you also look inward and make use of the best of whatever resources that you have in your own area also? But the only thing is that, oh, no, it's because government is doing it. Why can't you? And the advantage of the regional government, because I know that you are a fan of the regional government that time because of the competitions. So, but people don't look at everybody just looking at the federal these days. There's no state to me that doesn't have the resources for them to survive. If a country like Niger Republic can survive, who's telling me that any state in Nigeria cannot survive? What do they have in the Niger Republic that any state in Nigeria doesn't have?
That,
Uranium. It is the hottest thing now in the market, in international market. Uranium is now selling at astronomical prices. Niger is making a killing, I tell you.
No, Alaji Azar, you know, I'm not a fan of natural resources. You know why? We are over 200 million people. When you talk about that,
yeah,
because one thing you can do with uranium is that maybe you are selling and you are using to develop infrastructure. Okay, that's understandable. But the experience in Nigeria has taught us that has not been so effective for us. That's where I have problem with. Now, the reason for my question and the question I raised that Simba addressed very well is, you know, here as of last year, 2 years ago, I said, people say, oh, if he has Ekiti to go, that Ekiti will suffer. I'm an Ekiti, a bona fide 100% Ekiti blood. You don't tell me that I know what we have in Ekiti. I've been saying this over and over, and I'm bringing them out one after the other. That's exactly why I was pointing to different things. There is no state in Nigeria that cannot survive. It's the greed of our leaders, the leaders that have his eyes set on how they can quickly share oil money. I've said this several times. If I had that opportunity, that I had that enormous power, I would say, Niger Delta, take your oil, but you are going to be part of Nigeria, you have to pay royalty. And for you not to take Nigeria to ransom, okay, we will have federal revenue agency that will collect revenue on behalf of everybody. The thing I'm saying is, you understand? I knew, I knew.
Let me
Hold on.
let
Just
me
give
give
me a minute.
you
You come after me. You come after
just
me.
okay, just a teaser.
Okay. So while growing up, I grew up in Ekiti. I knew what I experienced. I know what I experienced. I saw so many things I saw. See, I'm telling you for sure. You know, there's a particular place called Ogbese area. You understand those things because we were basically doing subsistence farming in the when you talk of that side of that country, and people were okay. You understand? Now you just have to think because when people eat, because ebbing power is what people shout about today. Now you understand? Hardly will you hear anybody in the 80s that will shout ebbing power. You understand? Because even civil servant now, because two things for Ondo states, civil service and agriculture. You understand? So what I'm not saying that the government cannot help you improve. You have all those dams. Okay, we now see, okay, we have this dam. This dam is about 10 kilometers from a particular area, so those people cannot see. Okay, what stop the government spending money to lay pipe to all those other area within the farm settlement to run? What stop them? There are a lot of programs. Okay, what happened to the granite they used to plant in the north before, and those people that used to plant cotton? What happens to them? There was a time that the rubber plantation in the Midwest was what we were using to produce plastic locally in that country. What happened to all those stuff? What happened to our oil palm?
Companies like Michelin, you remember, and Bata that were doing
Bata,
the whole
Magna,
process
all
of
those stuff. What happened to them? What happened to them? What happened to our Nigerian textile mill? We used to have Odua textile mill. We have Nigerian textile mill. What happened to all those stuff? That people will go and work and they enjoy themselves in the evening. That was the time that Nigeria was not crazy about religion or using some kind of or you doing some kind of religious manipulation. So the thing is this:
look no further than the West. IMF, SAP, Structural Adjustment Program. The thing
No. Wazobia. You know why I don't buy that? Because I see that as an excuse because I understand structural adjustment program properly. Structural adjustment program, when you do all those, you were supposed to invest in infrastructure. But IBB, institutionalized corruption, whatever I want to say, he was trying to put something in place, but how many people are you going to batch? Okay, look at if IBB did exactly what Tinubu is trying to do now in 1986, 1987, we won't be talking of this. But what was this guy was trying to do? He even accelerated Port Harcourt refinery and commissioned that in 1989. I might have forgot that date. Anybody that remember, just tell me. Because this guy was trying to reduce subsidy to the extent that, okay, subsidy will go. But the subsidy never departed just because of his approach. People say, oh, you will do this thing in systematic manner. The same thing that IBB did, that we see as subsidy till Tinubu remove it. Oh, you should have built refinery, you should have built all those stuff. By the time you start doing all those things, what happened during structural adjustment program? Exactly what will happen. People were seeing structural adjustment program as bad thing. It wasn't bad because that time we were using our money to defend Naira, and that was Naira was strong. Naira was strong, but we were owing workers like 4 months. We were not paying salary. We were retrenching in the civil service.
Is that not the conversation that led to Ghana must go that time, 1983 now? It was the recession.
You understand? You understand? You were using money. Now, so that thing we carried it in up to 2023. Even Emefiele made it worse because we now move a step further. We were now printing money aggressively. We were using 18 billion to pay Naira, and we are saying we are hungry.
Ola, I want to say something. Just give me 1 minute. You know, as it is presented, let me give you, for example, during towards the end of Jonathan and beginning of Buhari regime in Kwara State, As at that time, Kwara was not getting more than, let's say, 2 billion naira per month. That's the allocation. And that was when they now look inward and say, they have, every state have their own inland revenue service and all those things. What happened? All of them, they just, the staff will just be pocketing the money now. They now use Lagos model. You understand? Kwara said that I used to get 2 to 3 billion every month. They were now making at least 2 billion and 2 billion naira every month from their own Nigeria, because they now make it like a private public partnership that time.
Is it not in Kwara that you guys have Zimbabwe farmers that are farming in an industrial scale?
Yes, it was Saraki that even brought that one. What I was trying to bring out was that before then they usually make maybe 100 million, 150 million, and then so from 100 million to 150 million suddenly jump to 2 billion naira every month. So if and it's because of what happened that time. It's because of lack of money that the scarcity of money from the federal level that make them to now look inward and say, no, we have to generate money. So if all these states that everybody just looking at the center and then they are just looking for free money from federal, if their staff of money, everybody will look inward. There is no, as you said, Ola, there is no state. It's not even about natural resources, because let me tell you, the land that you have these natural resources, the only thing, if you exploit that natural resources, you can only use it for once, and that's all, and you destroy that land forever. I'm not, as he said, me too. I'm not a fan
players. Those are Big Ten players, not like Doc Prescott.
No, Prince Daddy, what you call, see, we are more interested in what can create job for the citizen. You understand? All those mineral resources we are talking about, it doesn't. You understand? Look at it now.
The question we used to ask, when you ask them, how many countries have you seen that developed by? Let me tell you, we always claim, hey, Africa, we have natural resources. We have even Canada, where Ola is there. They have more natural resources than Nigeria. I can say boldly. Go and fast check me. They have more, but they are not shouting about it. Go to Australia. Go and look at the natural resources that they have in Australia. Everything that we have in Africa is there. But it's only Africa that we think that, okay, the only thing that can make us to survive is natural resources.
You see something? Okay, look at Ekiti now. I will give you an example.
Then they will come and
do you know how much? Do you know how much Afe Babalola University alone will be paying in personal income tax? That is workers. So the thing is this. Okay, Ekiti say, okay, the fountain of knowledge. Okay, good. Drive on that. Go and encourage about 10 of Afe Babalola to bring the university there. It's just in a matter of a decade. Maybe you start finding some foreigners coming to Ekiti to come and study. You understand? And you drive your revenue you generate. But Afe Babalola University, you will pay tax as an institution, except there's no tax on education, which I don't believe, because it's for profit. The only reason Afe Babalola will not pay income tax in the Ekiti, for example, is maybe you declare that you are a non-profit. Even let's just face the personal income only.
Can I ask Simba a question? Simba, you brought up a good point earlier. That's the reason you said people want to, they don't look inwards, right? So some will even go far saying that the reason why they're not developing in their state is because of Lagos. That Lagos is the one holding them back. It's gotten that bad. Why? What are they afraid of? Why can't they look their people? Like yesterday, I was discussing with one Germany. I said, every state has a blueprint. I'm from Ogun. We are a manufacturing state, right? That is what we do. So the benchmark for our state is manufacturing. So if I want to evaluate the government, I would say, what have you done to bring in more companies to invest in manufacturing plant? So I was asking, like, listen, in Edo State, can you tell me what that thing is about your state that you can hold up? It was mumbling. It was telling me about diaspora and Edo, something like that. That is the issue. Why can't people look at their leaders in their own area and can go after them? Why do you think they're afraid of their own people? What do you think it is?
But yes, but one thing, Lagos was the federal government made Lagos. That's a fact.
Nobody's discussing for that government for I'm asking the question.
And BT, the question you should have asked that, okay, what about the country that are landlocked? Because they always talk about seaport. What about countries that are landlocked?
Ogun, Ondo has access to the sea.
How many states? How many states have ports that you always think that is port that we develop?
I'm saying, Simba, we even have the access to the sea. Have we built anything in Ogun State? It's not now, but we have access. It's over there. So it's not that because you have access, you must do something with it. It takes
you see, Babati, you know what I'm happy about that. Remember, for 2-3 years, I've been shouting that all states are viable in that country. It is Simba. I understand you are saying we lack. We are not short of leadership quality. I think the right thing for me to say is this: those people that are pushing themselves forward, they are not the quality that are supposed to be leading us. Just imagine. You have a nonsense, a janjaweed like Amechi parading himself with all those kind of misplaced statement that he used to do like a executive talk around, leading
Ola, why can't the people of Rivers then go after him?
That is exactly what we are doing in this forum now. We are saying that okay, everybody now Tinubu get out.
Is the one that
how does Tinubu?
No, is the one that robbed you blind. Number one is the one that train from Kano to Maradi was supposed to be from east to west. Though. Is the one that moved that to over there. Why can't you go after him for that?
You see, that's exactly what I'm trying. We are trying to address Babati.
He did that for his own political.
What we are trying to address is this: people they've been making this mistake for decades. That by having the president, you understand, from their own region, that is when they are not marginalized. As a matter of fact, the regions, the states are the one marginalizing themselves. How? You suspend your creativity. You don't want to be creative. You just want the power. Then when you get the power, what do you do with the power? We have evidences that people getting power, they've not even been able to do anything. Okay, that was why I came to that Lagos situation the other time that I said, okay, when you try to sandwich Lagos for Lagos not to move forward, Tinubu then found a way to survive. Because what Obasanjo was expecting that, okay, when I hold on to the allocation, Tinubu will come begging. And the guy just BS OBJ. And he went and just created something out of nowhere, what they never expected. Before you know, what's the name of this guy? Otumba Gbenga too. Although the guy maybe shop some money, but he started using the issue of real estate and all those stuff to build Ogun. You understand? Everybody started hoping that okay, we can even do something outside the federal government. Donald Dukes did something in Rivers State. You understand?
The class, that first class, you must at least give them credit that came in.
Exactly.
At least they had ideas. They had plans. These current ones, they have no clue.
They just want to become leader. They don't want to become. They just want to become governors for no reason. So people are telling us now that okay, I'm asking you, how does Obi or Atiku becoming the president of this country? How does that resolve? How does that make Anambra viable? How does that make Adamawa viable? You just tell me. The only thing that this president can do for you.
When OBJ was the president, how did they make the western region?
Just even talk of Ota and Egba. How does it make it a better place?
When Goodluck was
not
there,
even
what did he for the South?
Even JJ today is a Bayelsa a Dubai today. It's a Bayelsa Dubai. You see the problem here is
the not that I talked to the den of banditry.
Let's not pick up on Ekiti or that. Look at Ondo of all places. You have oil, you have access to the sea, you have what it takes. That is not the federal government problem. That is the state problem. That is the problem in that state. It's not federal. It's not Abuja now.
They have
Showore that is targeting federal government.
He can't focus on his own area. He can't focus on that on his own state. He can't do that, Abi.
You see that idea of show whatever we are talking about is another thing entirely. You understand? That show whatever I don't even want to. You know, we spent time here yesterday that we have arrogance among those people that believe they can be leader, because some of them cannot even be the leader of their family, and they want to be leader of Nigeria. You understand? Because if you really want to show your power, you want to show your capability, you don't go, see, you look for where it's less competitive. Because you see, if you want to break into industry today, you say you are educated and you want to go into maybe a commodity market, you know, you can't just come out and compete with Walmart of this world. And maybe you are not coming. The first thing you want to take on Walmart. That's what you want to do. Or you want to take on Amazon. You don't do that. You go and look at your environment. Okay, let me even test this thing. This is my model. And you start growing, and you start growing, and you start growing.
To that point that you just made, how do you think they defeated Walmart in New York? Those small bots. They gave the right to their small pop shops in their own local government.
Exactly.
Can't build that.
Exactly.
They didn't go to Washington DC now. They fought it locally.
Exactly. So you say you are educated, you don't know about disruption. We want to disrupt the mainstay. The best way to disrupt is you go to your local government that people are not looking at, okay, no money there, nobody's fighting you. You can gather. It's just like if I have someone like me now goes to my own local government and you start even rallying around. A person like me, even from personal donation, I can even support with the little you have. Build that model and let's see how that model is sustaining the environment. Just imagine, let's assume you have an example of Ashiwaju in over 600 local government states in that country. How you build a model that is sustainable? We won't be talking that we are talking this. We are talking now. And because how is Obi, how is El-Rufai, how is whosoever you want to post to that Abuja, how is it going to solve the problem in that your local government? Let us make this make sense. The best this man can do is to look at the waste, the fiscal wastefulness that all the elites in Nigeria they used to feed themselves. It broke the chain. We are talking of subsidy that some people are just using. Subsidy is a form of embezzlement, if you don't know. But let us just give you something to hide what we are doing. Defending Naira is a form of embezzlement. They're just giving you something as a figure, you know, just to hide under the embezzlement. But someone that understands just broke everything, okay, it's not giving you the money now. The money is still going to your governors, but you don't want to hold your governors accountable. You are telling me that your governor cannot even do something about security. It's a lie, because Amotekun, even it may not be as effective and efficient we are talking about, Amotekun has demonstrated that.
Do you know? Do you understand? Do you know that most of the so-called exclusive laws in Nigeria, if a state can bring in an investor, federal government almost in most cases will match the funding for that project, because you are saving them money and wahala. Even though like, look at the airport now, that's a federal thing. But if you bring
Lagos and Seaport in Lagos,
exactly. So the new Nigerian model is, if you can bring the investors into your own state, federal government can give some funds to that project, even though it's supposed to be them. But if you're the one doing the hard labor, they will help you out with funding, counter funding, like they call it in the PPP project. That is the model. So why can't these states go to all these countries and look for investors? You have somebody from Edo, very, very sad case. A governor going to Ireland to go and meet who? Fellow Edo guy in to come and invest what? If they have the money, they will have done that already. You go to where you have real funds that will come into your state. And that was where I was going after my friend from yesterday. That was the issue. But, you know, like we always do, we don't want to talk about our state. We want to focus on Lagos or Abuja. And we're not going to go anywhere with that.
You see, someone is saying Lagos develop, federal government develop Lagos State. That kind of thing is some kind of weak and foreign argument to me. You understand? Let me tell you something. When you are developing infrastructure, the private people are the one that are the largest contributor to any infrastructure development. The government can just enable a little bit, and before you know, the private people. An example: Lagos Calabar Coastal Road Highway. You understand? You are saying, okay, maybe government is going to spend about 13 billion to open that place. By the time you open that place, the private people will spend another $100 billion or more.
Ola, Edo is getting
to develop those areas.
Ola, Edo is now getting 100 kilometers in that coastal road.
Exactly.
Where's the plan? Where's the blueprint to plan ahead of these things coming to your state? Where
exactly.
Is anything?
Exactly. So when you look at this thing we are talking about, now look at Dangote now. It's a private infrastructure, 20 billion. You understand? What are you doing to bring that to your state? Ekiti is bringing huge cassava processing value chain to Ekiti State. They were even dragging Dangote and some other big men to come and do all those things, all those in there. So when you look at that situation, so when you look at that situation, that is what you should be thinking about. But everybody, you have over 600 local governments, you have 36 states of the federation, and your governors are having free days. They are taking your money to go and buy mansion in America. They are taking your money to United Arab Emirates to invest. And all your focus is those people, let's just leave them and go. And you are focused. That is what the political elite they managed to do to us over years. They shift your focus, they divert your focus from the major problem, and they are now pushing you to the one that should not be major.
They're more scared of us at the local level than the federal level. I hope you know that.
Then we are not ready to grow. I know. Then we are not ready to grow. Then we are not ready to grow. You understand? Now, okay, let me tell you one thing, Babati. I said that thing yesterday. You would think that thing is very expensive. I will tell you, it's not expensive. It's not that it's expensive, and it's not that expensive because I just made that thing this way. Okay, you have a lot of laterites and some kind of like a clay soil that you can use to do some kind of bricks in Ekiti. And okay, Ekiti is not we have irreborn bricks. You understand? We have reborn bricks. Okay, you look at that place. Okay, say what was the purpose of citing those in there? It just to have alternative to concrete, alternative to all this cement building. You understand? Now, that capacity of that place alone, if you expand it, we are even talking of a multi-billion-dollar investment now that you can even export. If you do that, but let's assume you want to even use that place to meet the local consumption, the local building. You can partner with you can partner with private people that are into building construction. Then you take that investment to that place. Is that not kind of investment? But the question is this: who is making that proposal? You understand? To bring in enough people to that place and to create value chain around that. Like it is a place that maybe you are supposed to get to, that maybe you first of all get to Ado Ekiti, you see everywhere red because it burn bricks. You start looking at all those stuff, and don't forget that some people will set those bricks. Some people we do some people we manufacture all those stuff. Some people we be in the trucking business. All those, before you know, that burn brick industry alone is capable of create like up to 100,000 in terms of job creation. We are not even talking of those people that will be setting, will be doing a lot of things around those. That is how government work. It's not about allocation at one omniscient and omnipotent man sitting in Abuja that be doing everything at the local level. Even in China, where they are having like communist nature, go and look at how things are decentralized. There are so many corporations that are owned by the local government, that the equivalent of local government we have here in Nigeria. You know what it means for the local government to have corporation? There are a lot of that in China. How many of those things you even find in your state, talk less of your local government in your area? And we are here, everything is all about 2027. How is that going to help you? If there's anything you need to talk to the person in Abuja, probably mostly because of security, because you have national policy that will help you license arms, bring you arms, and maybe economy policy. Those are the things that and defense. Those are the things should be focused. But economy and most other things, they are supposed to be resident in your local government and your states. That's just talk. So the thing is, over time, for congratulations to those people that want military. This is how
local government that is not getting fund. Well done.
Guy, no disruption today. No disruption today.
No, I'm just asking you now.
You are saying local government is not getting fund, and this is not true, because they have already made. Okay, no, wait now. We are telling you now, even if they are not getting fund now, that is where you should speak up. Is it the presidency that is holding? If it is governor, we are still telling you the same thing, that hold down your governor responsible. We have 36 states. Okay, you are saying, okay. What do you expect the federal government to do? The credit goes to Buhari that started this process. They took the case up to the Supreme Court.
You now?
And it's hold on. And the Supreme Court said they should give fund of the local government to them. And we've not changed the constitution. If Tinubu, or let's say the person in the presidency, has approached the National Assembly and they now make law that okay, the money will only be shared between the states and the federal, with that one is understandable. But as of what we have today, you understand, money, we have to go to the local government. Then if the money is not going to the local government, who is the problem? Then we want you, with all your energy that focus on Abuja only, to now go back to your various governors. Please do what the Supreme Court ruled upon. That's what I say. The like of Peter Obi, the like of Showore, and those people that have energy to mobilize people, your Nigerian Labour Congress, they should now say, okay, governors, please allow the law of the land to take effect. If the governors are not giving the local government their money, go on strike. If the governors are not, allowing the local government to have their money, then go and protest and now see whether you are not going to get sympathy of Nigerians. When Nigerian Labour Congress wanted to mess up with Dangote, Nigerians supported. So everybody going to Abuja, go and call the like of Aisha Yusufu that are making money online. Go and call the like of Rufai Oseni.
That is not the issue. Let's not talk. That is not the issue at all. You are just giving us another. That is not the issue. You give a good submission. Let's answer. Okay. Let's answer too.
Okay. Answer the issue now. Give us the issue.
You said you are talking about local government. You should go and protest. Please just give me like 2 minutes. Are you not see what happened in Nigeria? In a state that this our brother is bragging everything that we want to do, when nothing is on the ground. That somebody announced that the money for local government is not coming. The governor sent arrest. They arrest the man. They was chasing him. Who fight for him? They have to go back and bow to the governor. Be bowing as if they are bowing to king. The same local government you are saying they give autonomy after they give financial autonomy. Central Bank today, AFCON have got many times. Central Bank, that's okay, all of them should go and bring account. They said normal, Central Bank supposed to open account for all the local government. They have their detail. Central Bank is open account. Now, after they have brought all the documents, the AFCON chairman come, he said they have taken on for all the 77 local government and take it to central bank. Central bank till tomorrow have not paid it. That they have to operate that bank. That bank have to be first operate for 2 years before they can put fund there. That is the latest. So if you are just talking as if people are not protesting.
Nigerman, what you are saying, how does it make sense to you?
How does it? I'm telling you because he's telling you that you go and protest. I'm telling people who are protesting already.
No. What I'm telling you said now that central bank said local government was operate their account first for 2 years before they can put money there.
Yeah, I said they have the account for maybe if they believe because I don't know for them because there's many factors.
You hear such a thing and you believe it and you are coming here to come and be telling
from the ACON chairman. Who are you that I will believe what you're saying? I'm talking about the ACON chairman, the chairman of the whole local government in Nigeria. You are telling me who am I believe on that one?
Are you not talking about Osun State?
I'm not talking about Osun State. I'm talking about the ACON chairman. That is the chairman of the whole local government in Nigeria. I was on the prime time now. I'm telling you what he said. You are telling me said I'm not talking about
so as it is now, let me ask you, as it is now, the local government, they don't have an account.
I said they have no. They said after this is for last 2 months or 3 months ago. What I'm saying now, he said after because then I take all the old document. The first central bank didn't pay the money. They now write to central bank. They write to court. You know, they now went back. The central bank now said, okay, all of them should come and submit account. They said they have now submit account for more than 8 months again. No money have come to the account again. Then they now went back to central bank. It now said they have to let that account have to be for 2 years first before they can put more before they can able to pay. So where is all those things coming from?
Guy,
general, I don't know. You know, so we are talking about to protest. People who are in authority are protesting. There's nothing come out of it.
Nigerman.
May I finish now? Yes.
You are not talking to robots.
No, I'm not saying my own opinion. I'm talking what the anchor chairman said.
Just
it's on TV.
To hear it and come and echo it, that means you believe it now.
Hold on.
Who I would not believe? The chairman of who I would not believe you?
Nigerman, this is the problem. Let us have a conversation. Now, we are talking of government. Number one, there's no provision, there's no CBN Act. Lawyer is here. Let the person prove me otherwise. There's no legal requirements. And this is not even individual. We are even talking of level of government now that requires a government level to run account for 2 years before that account can be used for.
Wait, you are not listening. You are not listening. You are just saying something else. You are not listening to what I'm saying. I'm telling you what the chairman said, not my word, not me. See, I mean, I don't know.
The question we are not for the fact that
because why the man come on TV? Wait, why the man come on TV? He said
anybody
because
can come on TV and
not anybody. I'm telling you, the chairman of the whole local government in Nigeria.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh my God! That's people. You think I don't know the way you guys think, man. So I should not believe you that doesn't know anything. That you are not a chairman, you are nobody, you are not a councillor.
So anything you hear on TV.
So what you are not saying is not the truth.
Take it and sinker.
My God, and what kind of human being are you guys? You want to turn everything the way you want to suit. So I will not be believing you. Who are you that you believe? Who are you?
Nigerman.
Leave government is talking. You said I should not believe you. I should not believe you.
Leave aggression and let us be logical. Assuming
not aggression, I go frustrate people too much. What they say what the people in authority say you are saying I should not believe authority.
I tell people on the screen.
Let me tell you, when you say Agon, it's not a civil servant. It's not just an association like the Nigerian Labour Congress. It's just an association now. So whatever it's just an association. It's not
Nigerman, that's the more reason you should protest, and that's the more reason you should seek more information. Someone told you that CBN said they have to operate the account for 2 years. And when they told you like that, you just answer. You understand?
Where did I meet it that he told me? Are you listening, guys? I said the man was on prime time, man. Did he told where did I meet him? Did I know him?
When he now said that you as an individual, yeah, you can feel frustrated and move out. That's not a problem. You can't boast your opinion. You can't express your opinion on 10 people that we have on the screen. What we are telling you is this: even if Argon share person will come out, and the guy came out and told the public that, okay, this is what the CBN said. It is duty. Well, okay, what did they do? Number one, you have a way of going political to resolve that issue. You understand? Because this the Supreme Court already intervened in that matter. You understand? So, do you think it takes the government, it takes the president or the court time just to make declaration? Did you approach the National Assembly? Did you approach the president? All these things. We are not telling you that once you heard all those things and you already identified those people that are creating a problem for you, why don't you redirect your energy on those people? Just imagine if everybody from each state, interstate state of that country, more prayer on their governors that, okay, this money for local government, you must release that, and you now have protests across the 36 states of that country just because the governors don't want to give the local government money. Do you think the presidency will be against you? Do you think the presidency will be against you? The presidency will be happy. But the problem is this: even when the presidency is even trying to help, you are not, no, you don't bother about that. You are only interested
those
in that.
They are already compromised. They are civil servants now. Argon, when they say Argon, it's associations of local government.
Chairperson, I know now. Whatever. You understand? We know what Argon means. So what we are saying here is this:
Can I ask a question?
we don't put. Go ahead, sir.
That's the person who was with Argon on a program, and the Argon chairman said that's the person I want to ask the question. I don't know. I'm confused a bit about.
You don't leave now. You don't verse for much. He just wanted to come here and you just gave us, and then he just wanted to also believe him and say, okay, there is right to. And I don't even know why he's getting angry.
I'm
confused. Come on the platform here, and then you just give us an information without people actually verifying what you are saying.
What I'm confused about,
are we babies?
Is that in each month if you go to Ministry of Finance website, or you're going to FAC, Federal Account Allocation Committee website, you see them saying we have distributed, we have shared, or we have disbursed. In fact, the key one I want to say is, we've been seeing news now. Even about 5 days ago, FAC said they have disbursed 2.1 trillion to federal, state, and local governments in Nigeria. That's what they disbursed. Even though if you go to Arise News will tell you, even though they disburse, it is less than August. That's their own. But the only thing is, they still agree that FAC disbursed such amounts to federal, state, and local government. So the question I want to ask is it that is FAC telling lies? Is it that they do not disburse this into those local government really? And all these news, both left and right news in Nigeria, and even the center, what do you call them now, still pick the news and said they've disbursed.
And this info is available online for anybody to look at.
It's everywhere now. If you go to Ministry of Finance,
you can follow up your own state budgeting and Freedom of Information Act.
You can, yeah. If you go to budget, yeah. If you check
budget, I presented that data here on screen yesterday.
And how did he react yesterday? He was upset.
Exactly. It was just he just discarded everything and showing anger. See, your vexation or your vexation will not solve any problem. We are here to change narratives. We are not here to pander to all this kind of story that it is when my people get to that place that will solve you. So if you vex from now to tomorrow, if you are presenting solution, we won't recognize your anger. The only anger that I understand now, that I believe some other people too understand, is how to hold your governors responsible. We are not saying you should not talk about Tinubu, but make sure that the equal energy, you ask your governors what are they doing with the money they are taking. Some of them are stocking the money for election. You understand? But you expect one vehicle to come from Abuja and start doing your borehole in your local streets. You understand? It's not going to work.
Sorry, an example would be when somebody says, "Oh, agriculture. Who has the lands in Nigeria? It's the states now. They own the lands."
I've been saying that thing.
I don't understand.
I've been saying that thing for a very
I
long
don't
time.
get it. They if they want to farm anything, they have access to the land.
The only
Land.
area I always hold as a farmer that I am, the only area I always hold the federal government responsible for, and I always say it here, is the policy making on farming, the subsidy on farming, which they do on fertilizer. Don't get it wrong. They see subsidized fertilizer in Nigeria to date. But the problem is when it comes to distribution. The distribution is bastardized. It doesn't even go to the hands of the real farmers. It goes to the hands of the big men that still have money to buy fertilizer. Here they won't buy. They get out of.
Why is Agbeloba collecting seedlings?
Ewo, she improve seedling.
Do you know Agbeloba now? It's a big
Yes.
For
yes,
what?
Now. All of them, all of them, people that don't even need it. Those are the ones that are collecting it. So it's not evenly distributed. It's so marginal. They marginalize the real farmers in the farm. Then I expect federal government to be doing what they call off-takers. They don't do it in Nigeria. So when there is abundance, you should have your own food bank, and you should be mopping up those things to balance inflation or price. We don't do that. In Nigeria, mango will be wasting everywhere. Every gutter you get to using mango, wasted because no storage. So all these things that they are capital intensive, silos, banks, and all those things. They are capital intensive. Those are the areas that federal government can be intervening, and they will intervene. What's wrong with Jonathan started it in Adomio? I'm not even sure that it's still working. That they are silos. Started it and they tried to put something there because of 2015 election that they later lost.
Ogbeni, we have so many silos that are line fallow in Nigeria.
They are not functioning, Baba. They are not. Most of those silos. Most of those silos are
Ogbeni, this is even something an LG council can even control in its own area if they know what they are doing. Not even states.
I agree, Baba. Baba, I agree with you. One of my friends is doing farming in Highland, Lowland, in Scotland, okay. Don't you farming goat ló ń ṣe níbẹ̀. If you see the kind of in fact, nínú ibẹ̀, government too máa make sure we wọ́n homeschool àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ because that place is far. Kò sí school to close mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. So they pay him to homeschool his children there, all because they know that this is a farmer that is feeding everybody. You get? So they homeschool and they put a lot of resources in the area, and they will still come and talk to him. Do you need loan? Do you need this thing? So for me, these are just the areas federal government can intervene. Their own role is just intervention and policy making. When it comes to farming, local government need first point of contact, and I keep saying it. So, but if somebody is saying, okay, they are not releasing their money to them now, I'll try and find out that. We need to look at that and see. I know those ones that the federal government said it will not release. A news came out, I think, January this year now.
That one is Osun, the Osun wahala that they.
I want to just say you did not conduct election. If you did, because Supreme Court said if those people that are taking care of local governments are not democratically elected, they shouldn't release money to them. And that affected Rivers until they regularize. That affected, but recently, Moripo Ondo State did not they've not released their money. I don't know, but what is happening in Ondo State? But I realized that they are fighting their governor or something like that. Those are the things I expect somebody like Showore to go and fight for them there. That's your state. So you be fighting Tinubu in Abuja, but something is happening in your own state. You won't even go there and riot in your state and fight for all those issues. Politics is local. Take things down to your own state.
Do you know what is funny, Ben? It can even build a bigger political base from his own state if he had done that.
I agree, my brother. I've said that thing on this platform before. If you want to, if somebody like
Ogbeni will continue. I said the other time, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with Ogbeni being the chairman of his local government and make it life better for his people as a problem?
Nothing wrong. I've said it before.
Exactly.
Somebody like
Exactly.
Showore, if you take some local government and you make those local government as a litmus test, for instance, if Showore is chairman of his own local government, won't be any governor that to say you won't release money to him.
And if it works in one, the neighboring one will want to copy what he's doing.
Yeah, you will
Then
not
it's
rest.
start winning.
You will not rest. If Showore is a chairman,
But see, are you sure about your statement? Do you think truly that Shore will have a sway in Ondo State politics? Because as much as you think it's better to do politics locally, I tell you, it's very fierce. The contention in local politics is not a joke. I guess you guys know that, right?
If it is local government council, Showore can
for
win.
now, for that part of Ondo State,
you don't need much. You don't really need much
Trust
to
me.
win that.
Ole
Even
Nube.
mobilizing students within his area alone, and not those guys will vote for him. If that serves as a
So,
litmus test,
so why do you guys think that Shore is not pursuing that route as opposed to want to do national politics?
Showore wants to be a president. Showore believes that he's bigger. They've asked him severally now. They asked him on several of these interviews.
He's too big.
Showore will tell you that he's too big for that position.
To even be House of Representatives.
Local government. Why will he be first local government? What he wants to be is to become a president. So don't even bring that near him. So, but my own is that you can start with that. Let it be a litmus test and the shining star. If you are doing fine, I know you can't be. Showore cannot be a local government, and somebody will say you see.
You can even fight the system better because you are in the system now. You
Yes.
can say on behalf of all educators.
Man, you guys are talking, man. That local politics, they use jazz left and right. You think it's a joke? You guys are talking.
So they don't use jazz in the federal.
Can I come in, please? You have been talking all day.
No, you will come in comparable fact, Prince Daddy. Then, if you are afraid of jazz, hold on. If you are afraid of jazz, don't go. Hold on. We are hearing you. Now, if you are afraid of jazz,
can you hear me?
Then we can hear you. Comparable fact. So
why do you come out of prestige comparable fact? Why did he change that identity, sir?
That's what they call himself.
Why not?
So
why
Prince
not?
Daddy, Prince Daddy,
is it not my prerogative to change to designate my name anyhow I want it?
I will not allow you to change that name.
What world are we living? This is America. I don't know where you live in London.
Which America? All these Americans.
Where you live in Scotland or wherever. Here in America, we have ask Prince Daddy. We have freedom of speech. Freedom to design whatever you want to.
Why are you changing your identity? Who are you hiding from? Why are you changing your identity?
Why is that your problem?
It's my problem. I want to know.
No, it's not your problem. If you don't want to elongate my name, call me comparable for just say CF. You can short it to CF if there's if the comparable fat is too long for you, but you're educated. I don't know why that word. You're a lawyer. You're supposed to be comfortable of using long words.
His name is comparable fact. Let's respect it.
Okay, let's stay on topic. Prince Daddy.
Thank you, Babati. So my question is that the appropriation of money to
I'm making a
hold on.
Now, Prince
so
Daddy.
my question is that the appropriation of money to the local government and state.
Can you hear me?
Why is Nigeria different? In America,
comparable fact. We come in, but we are on topic.
Prestige, can you hear me? I don't think they hear you. Prestige, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Ola don't want me to speak. That's why he muted me.
Just hold on now. No. I will speak. Let me deal with Prince Daddy.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can
hear you.
Maybe I should go out and come back. Let me go out and come back.
Yeah. Okay. Go out and come back. Now, Prince Daddy, look at this. When you became the president of the country, you are the commander-in-chief of armed forces. Local state governors, they are the chief security officer of the state. Then, when you look at the local government too, you look at them as the chief security officer of the local government. If you are afraid of local gas, if fear is a factor, then don't present yourself. Anybody that is afraid is not worthy of becoming a leader. Don't go there. So you are not confirming what I say, that people all just see those positions as jeun. You understand? Those people that cannot make it somewhere else. You understand? They want to use politics as their way of making it. Then don't lead your people. If Showore really want to change anything, you know you cannot even become the state governor as it is now. Go to your local government and give them a model. Show them. That is what
Yeah,
are we
okay.
asking too much?
A
You
lot.
understand?
See, I know there's jazz in Nigerian politics or African politics, but local level jazz is another ball game. But I tell you,
Prince, to go difference between local and federal.
I'm telling you. See, but
Prince Daddy.
Shore, listen, we are, you ascribe a lot of things to Shore. I don't think Shore can play local politics. You think he has the personality? Shore is actually better off playing national politics where he can be an entity. Just put it that way. Yes, now, yeah. Local politics, it's harder than that, man. He does have the temperament, nor the skills. I don't think he can navigate it. I don't think so.
Let me tell you something. A person like me, I just take it as a metaphor. So before people start telling me that who knows you, a person like me can easily become the president of that country in 30 to 40 years than Showore becoming the president of that country in 100 years. Because when you take something the way you are supposed to take it, look at Tinubu. Tinubu has been in politics in the late 80s. He was a senator in 1993. You understand? Now, the guy became the governor, right?
Sorry a lot, but do you know Shore was inspired by Barack Obama, right? You know that's the reason why he thinks he can do it.
Barack Obama has been in politics. No, Barack Obama has been in politics. Let us just stop all this. Let's stop all this story that Obama came from nowhere. You understand? Barack had been in politics before becoming the president, so that's misleading. Well, tell me, which politics was Showore doing before? So let's stop all this.
No. Obama did not play real politics. It came from nowhere. Being a 2 years local senator is I mean, with people like Hillary Clinton with so much credential and all the things.
Prince, to your point exactly, it was a local senator first.
I wonder.
He still played local politics first before he went to DC now. So
my point. BT, my point is that come on, we all live here in America. When Barack Obama came on the stage, we freaking know some damn senator from Chicago. We knew him. That's my point. I mean, there are some senators that they are well known. We know them and the state and the constituent that they represent. But nobody knew Barack Obama. He just showed up from nowhere. That's the point we're trying to make here. Shore is inspired by that. I believe that.
My friend, my point is that local politics is not about being popular with the people only. It's also about building your political base with people that have money and funds to sponsor you when you go to the federal level. So you can see Obama did not have that much time in the state, but he was building his war chest, political influence within the DNC. Remember, they allowed him to speak at the 04
BT.
So you are building your political base with the power brokers.
No, we don't want to do American politics, but I tell you,
Prince Daddy, I will debunk you. Let me tell you one thing. Assuming that that Obama even happened, like he came from sky, and the one as he was born, he became the president of America.
That's not true.
Hold on, Oriola, we know.
Just because you have hatred in your mind, then you be talking. The way you always speak, I don't even like. It's not facts. The guy was a community organizer. Was a senator for 7 years. Come on, man. You just like to disrespect someone just because you don't like it.
Wait, you don't use outlier to describe what a normal situation should be. Let's assume that you were even saying the truth, which I know that you were pushing the truth. Anyway, now Obama, you are talking about, he was Illinois Senate. He was in the Illinois Senate from 1997 to 2004. You know, 1997 to 2004 was not a joke. How many years? You understand? Good 7, let's just say 2 times. That's full 2 times. Then he served as a federal senator. You understand?
No. Sorry, say the first part again. What was it? The first part for 7 years.
Obama served in the Illinois Senate between 1997 and 2007, just like equivalent of when you are saying you are in the state assembly. You understand? It's just like equivalent you say you are in the state assembly. Then, now he was in the federal Senate for 4 years before resigning and becoming the president. So someone that have been a legislator for that long, people just say, oh, he just dropped from the sky.
Wait, Ola. I think, can I say something? I think you cut it short. He was a community organizer, which is like a local government chairman in Chicago for about 4
That's
years.
a lie. You're running. Yeah. What local government chairman?
Hold on. Let me come in. Oriola is telling you. Oriola is giving you the empirical fact.
What is community organizer then? Tell us, what is that?
No, I'm saying you are giving them the empirical data just because they don't like Obama. That's why Obama, you are right. A community organizer, 8 years as a state senator. So when somebody gives you the empirical fact, you're like disputing it. What Oriola is saying is true. So come on, people.
Yeah, just because he doesn't like him and he just felt like he can just, excuse my language, shit on him. You can't just do that.
Don't mind Prince.
I mean,
now.
we understand you don't like him. That's
we
good.
all know what he's doing. We all know what Prince is doing. He doesn't like Obama. But the point being made there is that Showore cannot be compared to Obama. Obama had to build his local politics first, but not even the followership at the regular.
Allah likes to embezzle. See, he became a senator not for 4 years. I know you like to. I'm reading the things that you're reading right here. Hold on, I'm reading what you're reading right here. Hold on. I'm reading what you're reading right here, and it's only for 2 years. Because when Barack Obama became the freaking president, it was running the damn politics to become the president at the same time being a freaking senator.
That was federal now, not local. That 2 years.
No. I'm talking about this. He was only a U.S. senator for about 2 years. Because the rest of the time was clean politics. It was doing.
Prince, listen now. We're discussing. It was already established at the state level first. That was what we were discussing. That you build up that base first before going federal. So you can't.
He did not have any base. That it was a lazy politician.
Prince Daddy, check your facts. Obama was a state senator for 8 years, from 1997 to 2004. But before that, he was a community organizer. It's fact.
Oh, what are you?
Obama.
I want people is see. Let me tell you one thing, Prince Daddy. Knowledge is
but you know what? I wasn't okay. Like before you go, no, you guys like to twist things to your own likings. I said Obama was hold on, Prestige.
No, the American government data are the looking.
Hold on now. I said Obama was not known. Okay, so why are you pretending like he was such a known national figure? Why are you pretending?
What are you talking about? He was a party man. Let's be wrong. He contested under the party. He wasn't known, but his party member. No. For those people, hold on.
Listen. Listen. Allah, by the way, you're Canadian. Allow me to talk.
What was that supposed to mean? We are talking of Nigerian politics, and we are now drawing inferences. What do you mean? I have your government fact and figure in front of me. We said this in overtime. Knowledge is so cheap these days that anybody, except you don't want to know, is what you don't know. I cannot. I have government. I have your government data.
Hold on. The interpretation of the knowledge is very important. Simply AI something or Googling something and reading doesn't give it that you have
I dare your government website. I dare your government website. What are you talking about? I dare your government website. I'm using your government website to talk to you, and you are saying AI. So if I go to government website,
my argument was that listen, even Oriola and Prince Daddy can agree with me that my point is still poignant, and my point is that Obama was not a known national figure. Hold on now. I said Obama was not a known national figure to the point of many other people, like for example Hillary Clinton that he competed with. And I said that's the reason why.
The point.
Hold on.
Let me tell you one thing. A goat could have come under APC in 2023 and still won the election. So APC was national. You understand? But now you have Obama.
Listen, I'm not. You have Obama. You have to listen to what I'm saying. You don't have to lecture me about the strength of a political party. I'm not talking about that. Please listen. All I'm saying is that when I say Obama came from nowhere, I was trying to make a point that it was not a known national figure. I live in this damn country, so does many others. Wouldn't you freaking Barack Obama when he came on the scene? Are you guys telling me that you follow freaking Chicago politics, like when you don't live in Chicago? Is that what you guys are telling me? Why are you deceiving yourself? I said Barack Obama was not known on the national stage, and I said that's the reason why Sharia also thinks it can be that don't have to go through the local track. What I said is not crazy. It's not a crazy thing.
Can I interject? Can I interject a minute?
Let me just interpret that.
Sorry, guys. So, quick question: how is it working out so far? Nobody cares about him. You even call him.
Yes, you're right. Now that's my point. See, and one thing I always give credit to Barack Obama is that Barack Obama is a good speechifier. He has he has the personality to attract people. I mean, he has the charisma. Barack Obama is not sure, right? Barack Obama is a really, really top-notch politician. There's no doubt about that. I can't dispute that. He's a very good politician. And we're sure it's not to that part. And Barack Obama comes one in every 100 years. Really. He's not a common politician. So let's not pretend that he has all these credentials like Hillary Clinton and these other politicians, and boom, that's why he was elected. No. He came from nowhere. You must accept that.
I hear you.
Okay, can I come in now, please? You have been talking.
Please go ahead, comparable fact. Go ahead.
So let's put some factor to this narrative. I don't know why we turn to American politics instead of sticking with Nigerian politics, but in our analysis here, we tend to pivot to a different angle in order to make our point straight. So let's talk about Obama. Like as properly stated, I think it was a real that started it. That the guy, he was known in Chicago, but not like some of the best. He was a community organizer initially. So then he served 8 years as a senator. It wasn't that he was the best senator or whatever, the most popular senator. But what problem Obama to a national figure? I mean, because what he did was unusual. I mean, the
At
fast
the local
track that he
level.
become
Thank you.
hold on. The fast track that he become a president for just after 2004 to 2008, was unusual in American politics. But there's many contexts, that propel him to that, to that stardom. I mean, visibility, the charisma and the political skill, that he has. I'm not here to use your lies about Obama. I was Obama supporter, of course. I don't like some of the things that he did when he come to Nigeria. So that's why my my rating of him has pretty much diminished because of the way he treated Nigeria during the Jonathan time. But that's a different state. But this is how Obama came in. Yeah, was he unknown to a certain degree? Yeah, he was unknown. But Oshowore hasn't even become a councillor or whatever. So this comparison, I don't see the comparison with Obama.
Prestige, you're making my point. I'm not making comparison. Listen to you guys like to argue. I said Shore thinks he's like Barack Obama. He can come on the stage and go for the presidency.
No,
that's what I said.
I'm
not comparing it, but because Shore miscalculated. That's why he doesn't know that Barack Obama falls into a unique category. Okay, he doesn't know that. And I agree that he should go and play local politics. Although, if you ask me, playing local politics in Nigeria is
Wait, but
fierce.
do you
It's
think?
not a child's game.
Let me ask you a question. So, do you think he's having a hard time just because he hasn't been in politics for a long time? Because I don't think that's the reason why. I think he's something else. I think he's just the fact
I
that
my show, right? I my show, right?
yeah. Are you saying that he has a hard time being successful in politics because he's new? Is that what you're saying? Because I don't think so.
And what I'm saying that it could be he should build his portfolio much better because he does not have that charisma, that uniqueness of someone like Barack Obama to want to
He's
control
not
the
connecting
national
with
stage in
the
Nigeria.
public. So if
Yeah, I just think that there's no. What I think is he doesn't have connection with people. Like the people he's speaking
Yeah,
to,
my point
they
now.
never live they never live the life he has had. Like the life that where he felt like United States is not Nigeria. It's totally different. So those people cannot comprehend every single thing that this guy is bringing out. So that's what I think the connection is. I just think there's a misconnection. That's what I think. I don't think that it has nothing to do with his
experience. There's a lot of people in politics that they never have a lot of experience and they're successful. I just think that people cannot relate to him. Everything that he's saying, Nigeria is more like a follow place where you stood um to conquer in a way that you respect your elders. You can't just jump the gun and overnight become a leader.
And
Nigeria,
are they to your point? And do you know who is targeting for his base? People that were born after year 2000 that they have no clue that he fought for democracy. They don't know that he did all that. They don't know him like that.
yeah,
They don't know.
thank you. It's not speaking to. That's how it should be speaking, but the connection is not there. He came with a force that over here is normal. You can be disrespectful to anyone. You can bring your point without respecting without the age. Like, oh, this guy is older than me. You don't have to look at that. But in Nigeria, you have to look at that. There's something called respect. You can't just force yourself on people. I believe that if he's doing that, where he let people know who he has been, what he has done, and is respectful about doing it, I think people will listen to him. It's the fact that
But
that's what I think.
Sure does not have any pedigree in Nigerian politics. I mean, look at all the people that have become president. Apart from Goodluck Jonathan, that was kind of lucky too, because Goodluck never built anything on the national stage to become president. But look at them, Atiku, Buhari, Tinubu. I mean, Obasanjo. Look at these people. Look at these people in the Nigerian space.
Yeah,
Are they
but
common people? Are they jokers?
you have a good point with Jonathan, and you have to see Jonathan maybe because he's more familiar with Nigeria. That's why he was successful because before he get to that position, he bring along like he was so respectful to like OBJ and all of them, even though they have disagreement later. But he already attained the position before he started having disagreement with all those people. But he understands that he has to respect those people. He has to bring them on board. Whereas Shore just see them as thieves.
Well,
Just
yeah,
disrespect
you're
them.
right. You're right about that.
Let me give my opinion. Let me give my opinion about Showore, please.
Comparable file, you will go ahead, please. Just give me a minute. See, there's no even basis for comparison when you even mention Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan was brought in by the power that be. You understand? Goodluck Jonathan was imposed on you by the power that be. You know what it meant for a ruling political party to pay off for all the hotel rooms in Abuja so that opposition will not have where to lodge and the delegates. So federal might and those people that were in position brought Goodluck Jonathan. So what are you talking about? How can you compare Showore and Goodluck Jonathan? Comparable fact, please go ahead.
So, in my own opinion about Showore, I mean, I like the guy for what he's done, but in the Nigerian politics, it's different dimension. Okay, Nigeria is completely different from other places where but we play our own politics different. So, in my own opinion, it is very difficult for Showore to gain any kind of significant, traction when it comes to Nigerian politics, and there's many combinations, that is kind of keeping him where he is. I mean, I will use the word structure, systematic, and personal factor. What do I mean by personal factor? And Showore is an activist, and he has not been able to pivot away from that activism, narrative that he possessed in order to go into real politics. That is the problem he having. He thinks that activism, will empower him or will buy him a not, a lot of national
But
neutralism.
he has a political party already.
Yeah,
So,
but that's not in Babati.
but how
It's
can you
still,
be How can you be an activist when you have the tool to get into the system?
yeah, that's what I said. He has no appeal for that activism, mindset. Has not gotten, he hasn't got away from that. Get some education in value, in that regard. He's still living on, he's still living on that activism mode. That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm talking about, then I say something about structure. I mean, you have to have a nationwide, rally, nationwide ally, media campaign and all that thing. And, that part of the structure, logistics, security. Showore is lacking in those areas. I don't think, in my own opinion, that Showore really want to pivot. I think he's still want to play this activism role. That won't buy you. You have to find a way to build structure. Align yourself. You don't necessarily have to go and and start running in local government election. But that would be the right way to go. But he has to build a national, a national allies. When you come to Nigeria,
But it can't
apart
work.
from does he have the money? He may. I don't know.
No, but
Well,
let me